Just make sure the rest don't start because like.
Which starting now?
Hello and welcome to the WDBF World Championships here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. My name is Elisa Westman.
My name is Greg Whitehouse. It's nice to be here. A big tournament ahead, the first World Championships that has multiple disciplines, multiple ball types. We have foam and cloth this time around. First game on, a very important game for both teams. The Irish men don't have the fullest of squads. Their 10 men that they have are playing both across cloth and foam. On day one, their men don't take a break at all. It's only one player that doesn't appear in the foam as well. USA, obviously, they have multiple to pick from. They've got a nice squad. And obviously, this time around, we've not seen much cloth from them.
No, this is going to be the first time this U.S. team has ever taken the floor for this ball type. So this is groundbreaking. Not only is this game one, day one of this World Championship, this is the first time the U.S. team will ever be playing cloth mixed in this way.
It's very interesting. The balls that we have for maybe people that are just tuning in for the first time or they've never seen cloth, 5 balls make this ball type. A 7-inch cloth inflated to 1.7 psi.
Both teams are online, getting ready to get started. Just a little bit delayed here on the first streaming court.
Any names you want to be looking out for from this USA squad? Obviously, we have a mixed, we call it co-ed, I guess, outside of Europe, but mixed here. Any people we should be looking out for? People that have, made that bridge across from foam to cloth.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely, honestly have a personal connection to the U.S. team, obviously not only being American, but I am married to cloth. He is not on the court at the moment. He will be a part of the next. But if you look across from left to right, on the left you do see Justin Payan. He has made his debut on the world stage in Los Angeles in 2018. He was a part of the foam team then. He's also been on the men's foam team many years before that. So he has got a lot of court experience. He has played a lot of dodgeball, but this is his first time trying cloth at this level.
So you see that opening rush. We're going to take apart the game bit by bit, and we can kind of explain as the game goes by in terms of certain rules that we won't see in foam. There's a good first hit. Number 10 for Ireland. McAvoy takes that first hit, and we have that larger neutral zone that obviously players can go past that central line, unlike foam where you can't step across it.
Yes, then foam in that sense. Changer, considering how much closer these people can throw as they cross the line.
The team's made up, obviously, 3 men, 3 women, and 2 ball retrievers make up that squad as well. Oh, and that's a great catch.
Big catch for Team USA, bringing their full squad back in.
And it's that 2-ball attack. USA now have 4 balls. That ball bouncing just before it takes out Schmidt, so obviously doesn't count. That ball then becomes a dead ball. And a good catch from Sexton. Yeah, Emma Spence there, the last player in for Ireland, tracking back. And USA do take the first set. 2 set points go under their name, and that's how the sets work. We play a 3-minute set. You'll take 2 set points if you win the set. 1 set point if at the end of the 3 minutes it's a draw.
Yes, thank you for explaining that, Greg. I think we're going to have to hear that many times. Those of us who are more ball of choice.
Here, we're going to switch. Switch. You're going to be more reliable.
The second set underway now, and a slight rule change than what most European cloth dodgeballers would have seen. You start behind the line. Here in the world format, your back foot can be on that line. That is sort of a rule that has come across from foam, and over the years we'll start to see that a lot more. We'll start to see a lot more rules that intercross.
USA seems to be playing pretty aggressively. Would you agree with that, Greg?
Yeah, 100%, and it's obviously catching Ireland a little off guard here. Obviously, we've not seen much from America, so it's hard to judge the play style that you're going to be playing against. McAvoy is taken out there, and already in this second set, USA look very promising and very strong in this game. Shine, obviously, high up court. A lot of cloth players like to use that neutral zone, and they like to come all the way up to that orange line.
Double throw on number 7 for Team Ireland. That was Justin Pyan and Billy Schmidt from Team USA. They are ready.
Those balls, great timing together, not quite finding the target. That's what you want to be looking at. You want to be...
Catch for Justin Pyan, captain of Team USA. Oh, and Billy Schmidt reaches for that catch, wanting to close out the second match.
Yeah, Schmidt is high up that court, using a lot of his pressure. Drops that ball that he's got in hand. Hands up high, grabs that ball. Would you say a lot of the catching style from America has come across from sort of that rubber plate, that rubber ball that we see? We don't really see as much. Yeah.
So we call it 8.5 rubber. That is definitely where both Billy Schmidt and Justin Pine started their game, so they're kind of taking those skills and transferring them over here to cloth. So yes, that is the style play that you're probably going to see the most predominantly from Team USA.
Three balls come up, and that's a good toe shot from Lediri. But a block from Brandon Kelly, this right side. You'll see a lot of one ball play. It's sort of, you never really want to be giving the opponents that 4 ball to attack with. When you're facing 4 balls, that's when the attacks come very, very aggressive, and you can start looking at taking more players out. Ireland now in this set finally up. They are currently 4 set points down, but still very early on in this game. A 40-minute game, a lot longer than we've seen in cloth before. Normally we play 2 15-minute halves. This time around, 2 20-minute halves make up the 40-minute game.
So this is also an adjustment for Team Ireland that maybe more used to the cloth ball. This is a much longer set than what they might be used to playing.
And that's it, you know. America there looking for the catch there, and earlier on in the game we saw those single ball catches coming in. That time not quite finding the...
So help us understand some of the strategy for cloth. If you're down 3-6 like US is right now, what are you throwing? 1 ball? Are you throwing 2 balls?
There's still plenty left in the set. We've probably got about a minute and a half left in the set, so you can play 1 ball until you feel like you need to start rushing things. When you've got to start rushing things, that's where the 2 ball attacks start coming in. You're starting to play that high risk, high reward dodgeball.
That makes sense, because if at the end of the time there are still players left on the court, it's a draw, correct?
Yeah.
And the audio is way too loud. Like, it's hard to, it's like way too loud.
And Hollinger there on that right side playing the aggressive, but the ball bounces. McAvoy looks for that single ball on Kelly.
This is shotgun audio.
Whoa! We had we were part of the game on that one, Greg. Big catch by Brandon Kelly. bringing in Jeff Sexton for Team USA. He is not giving up on this match.
But it's still really loud. Like, I don't know what to do. Should I keep it down? Should I keep it going?
It looks like there may have been a line call calling Jeff Sexton out. Brandon Kelly still alive for Team USA. One big rule difference between foam and cloth that I think we saw a minute ago is that I do believe there was a hand shot and the player stayed in. So for those of us who are more used to foam, a hand shot, if you get hit with the ball, if you're blocking and it hits your hand, you are still safe.
Correct. Yep. It's one that's very hard to referee, and I think that's probably where it comes from and the origin of that. Obviously, like you said, in foam, that hand is out. It's not part of the ball.
No, I'll try to ask him to wire in.
But Ireland do take that set. America looked like they were starting to get in that. That good catch from Kelly started to swing the play. Unfortunate, the line fault from Sexton. And Ireland take that set. They close it out.
So it is now 2-4 USA.
Some long dodgeball days ahead. And obviously, if you're making it to that final 4 days of dodgeball, because obviously Saturday is bronze medal matches only. So 4 days of dodgeball, it's very high pace. It's, if you've never played dodgeball before, it's a lot of movement in terms of low down. A lot of agility will be used.
And for a lot of these players, they're playing more than one division. So even if you do make it to the gold medal match and you play on Sunday, you might also play on Saturday if you make it to a bronze medal match. There's a lot of dodgeball for some of these players over the next 5 days.
But Glenn Spacer does obviously make his way onto court now. That sort of wing player. Is that where he normally plays? Is he a very aggressive wing player?
He is normally a left wing. We also call it corner in the U.S., so pardon if I say it wrong. But yes, this is where he is very comfortable. This is where he's played for many years. But as you see, though, there was a bit of a lineup change here. So switching out some of the ladies as well. Heidi Cho in for the U.S. in the middle, holding a ball. Big catch by Heidi Cho. And a hit for Glenn Spacer.
But a play ball is called, and they will have to play 2 on that. So if you don't then make the play call, the players will go out for that.
Justin Pine and Glenn Spacer for Team USA, the 2 wings. Down to 2 balls. Ireland with 3 players still left on the court.
So USA up 3 players in the catch.
It's the wrong type.
What's that?
Oh,
wrong type.
Lining things in there. And USA do take that set. Now up 6-2. Very confident catches. And when you're making those catches early on, it certainly puts your sort of mind, you get a good mindset.
Momentum, and they're big momentum catches. I mean, these ladies are hungry for these catches. They are pushing up at the line. They're not afraid. They're going for it. So can you also explain the middle ball run? So we don't have that in foam as well. So different than foam, all players can run for the balls, and the middle ball is especially contentious on who gets it.
So before we explain that, slight technical difficulty. People can probably hear us, but they can't see us.
Okay.
There's going to be a bit of radio play here. So we'll explain that sort of in the set, as the set ends, and I'll explain a bit about the opening rush. But USA still with 6, Ireland still with 6 players.
And that is a good hit.
Glenn Spacer stepping out, leaving.
Comes out. And now USA with 3 balls. This is where they're going to start looking at opening the and the Deary is hit out for the single.
Cross-court throw by Justin Pine, taking out one of Team Ireland's players, number 10, Garvin McEvoy. One player left in for Team Ireland. Number 2, Christy Lunn, looking for a catch.
And a very good, confident catcher. She likes to take those single balls. She certainly plays the backcourt.
Oh, and she's looking for it, and she gets it!
Doesn't step on the back line, and like we said, those single balls come in. That ball pops up, that ball is still a live ball.
Megan Shine stepping off for Team Ireland. Number 2 still left in, Christy Lunn. Let's see if she can do it again. Timeout, Team Ireland. They're going to collect themselves, come up with a new strategy since the score is now 2-6 USA.
And a timeout called here. So obviously teams can call a timeout. They get, I believe, a 2-minute timeout or a minute timeout. And both teams can take 1 timeout per game. In foam, I believe your timeout can be called at any point, even mid-set. Is that correct?
It can be, yes.
Yeah. So in cloth, obviously, has to then be called at the end of a set.
Interesting. Got it. Yeah, because it definitely is used in foam sometimes as a strategic move to throw off momentum, slow the other team down. So definitely a change with the cloth side. All right, both teams getting ready to line up again for the next match, rush for the balls.
So, like I was saying, those 5 balls that we have evenly spaced across that center line, the 2 on your left side as you're running up are yours non-contested. That center ball is a contested ball. No body part can touch over that center line, otherwise it'll be called out. And that ball, as soon as it's made live, can be thrown. And Ireland take that aggressive start. They take the 1 player off at the start of this set.
Big catch for Team USA and a hit.
Obviously, when you're looking at throwing those 2 balls, if you're putting them in the somewhat same place, you're looking to obviously take out that player, even if they take the catch.
And for those at home who are still learning all the dodgeball rules, a catch is probably the best thing you can do in dodgeball. Not only does it take out the thrower, you bring in one of your own players back onto the court. Billy Schmidt really pushing the line there, looking for the hit, taking out Ireland's number 37, Kate Kincaid.
So USA do take the next step, now up 10-2 in this game. A very good start from USA. They've come certainly out the blocks, they've taken the momentum, and they've certainly taken Ireland off guard. Ireland we've seen a lot of from the European side for many, many years now. Not always been at the top. They certainly didn't have their greatest European championships, but they've come out here looking to sort of take some of these teams by surprise.
Yeah. And again, day 1, game 1. I think there's a lot more dodgeball to see from both of these teams. Big hit by Glenn Spacer. Billy Schmidt walking off the court.
Schmidt is left off guard sort of in that central court. He's got no ball and there's no one to Ireland are obviously going to take that super aggressive play, and that's a good arm. Takes out
Nicole Chasen from Team USA.
play ball is slightly called differently under the world bracket. Normally you have 5 seconds to make a play, and then play ball is called, and then you'll have to throw majority. Straight away, when you have the majority of balls out here, the play ball is called under that. So as soon as you get 3 balls, play 2 is going to be called straight away.
And does the count start when the ball is on the court, or does it once it's in hand?
Within a playable reach of the player.
Play ball reach of the player. Team Ireland pushing the line, taking it.
Single ball takes out Moses there. He looks to take that second ball, but he's already out. If that ball isn't dead and hasn't become a dead ball, you can still make that catch from the second ball. It's a slightly different rule that we have under the World Organization.
Tyler McBride taking out Jess Sexton in the corner. 2 players left for Team USA, Joe Chen and Glenn Spacer, and they've got 4 players still on Team Ireland. So a lot of work left to do. Cross corner throw by Glenn Spacer, taking out number 7, Megan Shine. One player left in for Team USA, Glenn Spacer, against 3 Team Ireland players. Let's see what he can do here. I can speak from firsthand experience. He has been training for this.
Now three balls obviously come forward. They're all going to come.
And he gets a catch.
And that's a great catch. Gets low, takes that catch in.
Bringing in Billy Schmidt for Team USA. Now some big arms from the court right now for USA. Very accurate throw.
And Spacer has done very well to turn this game around. He was 1-3 down, takes that catch. Schmidt comes on. Play a very good attacking last 30 seconds for that. And despite them being down, they take the 2-step forward.
So if they're, just again to explain the rules, so there was 1 player still left on for Team Ireland, but there was 2 players left on for Team USA, so that means that all points go to Team USA.
Indeed. Obviously, if it ends 1-1, both teams have 1 player, both teams will take 1 set point.
Looks like we might be having a little bit of a delay due to the time clock. And that is the time clock that the players need to see, because that is the 3-minute countdown, correct, Greg?
Yeah, so this is a 3-minute countdown for a normal set. When there is less than 90 seconds, so 1 minute 30 left on the clock, if the set finishes, you will have a final 1 minute 30 set. So this is what we'll play here. USA up 10-2 with the final 1 minute 30 set left on the clock. The tactics will certainly change in that 1 minute 30 set. You'll look at coming up very aggressive, and USA do. They throw the 2 out of the 3 balls that they have in their hand. Now Ireland may have to punish here. They've got 4 balls in hand, and they need to play aggressive. We've got about 55 seconds left on the clock in this set, and a 3-ball attack. A 3-ball attack doesn't make its target. Number 29 there, great dodge from USA.
Yeah, Joe Chen, this is her premier experience here on the world's court. And she's been doing fantastic through all the training leading up to this.
And the 3-ball attack again doesn't find its target. We're now down to 25 seconds left in this final set of the first half. lot of in Europe. Not seen much of it from the rest of the world, but Sexton should get close. He takes that. And that set does end. Final set, 5 players to 4. So at the end of the first half, USA up 12-2. Maybe a scoreline we weren't expecting.
Were we not expecting this, Greg?
No, but personally, Ireland do have a long day, and this is obviously their first game. We have so much
dodgeball,
and we've got a lot of plus to watch here. And USA have obviously been doing their homework, and they've been doing something right. We know they have a lot of athletic background, and obviously some of those skills are transferable. We've seen a lot of catching from the USA side.
Yeah, and definitely something for the Team USA to remember is that there is a lot of dodgeball left. They might want to save a little juice in their cannons. There's still another several games for a lot of these players today because a lot of them are doing both mixed and men's or women's. So between two sets, they could have 4 to 5 games today, another 4 to 5 tomorrow, and then that just leads right into bracket play. So a lot of dodgeball for all of the players on the court.
So in this halftime team talk, Ireland really need to change up some of their game style. I think they're trying to come out too aggressive, but in certain areas, they're not coming aggressive enough. They're playing that single ball. USA are happy to face a single ball every time. They'll take those catches. We've seen a lot of them so far in this first 20-minute half.
Let's see what if Team USA changes up their lineup in this second half. I think they have a little bit of flexibility here. As this being game one for both teams, this is their chance to figure out their groove. If there is going to be different lineups that they want to practice, they want to try, because there is a lot of dodgeball to handle here over the next few days, especially before going into bracket play. If they're going to try something, this is the chance to try it.
Indeed. Oh yeah, that's good. Is there any chance the mic will be swapped? Because apparently this one is not like
It's just too quiet, I mean.
no, people are saying like the quality of it is not.
That is 11.
Halftime here on the cloth court. Lots of exciting dodgeball coming up today. If you guys haven't had a chance, please do check out the Instagram account for Dodgeball TV. You'll be able to see what games are happening on both the first foam court and the second court.
The score currently 12-2 to USA. So the game's on court 1, or the show court 8A, I believe, under the sort of scheduling, but here on Dodgeball TTV number 2, this is the schedule for day 2.
And next up will be Great Britain against Italy, men's cloth.
Do you need anything else? Let me know.
Yeah, thank you.
We also have a full streaming court on the foam side. So other side of the gym, if you're looking for your home team and want to see if they're playing, they might be playing on the other side. At 9:30, we will have Malaysia versus Austria, women's foam.
That might be
Australia. I don't know if AUS is Austria.
AUS is Australia, I believe.
Okay.
AUT is Australia.
Thank you. Thank you.
What's that? They can't hear you.
So the second half
Hello? Hello?
20 minutes in the second half.
Take that one.
Now, hopefully, this might be a little better.
Let us know at home if you can
Exactly.
hear us both okay. Still figuring out the time clock a little bit. Again, day one, few kinks to work out day one. But we're getting there, folks at home, we promise. Do you think this might be helpful for Team Ireland right now that we're a little slowed down? Maybe USA is going to lose a little bit of momentum that they had coming out of the first half?
I think for Ireland in that team talk, they have to change their play style. The stuff that they've been doing, so far might work against some other European teams, but America, they have that different style of dodgeball that they're not used to, and that is going to make the best teams go forward into the knockouts in that gold medal game on Sunday. It's going to be adapting to all these different play styles. It's not the European play style that so many people are used to. Very aggressive. You take your trades, then you switch into defensive. America have come out the blocks. They've taken every single ball catch, almost every single ball catch that's come their way. Second half underway. That middle ball picked up from Ireland again. Hollinger this time doesn't find that single ball, and it's that aggressive centre ball rush that a lot of teams, the better teams, will look at taking capital from that. A single ball from Murphy. And a single ball there from Hollinger on that top side of your screen, the wing player for Ireland in this mixed lineup. Blaine Murphy occupies the other wing, a player we've seen time and time again at many tournaments across the world.
And Ireland's up 6-4 players. Looks like that catch wasn't quite good from Jess Sexton. Another rule you might be asking yourself at home, why did Jess Sexton put the ball on the ground? Why didn't she pass it back to one of her teammates like we would do in foam? That is a cloth rule. Correct?
It is a cloth rule. It's something that's come in sort of in the past few years. It's to stop that forward momentum. I like the rule. A lot of people, it's a bit like a Marmite rule. Some people like it, some people don't. If you don't place that ball on the ground, you will be issued a blue card. That means you miss that set, so you'll play with 5, even if you make the catch and the following set. But another catch, he takes out McAvoy. When will they learn that throwing single balls at Schmidt is not the smartest of ideas?
And it was a pretty one. Popped up in the air, and Schmidt was still able to collect it.
Play 2 has been called. Schmidt with a single ball tries to take out Shine. It's that standing counter that we see from the back of the court. And Schmidt again, the single ball. He stays up high up court. And although USA are making sort of great marks in this game in terms of playing high up court against other teams, you might come at fault at that. You'll be pushed very aggressively to the back of the court very quickly. And Hollinger with a single ball high up court takes out Schmidt. He nearly gets his hands to it, doesn't quite secure it.
So Ireland takes those set points since they had 3 players on the court for 2 players for USA.
And Hollinger there does spike the ball. Some refs would give that as a blue card. It is a blue card. So, you know,
what does that mean?
So you've just won the set, you're very happy, you know, you've made the right hit, you then throw the ball into the ground. One, you're damaging the balls, and that's probably the main reason.
Yeah.
It's a bit like a taunt. Some referees, probably under the European side, would give a card for that. I think a lot of warnings will be given out to start. Warnings soon turn into cards.
Got it. Makes sense. But, you know, you had a lot of excitement on that one. They got 2 points on the board for that game.
So for people watching at home, this is the first cloth game, day 1 here at the World Championships here in Edmonton in Canada. The other court will be showing mostly foam games. That starts at 9:30 Canada time.
Which is Mountain Time for those who are also watching in the U.S.
But Ireland come out very aggressive in this second half. They took the first set, and if you can start getting that momentum, the game is going to start changing very, very quick. Sexton called out there because the ball isn't within a valid area of the player.
So that's also very different rules. So that can you explain that rule as well? Every throw has to be a valid throw within a meter of a player.
Yeah, otherwise you're almost burning a ball. There's no aggressive play style.
So roughly 3 feet for those of us who are not on the metric system.
On the metric system, yeah. So blue cards, 2 blue cards, and your third blue card will be a yellow, 2 yellows, and you'll be given a red.
Oh.
But no catch. That catch would have counted if she gets her hands on it. We're going to be going over many. We're going to be going over many different rules and somewhat the different change within that. As long as the first ball that has hit you is still live, you can make a catch with that second ball. And they play aggressive. Kincaid and comes up high up court with McAvoy.
Three on 3.
Yep. And a double out there. They both take out different targets, McAvoy and Kincaid. But Kelly is high up that court. He's up aggressive, and it takes out McCartney. As the coach apologized, headshots are a legal hit in dodgeball.
Yes.
Is there any like rule sets that you like headshots aren't legal?
We do have leagues, at least in the U.S., if they're recreational leagues, if you have a standing headshot. So what that means, if you are standing fully upright and somebody throws high enough to hit you in the face, then you are not out. However, most leagues play 3 points. So that means if you have a knee on the ground, that means you are low enough that it is a valid throw. So if you still get hit in the face, then you are out. But I would say all competitive leagues, all competitive tournaments, face shots are fully legal and they fully count.
And some good honesty from players when they're slightly getting nicked on that hit. They'll go out for it. Hollinger is hit out also on that single ball, but he does take out Schmidt. It's a good trade, a good 1-for-1, and a lot of the players will be looking at that in that mixed play style. Oh, and the cross-court snipe.
Oh. And can you please explain that rule, Greg? What happened there?
Okay, so Payan throws the ball. The ball. The ball goes across. That ball is still a live ball, and the catch counts.
Yes. So essentially, Pyan threw the ball, even if it's being blocked on the other side, if it comes back to Pyan and he catches it, that catch counts. That takes out the blocker, which is a very different rule than what most of us are used to playing. But obviously USA has adapted to it, and they're ready to take advantage of it.
Yeah, especially with that larger neutral zone, because you're so high up court, the balls bounce a lot greater than foam balls. Foam balls obviously have a bit of give. These cloth balls bounce far greater, so a lot of balls will sort of return over that center line and that neutral zone.
Few new players on the court for Team USA.
Schmidt goes for that tombstone style play. It's something that we see from a couple of European players, and they've adapted it to their own play style. Time just paused because I believe Schmidt already, where you're super sweaty, you slide back, you're going to make these courts.
And that can be very dangerous for the players on the court to slip on any kind of moisture or water. Can fall over, and especially when they're running at the speeds that they are. I call it the banana peel effect, because if they slip on it, they could end up on their backside pretty hard.
And no one wants to see broken ankles.
No one wants to see that here day one, especially.
Day one. Okay, maybe day two will be all right. Do you find more, have you played much cloth? Do you think there is a lot more injuries that are revolve around the cloth ball type?
Very limited amount. I know that there was a player that did get hurt yesterday. Their thumb. I think finger injuries are more likely with cloth ball due to the size and the weight of it. It's very different than foam. But I mean, I think injuries happen of different degrees. Ankles, especially, like we were saying, if there's moisture on the court, can happen with any ball type.
That high press from the island side, making sure that they're high up court.
Yeah, I can't choose that. It's all by them. I don't do it.
So at the end of this game, there will be a poll on the Twitch, and I think over every game we'll do this. A Beercade player of the match, one of the sponsors for World Championships. With about 10 minutes to go, both teams will somewhat nominate, I think, from ourselves. Nominate maybe in mix, we'll call it a guy and a girl from both sides. And then the Twitch chat can vote on that.
That's amazing. So if you have a fan favorite out there, please let us know. And we'll be announcing the player of the game.
Any players that have stood out for you? Maybe Schmidt for the...
Nice catch by Heidi Chow, saving Justin Pyan on that one.
And a catch is called on that. It's a save now under this rule set. So if the ball pops up, you save the player. And Spence is high up court. Murphy is too. Two balls to be played by Ireland. McCartney, unfortunately, getting out there. USA currently up this game 16-4.
Emma Spence for Ireland stepping off the court, as well as Blaine Murphy. USA taking 2 more match sets for that.
So 8 minutes 20, I've been told, is left in this second half. And that is all that separates
now. Oh, so it looks like there is a specific way that the refs want players to walk on the court if they're caught in from the back line.
Yeah, from the back line. If you walk on from a different part, you'll be called out for it. If you walk in and you're not meant to, like a different player should have gone in front of you, you'll just be out for that. No player will even return to court.
Looks like there was also a backline call on that last play. So for those watching at home, these lines are lava. If you step over the line, you are out.
Indeed. So we'll come back to the player of the match, that Beercade player of the match. Should we say Schmidt for the male side of USA?
Yeah, and I would also say I think Jess Sexton had a lot of beautiful moments.
100% agree on that. So if we say Field Schmitz, I'll just write it down that we can put it onto the Twitch chat.
And then who do you nominate from Team Ireland?
I would either put Blaine Murphy up there, or I would say McAvoy, number 10. He's certainly been very aggressive and he's made some of those hits.
Mm-hmm.
So
I would agree with that.
Yeah. Garvin McAvoy.
And for the ladies,
Tough one.
let's see what happens in this next moment.
Exactly. We've still got a couple of minutes to go. We'll try to get that before the game ends and we can get that vote in. That way then the MVP, the player of the match, that Beercade player of the match, will be interviewed after the cloth game. And that's how it works.
Last player in number 5, Emma Spence.
Yeah. High up court, Glenn Spacia. Aggressive, takes that single ball, throws nice and low. It's that area you're looking for, knees and below. They're the balls that are a lot harder to catch and get your hands behind.
Definitely.
So we don't have to put one male, one female, but I think it would be a smart idea.
I agree.
Yeah?
Equality.
Yeah, exactly. First year, obviously, not just for cloth at World Championships, certainly mixed as well. We've never had it before.
We've never had it before for either foam or cloth. So this is, a first time for a lot of these players playing with the other gender at the world stage, and I think this is very exciting. I have to admit, I'm loving this.
But mixed and co-ed has certainly been around for a long time in America.
Correct. At least in the United States, we play it at the national level. We play it in all our competitive leagues. So it is something that a lot of these players are very used to. A lot of them have played together for many years.
I think it would be maybe a smart idea that we go for Emma Spence. She's certainly been that lone warrior at the end of a lot of sets for Ireland. She may not have turned them around, but she's certainly been dominant in looking at taking those single ball catches or being very aggressive. You can't be afraid of the men on the other side.
She's been a survivor. She's been like one of the last ones in, and that's not an easy thing to do when there's so many arms coming at you on the other side.
And the single ball catch, yet again, getting picked up. McBride's single ball. Nice, aggressive, high play from Meg Shine there.
Ireland's
So
definitely playing
did we
aggressive.
vote for Emma Spence?
I think Emma Spence. Should get call out for her work in this game, definitely. Smart dodge by number 2, Christy Lunn, making sure they're going for the smart catches. Right now, USA is down players, so if Team Ireland can stay alive, they'll be taking 2 more matches from this set.
It becomes almost, a while back it was mathematically impossible for Ireland to make that comeback, but it certainly gets to a certain point because we have set timers that USA are so far ahead they can just play super defensive, and that's what they're going to look at. They don't need to make these catches. It's about getting out the way now. It's about that dodging play style, the high agility games. A good 1-for-1 trade. Shine takes out Sexton.
2 players left on the court for USA, Justin Pine and Glenn Spacer, captains of the men's team. And like you said, Greg, it's smart for them to kind of play back on the line right now. Run the clock as much as they can.
Glenn Spacer with a single ball. Lunn probably...
One player left in for Ireland, number 24, Frankie Lebdiri.
And that's what USA have done well there. They've played super aggressive. Even if Frankie Ladiri takes out one player, the other USA player is going to play super aggressive into that as well. So they've certainly been doing their homework, the USA cloth team.
We've been hearing you commentate a lot in our living room over the last couple months.
I'm not sure if that is a good thing or a bad thing.
You're like famous.
Okay. It's always the weird thing because people know your voice rather than your face.
Yeah.
A face for radio, I believe they say. But as that poll goes live on Twitch, you'll be able to vote for your Beercade player of the match. Currently, Bill Schmidt taking that lead in that player of the match. Been a very aggressive player. The arm has certainly been there. He's taken those single ball catches.
Catch for Casey Moses. Another catch on Team USA side as well.
The score currently now USA 26, Ireland 4. A minute and a half will be this final set of game 1. Anytime, as we've said, under that 90 seconds, we'll go to a minute and a half set, and that will be the final set of that half. And for this one, the final set of the game.
Lots of smiles from Team USA bench right now, I must say.
Certainly a great warm-up game for them. Certainly a lot tougher opponents to come. This is only the first step on the bridge to the gold medal for them. And number 15 is hit out there. Moses hit out by that single ball that he's looked at taking the catch from many times in this game. McAvoy and Spacer contacts, but no balls are thrown. And Lunn wants to take that. A call from the coach's box tells her to hold. Ireland still up 1 in this final. 15 seconds left now.
Good dodge by number 5, Emma Spence, excuse me.
the block. Shine, she takes that catch from Sexton. Very smart play from her. She's done some good dodgeball in the final seconds of that game. Way too late on in the game for them, but certainly a nice final set to
Good
win.
way to end on a positive
Of
note,
course.
right? They were excited about that. They earned that last match.
And you certainly cannot let your heads get down this early on. So we're coming into the final seconds of the Beercade Player of the Match.
Keep on voting, everyone. It's a nail biter, actually. So keep on putting in your request for who is the player of the game, and we'll get an interview with them right after this.
And would you like to do that interview, or is Jake Mason doing?
I believe Jake Mason is going to be the specialist behind the player interviews.
Okay, that is fine. Next up on this court. We have Great Britain versus Italy in the men's cloth. We've seen sort of England, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland play Italy time and time again. This time around, Great Britain cloth, an amalgamation of all these teams under the British Dodgeball national governing body.
So is this kind of a super team then?
I won't blow the trumpet too early on. This team is a very, very spicy one at that. Yeah, a very good team.
The super British team coming out to play. All right.
In sort of the European side of things, Northern Ireland have been very late to the party, but now at the top, sort of in the cloth side, men's cloth side of things. Austria have been there and England have been there year and time again. So this time around, we've obviously got the amalgamation of England and Northern Ireland. That will probably make up a lot of the starting lineup, but we do have Welsh and Scottish players in that mix as well.
Well, how exciting.
Indeed.
This is going to be an exciting game for everyone at home, so please do tune in.
So, Beercade Player of the Match does end with Jess Sexton taking that Beercade Player of the Match. We will have to get her, and I believe Jake Mason is doing the player interviews.
I'll go get her. I'll go get Jess Sexton, everyone, and we'll be right back. I'll go get her. I know who she is.
Right? You want to do this as well? I will put this give take half of this. Sorry, Ben. It's me and you. Oh, nice. We're doing a player interview first. So at the end of each game, there'll be player interviews. I'm going to do grab water. That's fine. It's going to be a cracking game for us.
So as we try and find Jake Mason, we'll grab Jake Mason and then we'll do a player interview. But a good game to start this World Championships off. 5 days of dodgeball ahead. The next game on this court, Great Britain versus Italy. Italy with a lot of youngsters that have joined the squad over the past couple of years. So that first game did end USA 26, Ireland 6. Before we head to our second game, we will have a player interview with that Beercade Player of the Match, Jess Sexton.
And there you are.
Hello and welcome, Jess.
Thanks for having me.
What an exciting game that was. You guys came out swinging.
Yeah, a lot of high energy.
How did it feel? Game one, day one.
It was awesome. Definitely a lot of adrenaline. And we tried to stay composed, but we wanted to use that energy to get up early. That was our strategy.
At 8:30 a.m. game one, you guys had a big, order on your plate. No one's ever seen us play in the U.S. cloth at all, much less mixed cloth. And I think you guys made a big statement game one.
I hope so. That was the plan. And we have a lot of talent and a lot of energy. Wanted to use that energy.
And you were obviously voted player of the game. Well deserved. Can you tell us a little bit about how it felt being out there, some of those big catches you had?
My strategy was just see all the balls coming, pick one, and grab it. So if you're throwing one, it's the only one I'm going to look at.
Well, it worked. Want to give you a chance to say hi to anyone at home?
Hi, Rachel. Hi, Leighton. Hi, all my friends and family. I don't know who's watching, but happy you're here.
Very exciting. Well, Jess, hopefully we'll see you here again at the desk because you got a lot of dodgeball left this term.
Sure do. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Check. Check.
So welcome back to the showcase court for cloth. Day one of this World Championships 2022 here in Edmonton in Canada. This game, a very, very big game ahead of us. My name is obviously Greg Whitehouse. I'm joined by
Ben McAdam.
Looking
Yeah.
forward to this one, Ben.
I'm absolutely loving this. It's a really exciting mix of two great teams, really, for the Team GB. We've got a lot of Northern Ireland and England, who were the finalists in Euros in the men's division. So this should be a really strong team. I'm intrigued to see the team play between them.
Oh, I am so excited for this. It's like a kid in a candy store.
Yeah.
It's like we've seen Northern Ireland sort of come into this European scene. They've been around for a long time, but really started to play at the top now. And obviously England have been there year in, year out. Now we've amalgamated sort of all these British teams under the British Dodgeball sort of scheme.
Yes, and there's also some other mix of players. We can't forget they got Liam Ryder, Ross McGuigan, who used to play for Scotland.
Indeed.
And then Liam was playing for Wales.
Yeah, Stephen Dunby, also Joe Brown.
Yeah, they play for Meteors, right? Brett's.
Yeah, Joe Brown does, and Nick Mester does.
I'm just, and then Italy. I'm intrigued to see what they come out with today. They don't have their talisman, Eduardo Gazzelli.
Yeah. And you know, if you've watched any European dodgeball, you know his arm is an absolute rocket.
He's got the most amazing throw.
Yeah.
No wind up, and it's accurate and incredibly fast. Oof.
So 20-minute halves, two 20-minute halves, and a great run there. Aaron Murphy obviously doesn't take that centre ball. Normally he likes to get that centre ball.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he lost. It doesn't happen often. Oof. There's some quick trading here.
Yeah.
They're exchanging that third ball a lot. I feel like Italy are going to want to take their chances on the counter.
Yeah.
So we'll just see if England's third ball attack is more effective than the Italians' counter.
Yeah, Braccoloni, the first Italian player hit out there.
Yep, they drew the first blood.
And it's so nice to see Adam Hill and Brett Koenig on the same squad. Probably two very dominant wingers. Ryan Neal takes that centre ball, single ball catch. But like I was saying, Adam Hill and Brett on the wings is going to be a very, very good wing partnership.
And I like that control there. The two ball attack, so effective. Christopherson and Brett playing together. Meteors, their sync on that two ball attack is deadly. Even if you've got a ball, it's a hard ask.
Yeah. Adam Hill, unfortunately, doesn't take that ball there. Koenig with the standing counter from backcourt.
He's setting that. He's going to put so much pressure on them. He's building that respect. Oof. Oh.
McElroy comes up aggressive, but they've now been left with no balls.
Ooh.
Gambi, the sole player left for Italy now.
Oh. And that's unfortunately an invalid for Brett.
Yeah,
that doesn't happen often.
That doesn't happen often. The ball obviously slips out of his hand.
Okay. And there's the fifth ball is out, is on the... So we'll be seeing what number 21 for Italy can come up with. Gambi. Oh, that's great honesty there by Gambi. It looked like a light touch, and he was honest and put his hand up. You love to see that in dodgeball.
So for people, maybe I can get some scores here and there, and if people ask for them, I can try and get them. The mixed cloth game against Great Britain versus Mexico, Great Britain won 30-4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see if... Okay, now they got the third ball. I think GB are going to be very happy with that. They know their three ball attack is working well.
Christopherson takes that centre ball. That's
Oh.
the one that's released, and Koenig is high up that court. Single
Yeah.
ball, a nice single ball.
You can't hesitate in front of Koenig. You got to decide what you want to do.
He'll read you better than you can read yourself.
Really. Let's see what they do. Good free throw block there by Murphy.
But some great covering from the GB side.
Yeah.
Certainly glued very well together.
And it's nice now. Brett and McElroy are rotating on that left wing.
Yeah.
Probably giving Brett a bit more of a breather, and it's back again. I wonder if that's a tactical decision. He's just there on the defense to put on pressure, and McElroy will take the 3-ball attack. You love to see that happen. The rebound hits.
Yeah, and it's worked so well. Maybe some people back home and some of the GB side were maybe a bit hesitant of what we were going to see from them. Were they going to work well together? I mean, we're 2 sets in, GB up 4-0, and they look like they've been playing dodgeball together for years.
It's incredible. And the pressure, the speed they're playing at, they're not giving Italy any breathing room.
Yeah. Any people watching from Europe, obviously the court is slightly longer.
Yeah.
The neutral zone slightly larger.
Yes. So, in order to fit together foam and cloth, the dodgeball court was the cloth dodgeball court was matched to foam. So it's now the size of a volleyball court, but the throwing distances are still the same. Lovely cross court from the middle, from the left by McElroy.
Yeah, very nice. Koenig looks to take that single ball from centre, but doesn't find it.
It's just Brett and Adam Hill on the wings is unfair. You can't. They keep on catching people walking up, and then they see the option. If you give them a little window, they're going to take it.
Yeah. And Fortini, the sole player left in for Italy there, but his is hit out on the 2-ball.
This is fast play.
And with 40 minutes, there's going to be some, I guess you could say, some bullying sort of score lines.
Yes.
Some sort of dominant score lines.
It'll be interesting to see when the Team GB will start rotating, and we'll see how Italy can react to this speed that GB are just putting on them. This pressure. I think what Italy should look to do is to try and slow down, not go up the court too much on the 2-ball counter, because they're just getting pipped by Koenig and Hill. And that was a 2-ball release on the ball by Italy, but blocked well by McElroy. Did you catch what happened there?
It was just a centre line infringement from the opening rush. It's very loud in this hall, and refs call in sort of that. Just use your whistle. I think that's probably going to be the easiest way.
Yeah, I think that'll give you that plan going forward. I was playing in the match before, and it's incredible, the ambience, but it's loud. It's hard to hear what's going on.
Yeah, Christopherson takes that centre ball catch, nice and easy for him.
Yeah.
A very confident catcher in the centre of the court.
He'll take those all day.
Fortini with that delayed ball, but they've got to be
the
back.
NI wing counter. They're not going to leave that. They're not going to miss that one. And look at this pressure.
And that's what will work so well with the GB. They've got those mini dynamics within the team.
Yes.
You know, they've got that Northern Ireland wing play. They've got that England play. That could have been a catch there. As long as that first ball that hits you is still live.
Yes.
You are still a live player, correct?
And that's something you need to adjust to now. If you're playing Europe, we're playing with a lot more foam rules. And it's fun. I really like the challenge. And it's going to be interesting what happens going forward with the EDBF.
Yeah.
How many EDF? How many of these rules we implement at home?
And I think we'll need to, especially if the European sort of championships turns into a qualifying sort of state for Worlds.
I mean, you want to win Worlds, right?
Oh, of course.
Oh.
Yeah, you can't be giving away that fourth ball there. Italy slightly sloppy from the back. GB now have to punish.
Oh, that was a great throw by number 11, Gotzi. Caught Murphy sleeping. You can see that Italy are adjusting to these standing counters by Brett.
Yeah.
He's not quite getting the hit rate as much as he was in the beginning of the match.
They've now got the 4 balls.
That was great blocking. Oh, that was well done by number 26 by Italy.
Yeah, Koenig with a slide back, but stops himself before that back line. If you touch that back line, that will be an out.
Yes.
Whereas foam, I believe you can stand on the line.
Oh.
Yeah. You can't. I'm told I was wrong.
Wow.
But that is Ryan Neal goes low. He takes the catch on his neck.
And that's not easy. When a player goes down on their knees, you want to aim at the shoulders because it will bounce. But he just absorbed that catch. That was incredible.
Koenig with that centre ball. Ryan Neal out on the wing. But Koenig releases the single ball and he gets the toe. Only throwing a single ball from the running counter, something that we don't see actually too often. Whether that's maybe a little bit of miscommunication from the Loud Hall or they're maybe not quite on the same page just yet.
Yeah, and that will develop over the course of the tournament. That was a great pump fake. They saw that he was eager to release the ball from Italy and just want to get that 4 balls to get that 3-ball attack on them.
And a great start for Team GB. Now up 10 set points to 0. A very dominant scoreline.
Yes.
Only 10 minutes played of the first half.
Only
30 minutes still to play.
And that's basically a whole cloth match back in Europe.
Anyway, exactly. Yeah.
So it's a timeout call by Italy. And it'll be interesting to see how Italy come out. I always would love to be a fly on the wall in these team talks. It's interesting to see how the leading team, how are they going to react to whatever, they've got to read what adjustments the losing team are going to make, and they need to predict and then make sure they're ready to counter that. So it's countering the counter that the other team is going to implement. But I think also this will be the opportunity for GB to fix those communication issues.
If you're trying to stop that momentum, it's going to be very hard stopping the momentum of GB because they can just change up their play style, they change up the players that they're using.
Yeah. You just don't know how. They might release 1 ball on the 3-ball attack, or they'll release 2 balls. And yeah, you just need to be able to read and be ready for everything. And there's been 1 substitution from Team GB. I believe that's Joe Brown on for Christopherson, so swapping a Meteor player for a Meteor player. Oof. So Italy, they knew they shouldn't have released that 4-4. We'll see how they... Oh. These 2-ball attacks are so deadly, and look at the pressure that they're putting up. McElroy on the wing, left wing. Great pre-throw by number 11, Italy.
Yeah, it takes out McElroy and he puts that ball down. If you're passing that ball back, that is going to cause a blue card. That blue card, you'll be missing that set and the set after. Joe Brown looks for the catch down low, but doesn't quite get it.
And it's currently even, which we haven't seen that often in the set so far, in player count. That was great block on the 2-ball attack by number 26, and he gets a great counter.
Yeah.
And Italy are leading now. We'll see how they can maintain this lead. Oh, great dodge by Neal.
Yeah, that favoured Ryan Neal dodge. You know, the dive down to the left.
Did he call it the salmon?
Yeah, I would probably go for something like that, but a good 2-ball hit.
Oh,
and a shot from Koenig back. Nearly picks up the ball. Presses forward, but
just like that, they've turned around the set. They've got 5 balls, and the player leads. That was 10 seconds, and they took back a 2-player lead. So there, they were trying to catch that rebound. I think they're trying to go for style points. Oh, that was unlucky by number 6, Buffo. That 3-ball release just forced him out of bounds. So that was really good by Italy. They came out of the timeout. The adjustments they made worked. It was very close. This is fun dodgeball.
Yeah, and GB will look to take every bit of momentum game by game. They've definitely come out here to win gold, as every team has.
Yep.
But you know, in these boys' minds, especially some of the England boys, where they didn't obviously take gold.
Great backtrack catch by Adam Hill.
Yeah.
It's so great, the anticipation that these elite players have.
Yeah.
They know what the opponent's going to do in reaction to what they've done. They know as soon as they release the ball, they're going to be exposed. So they've got to read and wait for that catch.
Single ball from...
So number 30 came from Italy, and he's playing on the right wing. That's a tough ask when you're not warm, coming on against the warm Brett Koenig. And that was a great clip by Ryan Neal.
Yeah. Has so much agility in his back pocket, that guy. You know, straight from a throw, he's leaping across the court, he's looking at taking that catch. There's so many things going through his brain at that point.
And just really good communication there again by Neal, letting the Team GB know the ball count so that they never lose control. You want at least 2 balls in cloth dodgeball. Great cross-court pre-throw by Adam Hill from that right wing onto their left wing. And now it's 2 hits, 3 hits in quick succession. What's working from Italy is that quick trading. GB were going for catches, but they weren't quite getting it. So that Italy were being more clinical on their throwing. It was tough. It was the right decision by Italy to go for a 2-ball release. But Neal just evaded it.
Single ball from...
Great trade.
And now a one-on-one.
So we got number 47 for Italy. He's been playing for a long time. Well played by Ryan. Just gets him on the free throw.
Yeah, really nice there. Reads into it very well.
Yeah. I must say this Italy adjustment after the timeout, the games have been tighter and tighter.
So, like you said, a good adjustment after that timeout. Maybe the sets haven't been as dominant, but Great Britain have taken those sets. Currently 14 set points up in this game. And like we've said, across a 40-minute game, some of these scored lines could be very, very deadly.
Yes. And Meester is on now as a double trade. Another thing to get used to for European players is that you're still alive even after you've been hit by a ball.
Yeah.
So it's really being aware.
Yeah. A good catch there. That ball that has popped up, Adam Hill has taken that, the deflection catch with the ball still live. Nick Mester comes back in, but Hill is hit out on that. The block doesn't quite get in the way, deflects down onto his leg.
And that was a great clip by number 1. He's got 2 hits in about the last 15 seconds. Bounce. That would have been 3 for 3 on his last 3 releases. And that was a bounce. Great honesty. It's lovely when you see players calling, helping out the referees and the other team.
Yeah. And that ball has to get rolled back there because what Nick Mester has done is he's taken Aaron Murphy's ball. So where Aaron Murphy's got out, the ball should have been placed down. Aaron Murphy's popped it back, then that ball gets rolled over.
And it's these small things that you need to learn going up through this tournament, and it'll get smoother and smoother as we go through the days. And now Steve is on for Adam Hill. We didn't get Stephen Dumbe. We didn't get to see him at Euros this year, but I'm excited to see what he comes out with now. Thank you.
So we'll go back to a bit of radio because the stream camera has cut out, so it's going to be a bit of radio explanations.
Okay. Back in the good old days.
Yeah. And Stephen Dumbe has now been subbed on.
And Ryan getting a good hit on the 3-ball release. Great counter by Brett on number 47.
Yeah.
They're being really quick and the pressure coming here. I think Brett calls it chaotic aggression. Really putting up pressure, being high up court and just putting pressure on Italy. And
the
that's
ball
a
has
great hit.
popped up. The ball has popped up, but I think it's gone so high they're not quite aware of where it's coming down.
And it's really hard to track. You don't want to be looking up into the air because at this level, the opposition, they can release the ball while you're watching. Currently, it's 5-2 to Team GB. 3 balls to Italy. It's quite comfortable for GB, and another free throw by Brett. So it's 5-6-1 now. I think there was a catch.
Yeah, Pirazzini there hit out from the cross-court sniper from Koenig.
The double 2-ball release by Brett, and he gets the secure on the final kill.
Yeah, he dollies that first ball up to sort of distract the player, fires home the second one.
Yes.
And it's actually the dolly ball that actually hits him on his back. So
it's the nice guy fakie that we call that in Sweden. So it's interesting now. This new tactic by Team GB, playing faster, playing more aggressive, has completely undone all the adjustments Italy made after their timeout.
Yeah. And with such large squad bases, sort of across the board, you can make that change. And Ndumbe fires that centre ball, opening rush ball. Already one player up in this set.
And it's a tough ask because Italy have blended in more of their newer players, and they're facing off against very experienced Team GB players that are playing so fast and aggressive. And Steve Ndumbe throws a catch on, gets caught by number 22 from Italy. So it's currently 5-6 to Italy. 5-5, a quick trade. 4 balls to Team GB. And a 2-ball release on Italy's ball carrier, and they get a hit. 2 balls to Team GB. 3 to Italy, down by 1 player for Italy. And are we back live on the stream?
I don't believe we have like the main camera.
Okay. We have the side camera.
We can put this camera on.
Are you sure?
So I can put that camera on. We will only see the Italian side.
Yeah.
But it's better than black screens, and the ball hops up.
It's easier for us as well. Oh, nearly goes for the little dive throw. Ah, you went for that catch there. Italy are even now, 2-2.
And there's only about 10 seconds left.
And I think Italy will be happy with a draw here. No. 2-2. And that's the first point for Italy in this World Champs.
So under the cloth sort of rule set, if the set ends after the 3 minutes with equal players, both teams will take 1 set point each.
Yes, and that's the difference between foam and cloth. In foam, you play until one of the teams is completely eliminated. In cloth, you have those 3-minute sets, and you can split a game 1-1. And that's now the half.
So with 20 minutes left, I think it's something that we can certainly talk about under the longer halves. It certainly makes it for an interesting game. There's certainly more time to make that comeback.
Definitely, and I think these 20-minute halves, that's another adoption from the foam game. And we see that the intensity between foam and cloth is different. So it's going to be interesting to see. The rotations are going to be really important in the cloth game, especially as you get deeper and deeper into the tournament.
So Italy obviously are missing. We'd like to say probably their main player, someone that we saw who was very aggressive at the Euros, and time after time, you know, in terms of how good he can be. Gazzelli, you know.
Absolutely, whenever you face Italy, he's the main threat that you have to take into consideration. And we'll see what the tactical decisions are now. As I said, playing these longer matches, this long 5-day tournament. If you'd like Team GB, you're expected to be playing for a gold medal match, keeping your players fresh, but keeping them warm and, you know, just making sure they're keeping themselves in the zone and that they're really going to be on fire for that final day. So it'll be interesting to see how Team GB handle those rotations with the depth that they have.
And we spoke a little bit about it earlier, and I'm sure it will get mentioned. Obviously, we have 5 days of dodgeball. If you've made it to the final, you won't be playing in your division anyway on the Saturday, which is the third place matches. But you could be playing still across, if you're in men's, you might be playing mixed.
Yes.
So you could be playing a potential 5 days of dodgeball. Ireland only have 10 men out here. So on day one, they don't have a break because they're playing men cloth, men's foam, mixed cloth, mixed foam.
And that's a big ask. Yeah, I would not want to be in any of their shoes right now. I love dodgeball, but
and it probably wasn't it's hard because you've got to get in that, you know, professional mindset. It's very hard when the first game you're playing is against USA. Maybe we've not obviously seen much from them, but we know how athletic they can be.
Yes.
Certainly put Ireland in their place. Obviously won that game in a dominant format.
And that's what's been really exciting, especially as a European team. You're so familiar with all the tactics, the players, the playing styles from the European teams, and seeing how these non-European teams are implementing cloth. It's been very different. We saw that against Australia. We had no prior knowledge of who the top key players were, what their playing styles were, how quick they could adapt, what tactics they were going to implement. And that's why I love this. It's going to be such a great tournament. The cultural exchange between playing styles, between ball types. For example, what can we pick up from foam, and what can foam pick up from cloth? It's going to be, I think, so good for the sport as a whole. Both building those bridges between the nations, between the ball types, but also for the development of both ball types in terms of the level and the playing styles. I think people will learn from both ball types. It's going to be fascinating to just see the evolution now, both over the course of this tournament, but also what are all the European teams going to bring back to Europe.
Indeed, the teams that will be making it to the finals will not just be the best dodgeballers tactically and physically, but also how quick can you read the team that you're playing. Because like you've said, it's so hard to judge when, you know, for them, it's them doing homework on us. We can't do homework on them because we haven't seen much of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's currently 5-5 Italy. And there's a rebound catch. The pre-throw by Brett on the right wing of Italy was blocked, and he took the rebound catch. So currently, Italy are leading 6-4. 2 balls to Italy. And now we've got a 3-ball attack coming. Steve from the 3-ball release down the middle. He releases his ball. And a 2-ball attack. Maybe Liam should have held on to that ball. Take that 4-ball attack, but we'll see. Great hit by Steve. And maybe you got that trust with the 3-ball attack on Team GB's side, that you are going to get those hits. You don't necessarily need those 4 balls. And it's currently 3-4. Italy are leading against Team GB, but they have all 5 balls. Yeah. You need your dodging shoes on, Italy. Oh, great hits. All 3 balls on number 22.
Yeah, take out Fortini's one of those big arms for the Italian side, and those 3 balls perfectly in place.
The sink as well, no chance.
Yeah, the camera is trying to be fixed to get that main court shot. For now, we only have the camera that focuses mainly on...
Oh, great 2-ball attack by Italy. Liam almost had it, but the rebound was too much for him to handle. And it's 4-ball attack. What a catch by Nick Mester.
Yeah.
Faces the 2-ball attack, ducks under one of them and takes the other one.
Yeah, very good catch from Nick Mester there. Nice and controlled, nice and calm. Oh, but Joe Brown is hit on his toe.
Beautiful throw by Nick, by number 30 from Italy. And it's 2-2, 3 balls to Team GB. It was a bounce first, number 30, so the ball was dead before it hit him. Italy up by 1, 3 balls.
And some high pressure from the Italians, but not high enough.
See, that was a great call by number 11. Mista, great hit. And that's a first set win for Italy.
Yeah.
Well done.
Nick Mester probably setting himself too early for that.
Yes. It's a fine balance. And that was a quick timeout call by Team GB. I think they're probably telling the players that they've rotated on to take it a bit easier, wait for the opportunities that come to them, and just let themselves get into the game, and then really take it from there. I think it's a tough ask when you're coming on as a sub. You're not going to be as warm as the opposition. You're not going to be as adapted to the speed, the playing styles. You have a little bit of an advantage. You can see the tendencies, but it's hard to get a feel for the game speed.
Ross McGuigan now on for the GB side. Yeah, it looks like he's pulled something not good for Koenig early on, only on day 1.
He is only playing one different destination.
So we've moved the camera to try and get a more central shot, Ben, just until that camera that gives the wide angle is being fixed. Yeah. So a single ball is caught there. Liam Ryder's single ball caught by Arasi from the Italian side. Single ball comes in from Ndumbe. And they are forced to play that ball from then. So now GB up. Yeah.
It's hard when you're that you've got one ball facing two counterers. You don't know where the ball's going to come from. Oh! Free throw. And that's brought the game back level Italy. 3 balls.
Yeah, Sam Ward caught out there.
Up by 1 and 2 balls. Let's see if they can control and slow down the game. Oh, Steve Underwood with the slow. Just go to the middle, take it from Tini. Who got that free throw and catch. Oh, people release into the middle, and they get that hit on the stop. Italy up by 1. 3 balls. Try and slow it down. He lost control of the ball. And blocking.
And that main camera is now back, so we have that wide shot.
Oh, that's a face shot on me. Come on, Steve. You don't want that.
That cross court that people have aimed for has come probably more in your direction than the players.
How long is left in this set?
Oh, great dodge by Steve. Manages to stay within the lines of the court.
A 1v3 to try and draw this set back. A single ball. And he goes for the first ball that comes his way. Doesn't quite get hold of it. Italy will want that quick reset. But you can have up to 30 seconds to reset yourself.
Yes. And I think with these longer matches, you might be wanting to maximise those 30 seconds.
Yeah. Some teams like to play that quick rush, but as the other team, you can take that full 30 seconds to take the set up.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Let's see if Italy can take that momentum into the next set. The games have become slower. The sets have become slower in the second half. Oh, great shot by number 47. And there's such quick trading here.
Yeah.
Really clinical by both teams. But Italy come out on top and they've got 4 balls. Great movement and dodging by Team GB. But still one hit on Ndumbe. Italy up by 2 with 1 ball.
What's the game plan, Ben? What are you looking for when you've got those 4 balls? Separate targets, one target?
It's very situational.
Yep.
I think if there's a priority player on the other team that you want to get out, then you will try and focus that player down. And also if you're up in player count or down in player count. So really, if you're down in player count, you might want to be more aggressive. If you're up in player count, you might aim for the ball carrier because they're the only threat on the other team. We'll see how Italy do this, and they're being aggressive, trying to close the game. And now Italy are up 4-1, 1 ball. Oh, beautiful. Somewhat risky.
Yeah.
But he finished, he executed.
Christopherson knows it's coming there as well. He set himself.
You would back him to take that, probably 5 out of 10 times. And it was the right decision to go for it.
So if you've only just joined us, you've already missed game 1. We're on game 2 of the first day of the World Dodgeball Championships here in Edmonton in Canada. You joined us at this first game, the second game, should I say, Great Britain against Italy in Cloth. 21-7 is the current scoreline.
And it was 19-1 at the half. So Italy have done a great job to claw themselves back into the game. I think Team GB have been rotating their players more. So it's been harder for them to get into the match. Nearly just got caught at the mid-court as well.
Ooh. Only the single ball. Balls collide. No player out.
And we see great honesty from Sam Ward. Just got clipped on that throw. And now that third ball is up. So Italy are keeping pressure on them, making sure, and that's excellent. That's what you want to do when that third ball is stranded high up. Put a high pressure on them, force them to make an awkward decision. Having a 2 balls versus 2 balls and a double hit.
Yeah.
The rebound, that's so important.
We saw it on the GB side where Sam Ward, the deflection, takes out Nick Mester, but we've seen it on the Italian side. Ball pops up.
And so the adaptation again in cloth now at Worlds. It's a catch and a save. So the player who was hit, if the ball is caught before it lands on the floor, they are still in. And it's going to be really interesting to see because it's very punishing now, that catch and save. It makes the catch even more important. Not only do you get a player back in, great trade by the Braccololi.
And Ryan Neal goes for the catch on the deflection there, but drops it, so he does force himself to the outbox 14. Last player left for Italy.
Clinical. That's what you want to do in that situation. You want to throw 2 balls through, even with the pre-throw coming.
Yeah. So with under 10 minutes now left in the game, what we're doing for every game across the whole tournament, we've got a Beercade player of the match. So we're nominating 2 players from both sides, and that will go up in the Twitch poll, and they can vote on that. That player is then interviewed at the end of the game. So it's a nice sort of...
That's lovely.
Yeah, a Beercade, obviously a sponsor of the tournament.
And now,
so any personal preference on any players for you?
I think it's been so fast. It's hard also when Team GB is rotating their players a lot, but definitely from Italy's side, number 22 Fortini, their number 11, I think it's Gambi. He's been number 11 Gozzi. He's been really good on the right wing. And of course, number 47, De Laurentiis. So it's hard, but we'll see how it comes now. Clinical 2-ball attack by Italy.
So I'd probably agree with you on 2 of those. I'd say Gozzi and Fortini will put down for the Italian side. I'd like to put Neely, Ryan Neal, down.
Always a great interview.
Yeah, and he's played most of this game. He's definitely been very consistent across this the whole game.
And that 2-ball attack.
Yeah.
It's so good. They have 1 threat left. They're 1 ball carrier, so they wanted to take out that ball carrier. They trust themselves with the 2-ball attack that they're going to get a hit. Unlucky with Gozzi there. Oh, great shot by Christopherson. And look how quickly they've turned around this game.
Yeah.
I think it was 5-2. And both Sam Ward and Christopherson have really pulled the game back. Taking control with their 3-ball attacks. Double catch. And that's a Sam Ward special.
Yeah.
Getting down on his knees, getting that catch.
Should we put down Christopherson as the other one?
Yes. Oh! Unfortunately, that was a great catch by number 47, but he was out of bounds when he secured the catch. And it's a 1v1 now.
Yeah, so that poll will now become live in the Twitch chat. So if you want to vote...
Great play by number 26.
Yeah.
Braccoloni. It's so important when you have that momentum up on the court. If you have 2 balls and the opposition doesn't have a ball, you want to release twice quickly to not give that player a chance to get a ball and have a counter or a block on you.
Yeah, a timeout is called with about 5 minutes left of the second half and of the game. Currently up 23-9 GB to Italy. So like we said, that Beercade player of the match is now live. You can vote for that in the Twitch chat.
And I wonder what's going to be going on in the team talks now. I think Neely's talking a lot, so I think for him it's going to be talking about control, trusting themselves, backing their arms, not getting too hectic, too tied in, because Italy are doing so well on the exchanges. They're coming out ahead. So I think England need to slow it. Great Britain need to slow down. Yeah.
That's right. You get one timeout per half.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is that? Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's correct.
It's been hard to keep track of all the rule changes, but I think as well with the 20-minute halves, it's good to be able to have an additional 60 seconds to just get a breather, get your head back in the game, make changes and adjustments. So we'll see if Team GB are slowing down now and just backing themselves to win on the slower game.
Yeah. Plenty more dodgeball to come across these 5 days of the World Championships here in Edmonton, here in Canada. 47 hit out there. Like you said, De Laurentiis, he's been a very aggressive player for Italy, but sometimes struggled to get out of the way of those single balls.
Yes. And I think that now we're seeing Team GB are playing slower, and a great catch by Gotzi.
Yeah. Ryan Neal's arm probably starting to tire out a little. Those 40-minute games certainly take their toll on a lot of players. But 5 balls.
And now that control slowing down. They've got 5, and they're only down by... Oh! Brilliant play by Gotzi. So they've got 4 balls now. I think they're going to try and be aggressive here. Yes! A double here on the person without a ball. And they're recycling that 4 balls so they can come for the attack again. Great movement by Sam Ward. It's so hard to pin down where he's going to move, and that's what you see from the next level of player. They really don't give you a read on where they're going to be moving. And see, Italy with their trading is what's really working.
Oh, and Braccoloni goes low. He goes for the catch. The ball is still live. Very unfortunate.
And see, Italy are winning these chaotic, hectic trading matches. So I think Team GB really need to slow down and back themselves on the 3-ball attacks and the counters. I mean, I can't fault Italy either, though. They're being really clinical. They're getting the exchanges. They're being aggressive when they're every so often just to shock Team GB. So they don't know if they're expecting a 2-ball release or a 1-ball release.
But they do get 30 seconds between each set to reset the balls up. So obviously Italy probably getting a little annoyed there that GB haven't put the effort in, but they can take their time. There's no rush on them. Ball pops up.
And that was a mistake by Braccoloni there. Oh, there's been a lot of catches there. And the difference, you see the muscle memory by players. When they're hit, they instinctively believe they're out. What's going to improve over the course of the tournament, they're going to realise they're still in and try and secure those catches.
Yeah. Gotzi actually takes a couple of those catches early on in the set. You know, his eyes up at every point. Those rebound balls that are popping up, he's making sure he's getting his hands to...
Great cross-court by Neely.
Yeah. And that's some great spatial sort of throwing. You're aiming for that target each time, and they've gone for the toes of Braccoloni. He's jumped high, and they've caught his toes on his way down. Some great throwing from GB.
And I think both Sam and Neil, they'll be calling the same thing. Going to control. They're going to back themselves to win on their 2-ball releases on the ball, and then wait for the right opportunity to go for a catch. They're not going to let the game phase them. Both very experienced players. Yeah. So they're going to let Italy come to them. Look for a counter or a catch here.
So at the end of this game, we will have the Beercade Player of the Match voted by Twitch chat. That will be Ryan Neal. So we'll have him here on the commentary desk for a little interview after the game. Played very well throughout this game. I'd probably agree on that Player of the Match.
Absolutely, and you can see how much it means for Team GB and just helping tie together. And look at that control, the communication, keeping pressure on Buffo and letting Sam just go for that cross court. It's hard when you're facing down against another player with the ball. You can't look left, otherwise Ryan Neal will punish you. And now Italy have been losing their heads here.
And they've played very smart dodgeball, GB. You know, they were down in this set by a fair few players. They played very smart, like you said, been aggressive.
And it's the control that's working for them. They know that they've got the quality. They know they're going to wait for the right opportunities.
Yeah.
And that's just really it. Like Niels, that's why he's one man of the match. He's just controlling, communicating, putting pressure, and letting his teammates do the work.
And that is a very good set for GB. Sam Ward has played very well in there.
Yeah.
You know, may not be arguably a starting player out here with a lot of talent from NI in England, but certainly proved himself in that set just there.
Absolutely, and I think it's going to be so big for him as well when he brings it back to Wales. All his learnings, he's the key player, starting player for Wales, and also Dodgeball's a very nice man. Like, I love playing with and against him. Very honest player, great sportsman, and a talented player at that as well.
Yeah, McGuigan probably is in two minds there, looks for the catch that's sort of in his gut area, then decides to dodge out the way.
And it's hard with Dodgeball. You need to be 100% committed to whatever decision you make. If you're not dead committed, if you say, "Oh, I'm going to go for a catch," no, I'm going to dodge, you're going to get hit, and vice versa.
This set is a 1 minute 30 set to end the game.
Oh, unlucky. That was the right read by Fortini. He just couldn't execute. He was, And I think with these longer courts, we're going to see more rebound catches.
Yeah.
Because there's more real estate for the ball to be within catchable distance that you don't have to jump out of court to catch them.
We were talking earlier, mainly that's the big difference between that foam and cloth ball.
Yeah.
The foam ball has a lot more give. The cloth ball obviously does bounce a lot, and like you said, with that larger court, there's a lot more space for it to be popped up.
But we saw that from when we were playing Australia in the previous match. Their awareness from the back line for these these more foam-heavy teams, they're so good. And good control by Neely there. He wants to wait for the three balls. Ah, cheeky.
A cheeky little underarm there. Finishes that out. Takes out Ross, and that is the final set of this game. GB take a very good victory, and it looked like it could have been a whitewash at the start of the game.
Absolutely.
GB obviously wanted to get fresh arms and fresh bodies on court, making sure everyone is fit for these 5 days and making sure they're all in form.
And they're just making the whole squad is getting ready and getting their heads in the game, getting learnings. You notice they were pairing. They always had 1 or 2 experienced players or left on the court just to make control and make sure that the team doesn't come in cold, basically.
Okay, so at the end of that game, obviously Beercade player of the match voted by you, the Twitch chat, goes to Ryan Neal. I'll go grab him.
Yes.
And I'll let you do the interview with him. Is that all right? Or
That sounds good. That sounds really good.
Yeah? Okay, no worries at all.
It's not a good one for you. Where is it here? Oh.
I'll leave you with that because I now have the phone.
Good luck. Ryan Neely, man of the match, Beer Cade. How do you feel about that?
It was a good game. We started really strong in the first half. Then we wanted to rotate and see what our options are. And, this is what we're going to have to, every team's going to have to do with the group stage. We're going to have to figure things out, learn as we go, little rule changes that kind of throw us off a bit. But yeah, for the most part, I'm very happy with that performance, and we'll just move on into the next game now.
What were your key takeaways? What did you feel you need to work on going forward now?
I'd say the key takeaways as a whole is really solidifying what each player has to bring to the court,
Yeah.
and understand our own limits. Like, don't get me wrong, we're all world-class players here. That's what we're here for. But like myself, I'm an all-rounder, so I know that I've got this, that, and the other to play for. Some people are just cannons, so make sure you stay in to make that hit. Don't go for anything silly or what you're not used to. And vice versa for the dodgers. If you're good at dodging, good at catching, make the right calls at the right time. As I say, many games to play over the 2 days. We're also playing different divisions, so we've got more minutes on the court to really figure things out, and we'll go from there.
I agree. And what were the adjustments you made in the second half once Italy started getting their way back into the game?
Yeah, it's credit to them. They, after that first half, we kind of batted them about a little bit. The credit to them, they upped the tempo. They came at us the second half. Initially, because we made rotations at the same time as that, it kind of shook our players a little bit.
Yeah.
But hey, we're going to get nervous. We're at the world stage. There's so many people watching this, not even on the live stream, but upstairs, around the courts. It's amazing to see. And it's so loud in here as well.
Yes.
Whenever we're trying to make calls and trying to talk to each other, it's like, what? What are you saying? So the players will settle into it. We'll only get better from here. And yeah, just look forward to the next games to come.
I'm looking forward to seeing you guys progress. Take care.
Thank you very much, Swiss. Love your eyes.
Cheers.
One sec.
We'll have to put one ear off so we can hear each other.
Ready?
We're live anytime.
All right. This is Terry Thrasher here with Kendall Stallman.
Thank you very much, Terry. All right, so we're going to see some women's clock being played right now. It's Team USA versus Team Ireland.
Well, this is our first look at both of these teams.
This is
here in Edmonton, 2022 World Dodgeball Federation Championships. This is our cloth division,
Yes.
women's side.
We are in the lovely Saville Center again.
And right away, we see the Americans with that early lead. They've got a lot of dodgeball experience. I know a lot of them are a little bit newer to cloth, but
Yes.
veterans of the game itself.
The cloth format is very interesting. It's very different from the foam, so it's been a learning curve for not only a lot of players, but a lot of the commentary as well. We are looking forward to bringing this to you. So right now that we're seeing USA, I think they have 4 balls on their side.
As they come up, they take out the middle. Team Ireland down to just 2 after losing Emma Spence. And they send one in blocked nicely by Chan.
Blocked by number 29 on the USA side, Joanna Chan. Looks like we have an injured player on the cloth side for Team USA.
Unfortunate. We also did see a nice catch. Ireland bringing back one more helper. Ooh, but losing one in the exchange. And yeah, we see the referees will tell people, leave that up to us to call. I think Megan Shine perhaps believing that was a 1-for-1. Looks like it was called that way.
Yeah,
yes,
so
make sure you check with those refs.
Yeah, so the refs, I think she said that was an exchange, that they both hit each other. You see Meeks now coming up to the line throwing, blocked by number 2 on the Irish side. That's Christy Lunn. She's the captain.
And now another catch, this time on the American side. Meeks coming in clutch. They get 2 toward Lunn, who returns fire.
Meeks going for that catch. Oh, and the ref calling.
Yeah, I think that was time on the first point.
Okay. So that's the first point for Team USA.
Well, that's a 1-1.
Yeah.
Time expired, 1 player per side.
Ah, okay. That's one of the things that's a bit of a learning curve. Is I forget that there's a point regardless, and it's a 3 minutes inside the sets that we're already seeing.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing adjustment to that from a lot of people who are very used to the phone game, getting used to this different pace and some of the different structure.
Yeah, and it's great to see a different format of dodgeball being played. Like this is the first year that we're also going to see both formats for the World Championship. So we're going to see a lot of winners and a lot of catching, just like we saw.
Absolutely. The longtime Team USA member, Nicole Chasen, there with a grab. And yes, I think, Nicole Chasen is an example of one of those players who's played for Team USA on the foam side in the past and is now adapting her game to cloth. I think, obviously, there's a lot of dodgeball.
Yeah.
The athleticism and a lot of what you've learned over the years comes up just fine. As we saw her making a great catch, now we see her from 15 minutes up to the line, takes in the throw. And it looks like we have a line violation.
Now Ireland's time They come up 3 strong. They look toward the middle. No hit there.
So Team USA now, they have 4 balls. There's only 5 balls in a foam game. They're sending one of those balls over, and then a block. Block and a hit, actually. So that player on Ireland is going to go out. But that's number 5 on the Irish team going for that catch and not quite making it, but she did a great job. Like, because when you get out, you have to put your ball right on the court and then walk off. So that the recovery by that Team Ireland player to rush up and grab that ball to try and get a hit, because she had no ball in hand, and Team USA was just staring her right down. Well done. Unfortunately, the Irish player was knocked out, but just overall, like, watching that play go down, very smart move on her end.
For sure, some great awareness. Mm-hmm. And yeah, one of those little things that's a bit different for the foam familiar players to adjust to. Mm-hmm. Off the rush, the American side having the extra ball. Nice coverage as they retreat. Ireland now up to the line. That one coming out from Lunn.
Catch by the American side there. That was number 4, Sisson. Sisson. Blocked by number 7 again. And that actually retrieves the ball for her as well. So that's for her team, actually. Managing to stay up in the neutral zone there. That worked really well.
Yeah, trying to keep control of that space that both teams can enter, but it is space that if you can give it to your team and take it away from the others. Ooh, nice shot. Coming close, but missing Megan Shine, who's been holding down that left wing for Ireland. And lets it go now. Wow, nice grab again by Jason.
Mm-hmm. I think we're definitely going to see a lot more catching on the foam side of the game compared to a lot more catching on the cloth side of the game compared to the foam side of the game.
I feel like that seems likely. Jason steps into a throw as well.
It's different how both teams, like the throwing mechanics comparatively as well. Like, it's really interesting to see how these balls are thrown, and I understand that because the balls are inflated versus just being filled with foam, there's a chance for a lot more injury as well.
Yep, the strain on your arm is different with these.
Mm-hmm.
We did see.
It's a whole new muscle group to learn to manipulate in order to throw these cloth balls. And I think both teams are doing really well at it. Obviously, Ireland has had a lot more experience with cloth compared to USA, but USA has been holding their own very well.
Yeah, certainly they've been able to make the early game work for them. Mm-hmm. Ireland hoping to win their first set here. The Americans taking a bit of extra time up in the line. It looks like they did manage to tag out Jenny McCartney. So Ireland now with a tough stretch in front of them, facing down 5 on the American side. Jason lets a preemptive shot go, does miss.
Mm-hmm. Running up to that neutral zone, going for those counters, very well done. Team USA talking it out right now.
All right, a shot to the corner from Chan. Sorry, Chan on the coverage on the retreat there.
Yeah. I am still utterly flabbergasted that Team USA number 3, Emily Farrell, is playing with an injured hand.
Yeah, it looks like it could be trouble, and it's obviously not her throwing arm, but...
Yeah, which is a good thing.
Wow, nice catch, Emma Spence. Again, bringing help back. But that was right as time expired.
Yeah, so the ref's going to call points for the USA team there because that was the end of it. So they won that match just by having more players on the court.
Yeah, so that is 4-1 advantage for Team USA so far.
All right, so we're seeing a little bit. So we're seeing a timeout being called by the American side now, or no, well, we saw a timeout being called. I'm not sure which team called it, but both teams are obviously going to take advantage. They're going to talk strategy. They're going to regroup. They're going to try and figure out what they need to do here. Both teams are playing very well overall. Like, this is a very interesting format, and it's really good to see kind of the matchup between a more experienced team versus one of the newer teams, and how that's been working up to their advantages / disadvantages throughout this game.
Yeah, obviously the Americans newer overall to cloth, but so much, like, I don't even know. It's probably like a couple decades of dodgeball experience on that side. I would say the biggest edge they appear to have so far is their throws have been connecting a bit better. And, some of that is just the athleticism they've been able to carry over.
All right,
Ireland, probably the team that called the timeout. I also didn't see who made that call, but it's often the team who feels like they want to slow things down, reclaim a bit of momentum. The teams will get set up for that opening rush one more time. As we see in one of those many little differences, there is that ball in the center that both teams can contest.
There's 5 balls compared to the foam, which is 6 balls. But we still have 6 players on the court. I think the way that the middle ball is contested is you have to run up to the line. You can go into the neutral zone for the other 2 balls, but you cannot go over that center line when you go for that middle ball. So we saw a bit of like the USA player were going for it, but Australia got it first, and they were trying to get it back, but no dice. So Ireland was going to start that one off with 3 balls.
Got a little bit of an extra edge early on in the set if you can claim it, obviously, get the initiative, but so far nobody lost.
It's number 12 on the American team, Chu, going out. So Ireland now still with their full line and 3 balls each. That was a block, but nope, turns out it was a hit. So number 28 on the American side, Sam Hutter, is going to be walking off the court. So America now with 3 balls. See, I think the refs in the cloth format are a lot tougher as well. Like, they definitely have to tell the coaches to get very passionate to just kind of back off and stay in your little box. Like, I made the call, you deal with it. It's a great windmill throw there by number 12 on the American side, Heidi Chu. Looks like the player on the American side there kind of fumbled that ball on the catch. So you see Ireland now with 3 balls.
And Ireland now with, I think this is their first really significant player advantage of the match. So
It's definitely the first one I've seen.
it did get whittled down a little there. Ooh, that return shot almost catching Hodge on the back pedal. And Ireland coming up a little defensively. They do lose another player as McCartney heads off.
So that hit on the Irish player there, number 18, that just walked off. McCartney. You can kind of see a perfect example of how you get hit, stops, puts the ball down, and walks right off.
Well, there is a great shot. The Irish player is managing to finally get Team USA down to 2. Hodge, who's been letting them fly. The Americans don't get anybody else before the end of that one. So
that's going to be a point for the Irish side.
So Ireland up to 3. The Americans still with 5 points. But pretty close match so far. Once again, it's 2022 World Dodgeball Federation Championships. The first time we've had cloth here under the WDBF Worlds banner. So a whole lot of extra dodgeball. We've also got co-ed divisions, which we've never seen at Worlds before. So a whole lot of new stuff to watch, even if you've watched an awful lot of Worlds in the past.
I mean, even if you watch Worlds in the past, it's always going to be different players, different teams, different dynamics. So it's ever changing, always evolving, always something new and different to watch.
For sure. We saw Ireland putting 2 balls on their target there. Of course, one of the classic ways to try and neutralize good catchers. Putting a pair onto them to make it that much more difficult to come down with 1. And some staggered shots from the Americans missing, and then they do lose Hodge as well. Megan Shine back to that corner position, managing to do some damage, and now Ireland still with 6. And that one maybe, looked like just taking out the player before it bounced.
2 players left now on the American side. Beautiful dodge by number 37 on the Irish team there.
So Ireland looking to actually close this one out cleanly. They're facing down only 1, and they do so. Ireland cleans up the court.
It's definitely something that you don't see too often in this play style, which is very interesting to see done. I really like how it's you have a sense of rushing, but then at the same time you don't necessarily have to rush as much because either way there's still a potential for you to get a point even if you don't take out all of their players, which is very interesting to see compared to the foam format where it feels very rushed a lot of the time. Like
we see, I would say in foam, we tend to see those rushes right before we know halftime or the end of the match is coming, and those are the only times you see a lot of rush. Sometimes the chaos breaks out, but nice shot onto Shine there. But certainly, overall, the cloth match, you've got that shorter amount of time to let go of at least 1 shot. You've got that neutral area. It does seem like there's often a lot quicker pace in the cloth game. Nice aggressive retrieval of the ball there from Sisong. And now retreating. Got a bit of that lull in the action that doesn't come up too often. It doesn't last too long in this game. Nice block again by Chan.
Absolutely very well done.
And Chan's the one to let it go, and they take another one away from the side by Hodge. The return shot, just missing. It's always tough when you've got that player sliding backwards on their backside. Just can't connect. You know they're right there. Preemptive shot toward Meeks does miss. All right, and now the Americans a bit more in the driver's seat at the moment. Coming out from the middle, all 3 balls let go those return shots, missing as well. Players coming close, but not quite.
Just overall, it's a very interesting game to watch. I just see a lot of smart plays made. Even just how the players hold the balls as well. Like, it's very interesting. So it just changes up like completely how you throw the ball, how you hold it. And with that cloth, and you're not allowed gloves or anything, obviously. It's a very hard to hold ball. Like, the cloth is slippery.
On the far side, we see Sexton hit out. Yeah, you had your first time trying to throw a cloth ball last night. You got to see that firsthand. It's certainly the foam balls you can dig your fingers into. The cloth ones, it's a little more complicated. You got to find a seam or get some grip on the sticker on the ball. Definitely an adjustment for people who are used to throwing something a little smaller that fits in the hand as well. But as we've seen, these players have been able to do just fine so far.
So we are seeing now 4 players left on the Irish side and 3 players left on Team USA. Looks like they're going for those corner shots there for the Team Ireland player, number 37. That's Katie Kincaid.
And I like what the Irish players are doing. They're taking those quick charge counters right after the Americans throw, trying to catch them on the back pedal. Oh, coming close on the catch was Victoria Milne, but not quite able to squeeze it.
So from what I understand, the Irish teams, they don't have as big of a rosters as some of the other teams that are playing this weekend. So I think Ireland is definitely leaning a lot on their strategy in order to not exhaust their players, which is very smart. We've got a long weekend ahead of us. This is only the second match of the day for Foam, or Clock. I'm going to be doing that a lot, getting those formats messed up.
And we just saw Jenny McCartney hung out a little bit to dry. She was just up high. She was countered immediately. I believe that was Chan who took the shot. And that's an interesting dimension again because the Irish thrower was right up onto the USA half of the court. But obviously in this style of game, you can have a player from the defensive side almost like lateral across from you, just ready to take that counter shot. That allowed the Americans to have that player edge and extend their lead to 7-5. I understand the idea, though, from the Irish player. They wanted to try and eliminate someone else from the American side just before time expired and get themselves that extra pair of points. But the Americans have 7-5 on the scoreboard.
All right, and they are off. America gets that middle ball again. America is aggressive with making sure they get that middle ball. Like, they go for it every time, and they've got a very quick player in the center there.
Yeah, they have lost control of it off the rush a couple times. Obviously, the Irish players do get there. Oh, and there's...
Yes.
Yeah, I think the call there was... That catch was made. I think there was a hit on the shoulder as well. But perhaps not. Certainly the ball there was juggled and eventually controlled by Sisson. We saw Elena Meeks hit out as well. Ireland, after all that, is down to just a couple of players. They're going to have to take some chances, I think, to try and score a point in this set.
Yeah, we've got right now, I think, Team Ireland 5 points. Team USA has 7 points right now. We're still in the first half of the match. See Team USA coming up again, blocked by Sexton. And that's going to be the end of that one. So that is going to be another point for the American side. That point is more players on the court.
And to your point earlier, I think the Irish players perhaps maybe could have tried to take a lot of chances to see if they could get a point on the board. But it is a long tournament, even though the number of matches isn't as high as some other tournaments. Mm-hmm. These are still 40 minutes where you don't get a lot of time to rest. The intensity is obviously very high. And so I think there are times that it's okay to take a little bit off and conserve your energy a little bit when that point was going to be pretty difficult to turn around.
Yes, absolutely. So we are seeing some of the, I believe, Great Britain players. They are on, I think they're helping out.
And we do have...
They're helping out right now. I think they're kind of going over some of the rules. They are on the Team USA side for helping. I guess they're doing a little bit of coaching. We do see that Great Britain on the back of their jersey right now. So one of the differences that I've noticed, well, not I've noticed, but one of the differences, obviously, between the two formats is we see with the 5 balls, like you kind of see it a certain way in foam where the teams have a say in how each of their 3 balls are set up. So they either do 2 balls together, 1 ball out, 2 balls together. We can see them splayed out like 1-1-1, right? All 3 together. With cloth, we don't really see that because you see the 5 balls are placed right along the side or the center line of that court there because they are missing that 1 ball. So you know which side the 2 balls, you're automatically going to get those. It's that 5th ball that definitely can change up how a set is going to be played, which is very interesting depending on which team is going to get that center ball.
It does give that, whichever team does get control of it, you got to think that they've got a little bit of an edge in the early tempo. They will be almost always throwing first, so it's a chance to start snowballing a bit of an advantage. I'd say the equivalent in the foam game is if a team is faster off the rush, getting one of those balls into the hands of a thrower and can take somebody out off the opening rush, that's the equivalent that we tend to see in the foam game. So just a few of the I was going to say subtle differences, but this one isn't actually that subtle.
Yeah.
Pretty clear what's happening. And over halftime, obviously, teams talking strategy a bit. both sides getting some coaching help, getting some weighing in from members of the, like you see some members of the Irish men's team as well talking to the women's side.
We definitely see a lot of, I think honestly just both sides, it's very like, you know, we're seeing a lot of just good job, like keep it up, like this is what you need to do, like maybe this time, like it's kind of understanding a lot of players too, because with these two formats, a lot of the teams have never played against each other. So with that, we're going to be seeing a little bit of change up in the strategy for the next half.
Yeah, we'll see. The positivity is always good to see. I always find it makes for a better experience as a player, coach, as a broadcaster.
You're okay. You're okay. Spit them out for a mic.
I'm having trouble hearing Terry.
You're gonna have to put
I'm deaf.
one ear off.
I can't hear him otherwise. I'm deaf.
You know, it's tough. It's tough if you have this ear off for me. It's obviously pretty tough. If you have this ear off, I don't know how you're going to be able to hear me generally.
Exactly. Like, and I'm already hard of hearing. Like, I'm hard of hearing. Like, I'm going deaf. So and Terry's like, you have such a low voice. It's really hard to hear you. So like, this side is kind of like the one I almost need. All right, and they are off.
Well, second half underway, still 9-5 in favor of the Americans, but it has been fairly close. Certainly, Irish side not out of it yet. They send two balls toward the corner. McCartney hanging on to guard the retreat. And they send two balls from the American side. Oh, the third ball, finally. They do take out McCartney, but they end up spending three to do it.
McCartney has been hard to hit this entire game. She's been putting up a struggle for the Americans. Ireland now sending two of those balls over.
But we see what several of those American players like to do, going low to their knees before the shots come in, looking to almost dare their opponents into a catchable ball. Susan checking with the refs. Looks like the call is a block.
Yeah. A lot of the difference I was just going to mention with that block is with cloth, you are allowed to block with your hands. It's anything up to the wrist. If the ball hits you while you're holding the ball and you block it, you are still in. Anything above that, no dice.
True. Oh, big shot.
Ireland going for the catch right now. That was number 7.
Big shot taking out Megan Shine again. And yes, to be clear, you can't just swat a ball away with your hands, but if you are blocking and the incoming ball does hit your fingers, the back of your hand, as you said, anything to the wrist, it will not be an out.
Yes,
and I
it
think
is considered safe.
certainly as a referee, that is easier to deal with than trying to call finger blocks and foam. Oh, big grab by Milne.
That was a catch as well by number 35 on the Irish team there. That was Victoria Malign, you said. Going for that corner now on the American player. That's number 4, Katie Ann Sisson.
Well, Meeks sliding to keep control of that ball before it rolls to the other side. Preemptive shot from the Irish player is blocked.
So Ireland now with 3 of the balls and 3 players. It's evenly USA 4 players.
Yeah, Spence, Shine, and Milne now backpedaling. They have 1 remaining to protect themselves as the American side comes up. Preemptive shot by Milne, bounces back to her side, but and a grab again.
Beautiful
Nice.
catch by number 35 there. That's going to bring number 2 back on, Christy Lunn, who's one of the captains for the Irish team.
All right, so if Ireland can hang on to this player edge. Oh, but a big shot there by Alana Meeks.
That one goes out. And that's going to be the end of that one, so it's going to be
So that's
another,
one apiece.
Yeah.
The
That's
shot
actually,
from Meeks did tie up the player count at the end.
But that is going to be another 3 points for the USA side with players on the court, I think. So Ireland did get a point there, but USA is now leading 10-6.
Yep. It was one each. One
Yeah.
each. Not bad.
Oh, it was 9. That's right.
Yeah.
I thought he was turning over more because they have to do the second board to flip from the 0 to the 1.
It's true.
That was just me with a lack of coffee this morning.
Well, during your next break, we'll make sure you have the chance to
Yes, please.
caffeinate.
I think we have a food truck outside that has coffee, so that's the first place I'm going.
All right, Team USA sporting a different color scheme than we've seen from them in previous World Championships.
It's a very subtle red and blue, and the numbers are in white. So, it's still very USA themed, but the colors are a little bit different. Like, it's not very, you can tell it's the flag compared to a lot of the other teams where you can tell. I think the only other difference we've noticed is Team Italy. Their jerseys are all blue compared to their flag. I know that really adds a lot of color to the color commentary portion of this, but it's very interesting to just kind of see the different teams' jerseys. Ireland, a strong outing with their jerseys, though, very similar to like football jerseys.
And the classic green, of course, for the Emerald Isle. But they are down in players right now. The Americans have been connecting on so many throws.
So it's just Sexton left on the side.
Once again, Team USA to the line. Sison, I think, making the play call for her side. They send 2 toward Shine, retaliating, going toward the middle. Nice bit of a screenshot, bringing the Americans down to 3. So Ireland trying to claw this one back. Team USA to the line. Nice block. And 2 shots. 1 casualty. The Americans down to 2. The Irish side doing a great job of bringing this one back. And those 2 balls, 1 blocked, 1 cleared. Oh, no, it looks like they're saying 1 did.
Yeah, they are calling that one a hit. I couldn't tell either, so obviously that's a defer to the ref kind of situation, but that is going to be 1 player left on the Irish side, and that's going to be a hit for them, so that point is going to go to the American side.
And we saw that good aggressiveness out of Meeks and Sison just closing out the point when they knew the player was going to have to backpedal. Just very good decisiveness from the American players.
So that's going to be 2 now, because timeout now for Ireland. So Ireland, USA now 12 points. So they had 10. They got 2 extra points after that one. Now, I'm not 100% on this one, but I'm assuming it's because they eliminated a player and they still had players left on the court. So they get the point for the elimination as well as having players on the court.
Yeah, it's basically any time that we see, obviously if the time ends for the set and both teams have the same amount of players, they will each get 1. But if a team wins by either eliminating all the players or having more players remaining, they will get 2 points.
Okay, so that's how it went from 10 to 12 then.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know for us home players where everything's just 1 point per set.
Yes.
It is a bit of an adjustment, but I actually kind of like the way it adds some nuance to the scoring. The way that you can force ties in the points to keep it at a 1-1 pace, but if you can pull ahead with those 2 O's, obviously those pile up quickly. We have seen a few lopsided scores already in this tournament, as well as in Euros in the past. And we got one stray ball from a far court popping over here, but we will get underway here in just a moment. And again, off the rush, it is the Americans. Basically, Ireland just deferring that third ball to the Americans this time. And nobody hit out to start. All right, so Americans now with 4. They look toward the ball handler on the Irish side, trying to maybe suppress the counters.
Okay, so
Ireland holding 3. Coming up, they look kind of toward that left side.
Team USA now 4 balls, 5 players.
Oh, good couple of strong shots, finding their mark again. Milne, who's made a couple of good grabs so far.
I think because we're in the second half now, teams are going to be here doing a lot of more controlled throwing, I want to say. Like a lot more strategic.
To the line. They do finally get there out of the corner. Nice shot by the Irish throwers. And that one, looking for the team catch, but unfortunately it's a double instead. Tough break. Ireland down to 2 players. They just send one return shot. Chan coming close, but not quite this time.
Beautiful throw by number 18 McCartney on the Irish side.
And now that shot aggressive. Oh, okay. Bit of a bobble catch there, but both look pretty casual. And closed out. On the American side again, they will go up 14-6.
See them replacing the balls on line right now. So we're coming up shortly towards another match. I'm not sure what's going to be on the court next, but stay tuned. We are going to see some more great clock action here at the 2022 Dodgeball World Championships.
Well, so far, so good. Again, Ireland giving up that middle ball. Maybe the Americans just getting there fast enough that the Irish side electing not to contest. And that shot, the return shot does end up connecting, so Ireland gets that early player advantage, trying to get control of this ball. Some good counter threats placed by the American side.
Now that's something I haven't seen yet in this competition with Sexton right now. She was pump faking a lot. Like, that's really hard to do with those balls.
Oh, and a falling grab as well.
Yes.
Yeah, so holding down the pressure with the pump fakes and additionally making some clutch catches on the back pedal. And nice aggressiveness again. Ooh. Right,
Looks like the player on the US side take her on the foot, but then her player comes in and just, bam, gets her on the counter.
It can be very close in that middle zone. Team Ireland still with 3 facing down 4 from the Americans. And that return shot. Okay, we've got a 1-for-1.
Yeah, 1-for-1 exchange right there. 3 players left now for Team USA. 2 players left now. Team Ireland.
Team USA trying to extend this lead. Plus minus does matter in the standings, so even if they feel fairly comfortable on the match result, I don't think we're going to see them let up. Ireland to the line, and again, we do see Amy Webb hit out.
What's that? You can turn yours down and still talk.
Team USA trying to finish off the one player. We see Emma Spence take a shot, backpedaling now, looking for a catch perhaps, and she finds it. Staying in bounds as well.
That's absolutely well done. That's going to give 3 balls now to the Irish side. We've got 1 player left for Team USA.
Okay, up to the attack line. Blocked nicely. And that one coming fairly close. Nice low shot.
Still 2 balls left for the American side. I think she was going to go for a catch there, but not quite. Coming up a little short on that throw. That was a great retreat by number 7.
That Chan knows a catch would be a great way to swing this around. But trying to come in with those shots, just block nicely. And that is time though. So Ireland gets its first clean point in a little bit. They're still only down by 4.
Yeah, I think the way that the scoring is done in this game compared to the other teams, like again compared to the foam side, not teams, but we're going to see a lot higher scores in cloth compared to foam this weekend.
It is a huge difference. You will almost definitely be able to tell which format it was just by looking at the scores.
You can see that there is a Italy versus Mexico game going on in the court, just past the one that's on the stream right now, and one team already has 21 points.
Wow, yep. And again, Team USA getting 3 off the rush. They go to attack, and Ireland returning. All right, the shot's coming low but missing. So we still got 6 aside. Both teams coming close. Americans coming up, and again missing toward that left side. Lunn with a block, and getting caught though. Unfortunate. She's saying that was too high. She knows she wanted to get that ball lower.
It was well done on that side by Team USA.
McCartney. Yeah. It's right in our faces. It's hard not to.
I know. And you see the name McCartney, and you're just like, heck yeah, I want to say that.
Ireland talking things over again. They go to that left side. Return shot missing.
Ireland seems to really be focusing on that corner on the side there. They're really just going for number 28 nonstop. And
yeah, a lot of attention being paid there. I'm always curious if that's a choice based on the player or the position. You know, is that something you want to take out somebody specific that you're worried about, or is it more you focus on like maybe where your strongest arms are lined up across?
Ireland now with 4 balls. Looks like they were going for a couple players there. It looks like they got a double shot. So Team USA now down to 4.
Spence hit out though for Ireland as well. And nice preemptive shot, forcing a 1-for-1.
5 minutes now left in that second half. So we're going to see the game ending very shortly. Blocked by Team Ireland. Number 93 on Team Ireland getting down nice and low. Great throw by McCartney there. Big overhand, just whipping it right out.
That's very confident, powerful throwing motions in this match for sure.
Yeah, because the way the ball is thrown, you have to make sure that you know you're getting the shot that you're getting, just like McCartney did when she took out that player on Team USA.
Yeah, that was a beautiful cross court by McCartney. I think just catching her target totally off guard. And she is returned on some good accurate shots there, finding the feet.
Yeah, they threw that one right back at her the same way she got that player out. So it's just going to be number 93 on the Irish team left, which is Amy Webb.
Oh yeah, that was going to be a tough position.
Yeah.
When you don't have a ball in hand and you need to get one, and there's somebody staring you down from about 6 or 8 feet away, that was Amy Webb's life. Just
Yeah, and even with a smile on her face, like, just do it. Why not? Let's see what happens. Either I catch you, either I don't. But it's interesting to see when people don't have like a scary game face compared to just kind of having like a smile. It kind of adds that psychological game.
Yeah, that can be worrisome too when somebody's just grinning at you and you're like, but I have you dead to rights, don't I?
Yeah, like I'm trying to throw balls at you. Why are you smiling at me? This is unsettling.
One of the other small things that comes up in cloth, and I'm curious if we'll see it change at all, but nobody is ever holding 2 balls, or if they are, not for very long, whereas obviously we do see that in foam pretty often, probably partly just because it is easier to hang on to them.
Mm-hmm.
And to the line again, Ireland throwing 2 toward that left corner, currently occupied by Sexton. And again, a nice clean catch by Milne.
Yeah, that was beautifully done. Great block as well by the player on the Irish team. No, they're calling that one a hit, actually. But it does going to get that third ball over for the Irish side. And, oh, that's a double. Oh.
That is a tough break.
Yeah. Some of those hits are very hard to tell.
Unfortunate that it comes after Milne made another just good squared up catch. But those are the breaks sometimes. Team USA undaunted, keeping that pressure up, keeping those good accurate throws coming in. Right, Ireland does manage to take out, I think that's Jason heading off to the side.
Yeah, they were gunning for her. 2 balls straight at her.
And McCartney does get tagged, has to drop her ball on the American side as well. Now to the attack line. One of those sailing a little bit. Team USA getting several in hand, coming up to the line. 4 strong. All right. They do get one catch, Sexton out, and they do lose Milne.
So it looks like we have a revival of a player. I'm not sure if that 100% was a catch there. Oh, and we lost the ball in the stands. That's why there was a bit of pause in the play. But they're again going for those corners. The injured player on the U.S. side, like, it's not stopping her at all. She is fierce. Ooh, right in the face on number 2. That's Kirsty Lund. So just 37 now. Katie Kincaid left for Team Ireland.
Still a smile, even though she was hit. Always nice to see.
It's great to see. Like,
and all right, that shot finishing things out for the Americans. Take out Kincaid, clean off the court, and get themselves an extra 2 points.
I know it does sound really cheesy to say, but I will admit it. Like, just to every player who has made it out and made it onto the world stage, they're all a winner already.
Yeah, so far. I mean, it's only the first match for a lot of teams playing right now, but they're glad to be here.
Absolutely. I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to be back here with you, Terry.
Oh, how nice. That's true. We were here for the Canadian National Championships just about 2 months ago.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful city, beautiful venue, and I'm glad that we can repeat its success, and this time with all of these international players.
Again, off the rush. Team USA so quick, and a big shot right away.
That was a beautiful shot by number 7. That was Sexton on Team USA. That lot of power on that throw. Very determined. I think they know that the match is starting to end soon, so they're playing a little bit more fast-paced right now.
I think some of the American throwers have that more intimidating face that you mentioned. When they're winding up, they're on the charge. You know they mean business. All right, the call being made by Sexton. And Shots taken from both sides. Meeks with the little chest pass attempt. Is hit out though. At that close range, sometimes those chest passes can work out pretty well. You can pop them away from you in a hurry. Would not recommend it at a target more than about 12 feet away. That high shot shaken off nicely by Megan Shine.
Great attitudes on the Irish side, just overall. Like, hey, you know what? Good job. Like, giving her a thumbs up as she's walking off. Like, just overall, really great to see that sportsmanship.
Yeah, I couldn't hear it, but I'm pretty sure, the thrower was just saying, "Oh, sorry." All right, and the catch made. Ireland still in this point. There is a call from the referees. All right, looks like they were saying Spence off. I'm not sure what the call was there. But the referee was very decisive about it, so
Yes.
They definitely saw something pretty clearly.
So I think that that's going to be the game right there, actually.
Yeah, so that will do it. The Americans do take this one 18-8. We go to the handshake line. And we are going to get an interview with the, as voted on by Twitch chat, player of the game. We will be looking to hand things over shortly with Victoria Milne.
And coming up next on the cloth stream, we're going to have Italy versus Mexico for co-ed cloth. Terry is going to be continuing on, giving you commentary, and he's going to be joined by another one of our team members. I will be over at the foam side, so thank you very much for having me in cloth, and we'll get you that Beercade player of the match very shortly. Beercade being one of the sponsors for this event, great venue in the downtown Edmonton area.
And as well, just a quick shout out to some of our sponsors, Quality Fast Foods, who is sponsoring us once again, and the FKA Communications Agency. Many thanks to the many sponsors making this possible. We appreciate all of you.
I believe we also have another sponsor is Edmonton Transit. They are providing shuttle buses from the partner hotels to and from this venue, which is once again the Saville Center in University Alberta campus. So thank you to Edmonton Transit for getting everyone out here. Okay.
And it's Milne?
Milne, yeah. Where am I looking? This one? Okay.
Are we good? All right. Hi, everybody. We just finished Ireland versus USA in women's cloth. I'm here with Vicky Milne.
Yep.
And it's your first time on the WDBF World Stage. And this is your first game of the day?
Yeah. So our mixed team had played USA before, but this is my first win on. It's good fun.
Amazing. And how was you guys started out with a really strong lead. It was back to back. And then I feel like halfway through it got a little unbalanced, but how did you guys adjust your strategy after that first half?
I think initially we went in with quite a single game, and then actually we realized we were making more hits with our two ball calls, so we did that a lot more in the first half toward the second half of it. Toward the end of it, I don't know, I think we're just getting tired, like it's long 20-minute halves now.
Yeah.
We're not quite used to these, so yeah, I think it was getting a little messy at the end, but we all were really happy with how we played.
No, it was amazing. It was a really fun game. The U.S., I mean, I think this is their first as a women's team match against another country in cloth. Which team were you most excited to play against here coming into? Which teams?
I mean, I was really excited for US because, so we played Euros a couple of months ago, so we've seen a lot of the teams there, but I really am enjoying playing the ones that we haven't seen before and we don't really know what they're like.
That's my favorite part of this too, is just seeing those people you don't get to
so good.
actually see. All right, you've got another match coming up, so I won't keep you too long, but what's the next one?
So the next one is mixed foam against New Zealand. So yeah, we're slipping straight back into that.
You're doing foam and cloth.
Yeah.
How is that on your body? How do you plan for that?
I mean, it's an interesting one when the scheduling puts it literally one after the other.
Yeah.
I think initially we entered because we wanted to experience both, and I'm English, so I play in the England leagues, and there's a little bit more foam over there.
All right.
So I've sort of played bits, but it's going to be an interesting one. But it
That-
should be a lot of fun.
I think I need to check back in with you later, and we're going to get you on Instagram because I really want to get more into detail when you have more time about the difference between, especially after your first day.
Yeah,
So
sure.
I'm going to look for you later. Everyone else at home, check us out on Instagram. Make sure you're liking the World Dodgeball Federation on Instagram. Also, Irish Dodge on Instagram. And we'll get some interviews up, and we'll get you more content. But you go play and have a great time.
Thank you.
Great game. All right. Coming up next, who do we have coming up next? Italy versus Mexico, co-ed cloth. It looks like Italy versus Mexico. I could be wrong. I often just kind of talk, and these guys correct me. No one's saying no yet, so stay tuned, and we'll be back.
All right, welcome back to the World Dodgeball Federation Championships 2022 here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And this is Terry Thrasher here with Bill Fisher.
Glad to be here. This is my first cloth match I'm commentating. What about you?
This is my second after literally the last one on this court. Yep, a little bit of a different style for both of us. I'm sure you'll hear that from a few of us foam familiar folks. But
mixed match?
It is. I have not seen any world's level mixed play ever until today.
Until now. Yeah, we went from 2 divisions last World up to 6 this year. So times are changing here in Edmonton.
It feels like the last World Championships was a long time ago in more ways than one. I mean, obviously, the worldwide disruption that was COVID has meant that it's been 3 years. So lots of time for things to change, including formats, divisions, and the rosters of the teams sometimes. Obviously, some familiar faces here, but some some new blood.
So, you know, I'm a foam player, primarily, right? First time over here on the cloth court, still getting my feet wet. Teams can get their ball in their and middle one is the only one up for grabs, right, here off the rush?
Yep, the middle ball will be contested by both sides. You can't cross that center line when fighting for it either, so you have to kind of scoop it back or hook it back to your team somehow.
Have either of these teams played so far today?
That I am not sure. Could probably find out. We got the schedules handy, even if we don't have the info right top of mind, but...
Looks like we'll be starting here any second.
I think we just heard the referee say they're waiting on some lineup information. Oh, line refs. Hey, that makes more sense. Yeah, for anyone who hasn't ref before, I mean, there's a reason that you have 2 referees at the center lines, but it is so much easier to keep track of what happens at those back lines if you have dedicated officials for it.
Oh,
plus, extra set eyes just to make calls, to help resolve the understanding of what happens in some of those flurries of activity.
Sometimes you just can't believe your own eyes, right? To have that second person go like, yeah, that really did just happen.
And very abruptly and without a whistle, we are off.
Yeah, it'll even contest that middle ball in the start. Okay, 2-for-1 trade there. Overall, back and forth. Italy approach, getting through. That is Macalini?
Right. Very, very quickly, the Italian side just down to their 3 female players.
Move down to very good. Gets around with the counter. That's always rough, right? Like not getting the that close encounter out.
Yeah, I always feel ridiculous when I miss from about 5 feet away or 10 feet away. So
I can hit you from 30 all day long, but 5 feet, that's not possible.
Good, strong blocking right away from Campo as Italy's hoping to close this point out.
Good shot, great charge. Taking advantage of the fact that there was no ball to counter her. She could just take all the space that she wanted.
Wow, nice catch.
Catch to end it.
All right, and that means the Italian squad is going to go up 2-0.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, 2 points for a win in cloth. 1 point for each team at a tie at the set, right?
Yeah, if the 3 minutes ends and each team has a matching number of people, then it will be a point for each. And, ooh, big shot right away. Italy trying to protect that ball as it comes back.
Gozy staying light on his feet and play calling from the corner. And they get the out of bounds. Number 18.
Yeah.
Pelez.
Yeah, I think while scrambling, sometimes hard to stay in bounds. And yeah, Mexico down to just a couple of players. Italy in charge right now.
This Italian side is looking real fierce with this this cloth ball.
Yeah, they've been in the underdog role at times in the foam game, but they seem very confident right now in cloth.
Yeah, they are just looking right on top of it. 4 points already. The Italian squad.
Strong start from Italy. Obviously, Mexico going to be looking to grab some of that momentum back for themselves.
Does he know how to use the tablet? Does he know how to use the tablet?
All right. All right, and off the rush, that middle ball won by Mexico, a little bit quicker.
Yeah, Italy will contest. Gozy again with the snipe.
Yeah, there are a lot more moments, I feel, where people get sort of almost trapped in the neutral zone. Like, obviously, in both formats, you will see people charging each other, trying to catch them on the retreat. But it just seems like you can end up in a vulnerable place very easily if you're not playing attention with that neutral zone.
And Gozy is hitting all of his spots. Beautiful toe shot coming out there, keeping the pressure. And another counter into the commentating booth. And a double out on Terry.
I shrugged out of the way. I'm fine.
He'll catch the next one.
All right, nice clean shot.
Beccoloni. Great job with the counter and staying alive off of it.
And we have the loss of balance, clinching that point for Italy. So 6-0. All right, so Team Mexico is going to have to dig a little deep, see if they can get themselves at least 1 point.
Yeah, the Mexico side is definitely a lot of foam down in like Mexico City and Veracruz. So definitely a new ball type for Mexico coming into this event.
I think we've seen good athleticism from their side, but adjusting to, the cloth balls, the style of play can definitely be a big challenge for a lot of foam players. And vice versa, of course.
Yeah.
All right, we see one lost.
Right, like you got to start somewhere.
Yeah. All right, referee's doing the right thing, clearing some random debris off the court. Safety first. And Italy to the line. They go toward the middle. Woo! Nice shots.
That double team, both right in the pocket. And do you know if the rule was changed? If two balls in the air hit from the same team, are they dead? I know that used to be the rule. And I think that might have changed so that they're alive now.
That's a good point. I believe when I read the rules, they're still, if they're thrown by the same team, they would still be live balls. But I could be wrong. We can dig through the rules during a break in the action to make sure. Gotzi does take, well, everybody takes the shot there. Just making sure, I guess.
Got to secure that 8th point.
Well, we saw number 11 out there, Alessandro Gozzi, doing a lot of damage for his side. Good confident throws, holding down that left corner. Off the rush. Again, Mexico very quick to that ball, and they do get one hit. Mexico lost one as well. Okay, referees are stopping play a little bit.
Good.
May have
Call. What did I miss?
I think the talk might be about whether the balls that were pitched back had actually been brought behind the clear line entirely. You do have to have your feet behind the clear line here. And given that Italy still has 6 players on, I think that was the call. That ball was not fully cleared from the Mexico side before it was thrown. So no eliminations resulting from that.
Lamby with the pump fake. Goes he isn't faking.
Has the volume, is your volume turned down on your
And the referee is talking once more. Okay, they are calling in the line refs here.
That was. Did someone get hit or was it a block?
Yeah, it looks like we're trying to read the body language, but I think that looks like what they're talking about. And things being relayed over to the Mexican side right now. And yeah, I think they do have one more player exiting, so.
Okay.
All right, back at it. Italy, of course, right up to the line, going hard toward that left corner.
I think Gonzalez doing a great job of just getting away from that. Coming back and charging. Still.
All right, those shots to the middle missing. Gozzi does take out his target.
Oh. By that one. Was not expected to turn around and see 3 Italians.
All right, they close it out again. Italy looking real strong so far in this match.
That'll be 10 points to this Italian side. Okay, getting started here with our 6th set. Ooh, just over the shoulder. Now, I don't fully know if headshots are legal in the cross side. I know it is for sure in foam, but the apology coming out regardless from Gamby toward the Mexican side. Not intending to. Oops. Gonzalez getting over it.
Got some enthusiastic fans from both sides in the building. Some Mexico fans trying to make sure that their side stays energetic.
Yeah, Mexico's got a giant squad. I just noticed how big of a crowd they have just sitting on that sideline watching them.
Right.
Gamby getting over it.
And I like the move a lot. Just waiting for your target to commit to that jump, and then as they land, just taking the shot. Good, strong, experienced play by Buffo.
Down to 3 on the Mexican side. Goes to the double team. Gamby can't connect, but Benelli does.
Gonzalez couldn't evade everything there.
Couldn't come up with that catch, but wanted it. You never fault a player for going in a catch in that situation, right?
I think that's exactly the right choice. Shot blocked low. Nice decisive block toward the ground.
Patience from the Italian side here. Rossi. And there it goes. No. They'll show restraint again.
Yep. I like it. Oh, and they get the ooh. So she was out when that ball got knocked out of her hand, and then took another one shot high and one shot low right after that too.
It's always a little unsettling, right? You get that first out, you know you're out, and you look up and that follow through is coming, right? Just a guarantee that you do indeed get out.
Well, especially, I mean, if you're the thrower and you've already committed to your windup, like sometimes, especially if you're letting go right as the player gets eliminated, like you don't always know that that's what's going to happen. So,
right, we've all been bit on the other side of being a little bit too generous.
Yeah.
Right? And you're at Worlds, like.
Yeah.
If anyone came here not expecting to get hit by a ball.
Yeah, that would be a weird expectation. Italy was actually the team that I believe called this time out, just taking a chance to take a bit of a breather. They are up 12-0.
Yeah, sometimes, right, you I feel like you get those matches where you're feeling pretty dominant, and you might start getting loose with like the way you play. And so sometimes you might want to take that time out just to say like, hey, let's not get too aggressive. Let's pull this back, right? Like we're getting a little too much like pickup right now, and like, exposing ourselves, because you don't want to go into that next match with some bad habits if it's a closer one, right?
Yeah, I think that's one of the things. If you're a coach or you're a leader on a team, you want to make sure you're keeping an eye for. Like, just because you're winning, the plus minus, the morale, the habits you build early on in the tournament, like they're going to matter later on. If you want to make a deep run, you want to make sure that you're still playing smart, still respecting opponents, and still like developing your game, because there will be evolutions, I'm sure, for some of these teams over the course of the tournament. So,
yeah, right. Like, talk about a deep tournament, right? Like, most deep tournaments back home are like 2 days.
Yeah.
Right? And we're talking about 5 here. Like, you want to make Sunday, you got a lot of rest and recovery and adjustments to make over the next couple of days.
and the matches are generally about 40 minutes of like clock time too. So even though sometimes it doesn't look like there are that many matches, when you figure that they're 40 minutes and that they are usually quite intense, it can take a lot out of you mentally, and your physical conditioning will get tested as well.
Yeah, you think about the caliber of talent here, right? Like, you have to leave it all on the court as much as you can, just to get every inch you can.
Oh, Mexico bobbling one of those balls and losing it back to the Italian side.
Fantastic work. Getting set, getting back across that check line, and getting aggressive immediately. Bucco blocks, and the left side of Italy takes the shot. Down to 3 on the Mexican side.
Right, there's that restraint the Italian corners are showing again. I do think the biggest difference here has just been how well the Italian side is hitting on their shots.
Oh yeah, they look seasoned, right? Like,
and coordinated too. Definitely coordinated.
Oh, absolutely. Right, like even knowing when each other's gonna like show restraint, right, and like when that shot is gonna come in, and even that cross court, right? Like Gamby knew to hold there.
Referees talking once more. Got some of the women from Team USA acting as line refs right now.
Got to get all the eyes we can, right?
It takes a village to make these events happen. Pretty much the population of a village, actually. There are a lot of people here.
I think there's, what, 700 players was the count?
It's around there, yeah. It's quite a few. Biggest event that I have ever seen by player count, I think.
Right, 12 per team, and a lot of people. And I've only seen 2 of the 4 sections. Like over yonder, who knows what's going on?
Yeah. We do have some other. There's a co-ed cloth match happening as well on the court just beyond this. I think that's Austria versus Canada. And from what I can see, Austria has a dominating lead. I think 24-0 right now in that one.
Oh. And that's over Canada?
Yep.
Ooh. Yeah, Austria is one of the top teams out of Europe, right? Always kind of been in contention for that championship over there, as far as I've heard.
Exactly. One of the powerhouses in European cloth dodgeball, so showing it as well on this world stage against more international competition.
Especially to beat a team like, Canada so dominantly, right? That's come to, Worlds and foam and been so dominant. To come with your ball of choice and see like, no, there is this gap, right? Like,
yeah, I think that's just it. There has obviously been a cloth scene and cloth national teams in Canada, but I think that they haven't been able to play against those top flight opponents often enough to really maybe close the gap the same way. Like obviously, if European teams are playing against each other in a format often, and they've got that like crucible of making each other better, and then the Canadian and the American sides and some of the other countries that they have a presence, but it's not. They don't get that same competition and frequency, to really better themselves in that style. Mercifully, it's only 14-0. I thought it said 2. It was a 1 in front of the 4. So it's now 16-0 on the Austria side.
Oh, good.
But I think this is also the first match of the day for both of those teams. So a lot to work on still, I'm sure, for the Canadian side, and hopefully some good lessons to take away over there. And meanwhile, on this court too, it's a bit of a lengthy delay, and I'm still not sure.
Yeah,
what it
I'm
actually
wondering
has been for.
what's been going on this.
Yeah, because we're still midpoint basically. We've still got the same players for Italy who've been out. The same 5 people against 1 from Mexico. Referees relaying the situation now over to the Italian side.
We can get it's just a reset? Okay.
All right, yeah. So that point going, or those 2 points going to Italy, and then starting a new set here. And so as they get things lined up again, we're getting a bit of an update. We will get back underway here with Mexico on the hunt for its first point. They have been in tough against this Italian side so far.
Yeah, so the call was when you get cloth, you have to put the ball directly down. The player had rolled it back, and I think that's what caused the discussion. And yeah, so blue card to that player.
Right. Yeah, that is an adjustment for people coming from foam or maybe some other styles of dodgeball. When you are hit out while holding a ball, you're caught out, you're holding a ball, you have to just put that ball down and walk off the court. Other formats, you can often like send it to a teammate, something like that, but no such luck here. Ooh, and I don't think he.
What a catch!
Yeah. Oh no, though. Okay.
Oh.
You could see the line ref on the other side had a perfect view of that. Was like, nope, sorry. But great effort from Buffo there, staying inbounds, so close to it, hanging onto that catch.
Yeah, seriously, fantastic effort by Buffo. Yoga session with like trying to keep that balance, and then following it up, the Italian team just rushing down as they've been doing all match, just playing that transition game so dominantly. Can't there though.
Yeah, just shrugging sideways out of the way of those balls. Good read on the dodge. Looking cross court, doesn't get it, but Gambi and Arazzi trying to finish this one off and extend that lead to 16 points. And nice catch.
Yeah, that was solid. So many of these balls just ricochet off people so hard. I'm impressed when they catch. Even trying to hold these balls is a challenge for someone like hasn't really held them before, right? Like takes a little figuring out to like just give like, yeah, this is mine. I'm gonna plant it against my body and catch.
Yeah, last night in this venue, you got a chance to throw them a little bit. Felt seemed like you found it a little different, obviously, than foam. So
give me a couple.
Yeah, exactly.
And you look like a match player. You're just like, yeah, okay.
I've had the benefit of a season of cloth and a couple of tournaments, so been able to adjust to it. It's still not as comfortable to me. I am put to shame by some of the people here, obviously, but it is doable. Certainly, if you're a player who hasn't tried one of these different formats before and you get a chance to, I think it's worth sticking with, even if your first match feels challenging. And Gambi lets him go.
Number 19 on Mexico's side with that catch on the ground. Catching Gambi, who's been so dominant on that transition play.
Right, I think one ball. We've got those line refs coming back in to talk at center court with the other officials. And catch is called. Teams are coming back in. That ball in the middle, picked up by Brati. And a nice block. Oh, Mexico still with 4 out there, 5 out there, sorry. And that's going to be whittled down to 3. And some nice shots from Team Italy.
Yeah, Rossi making up for the catch on Gambi earlier.
Yeah, Razzi hit out, I think for the first time. He's been very solid on the court, playing well defensively.
Okay, let's see what the Italian women can do. This is the first time it's, or I guess the one time to the ladies, so.
Yeah, they have been able to close it out so far.
Yeah. And a catch.
Yep.
Oh, number 2.
First one kind of lobbed in there. 2 players going for it, one coming down with it, and once again, referee is talking things over. And I think they're just talking about how many players should be off the court, off that last sequence.
Okay, a little bit of a discussion going on here. I think about was that a double out or not.
The officials taking their time to try and get things right here. Okay, we are back.
I'm not entirely sure what happened because there was one catch and then a second one that was out.
Yeah. The catch had been made, and there was one hit right away after, as you said, but...
I think they were saying it might have been out of order.
Okay, so Mexico in their best position to maybe get their first point here. And
Beautiful
there's a
catch.
big grab, yeah.
And that brings back Gamby.
Those catches turning things around pretty significantly when they happen in those situations. It's so few players on the court. And we might actually get down to time for the first time on one of these sets in this match. All right,
wow.
So Italy takes that one on time instead of by wiping everybody else off the other side.
Fantastic work there by Brochi. Able to get that catch and keep them undefeated. We're still in the first half.
Technically, yes. It has run kind of long with some delays here. So we don't have a good view of an official clock to know if we should be at halftime sometime soon.
There we go.
And yeah, it looks like they are switching, I think.
I imagine the ref discussions were, helping people understand some of the rules. The blue cards especially, right? We were talking about earlier, like not being able to roll that ball back to your teammates is so like inherent to like playing in foam. Like I gotta get this back right away. I gotta get this to my teammate.
Yeah, and for these players, if they've been doing like 5 years, 6 years, 10 years in one style and then moving over to the other, some of those little instincts or those little micro decisions made in the moment, like there's a chance they could just be wrong, and unfortunately, that does cost you in a setting like this.
Right, those good habits become bad habits.
Yeah. Well, and it's certainly why it's hard to just step into a context that's different enough from what you're used to doing and just excel right away. Because I think even for the players we've seen who, maybe come from a background, move over to foam, and their throwing or their catching or both are really solid, there are still some of the choices about when to attack, how to play defense that don't look the same as from what I can see from sides like the Austrians or something like that. And you have to expect that, again, the folks from these teams that have been doing it a lot longer, it's just more well-developed. They've figured out which habits are worth hanging on to and which ones are worth, improving. So,
yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing Austria and
Great Britain. Yep.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing Great Britain, right? Like, good in cloth. Like, I want to see that top level play. I'm looking forward to seeing.
Yep.
During one of my first breaks, getting to see them show their stuff.
I think just as a bit of an update while we're waiting for this match to resume, it does look like in that Canada versus Austria co-ed cloth match, Canada has got themselves, I think, 6 points. So, been able to take a few off of otherwise dominating Austria.
Yeah. Looks like we're just about to get started here. Yeah, 16-6, Austria, Canada. France, Sweden, 9-9. Canada, Hong Kong, 6-7. Malaysia, Austria, 14-0. I think that's foam, though, if I'm not mistaken.
And so we will be getting back underway here. Team's starting to head to that back line. So this one is running a bit long.
I think there's some built-in flexibility when there's some new teams on either ball type and helping teams get adjusted. So
some of the officials as well have had to, adapt to this. Again, just like we were saying for players, if you've been refereeing in foam or another type, and now you have to ref to this, there are some things that you just have to be super clear or different. Oh, nice Benetti there with the...
What a shot!
The soccer sideline throw-in style.
Yeah!
I like it. I haven't seen that yet, so... Gozzi with another block. Italy to the line. Ooh. Nice no-look toward the middle.
I think this is Gozzi's first set back in quite a bit, right? He played the first couple and sat out a few.
Yep. Italy perhaps maybe resting some of their players or rotating through a depth plan maybe. And some good active blocking.
Right. It's not good to not use a player until you absolutely need them.
Yeah.
Getting everyone some throws in and getting those eyes warmed up.
All right. Gonzalez drawing some fire, but still on the court. That's why we see Passerini in the middle. Ooh, the target there. 4 balls sent toward.
Yeah, a lot of commitment and staying alive.
And Mexico starting to really find their arms, but that was point blank. That was a great shot.
We're positioned in such a way that Gozzi was essentially charging us, and now I know what those players are going through.
I felt like the ricochet was going to be right here any second.
Right. I'm wearing glasses, please don't.
All right. Galizia finally hit out after he did manage to do some damage to the Italian side, but he is off to the sideline now. And yeah, we do have the elimination on Passerini, so Italy going up 18.
I want to see if this Mexican side can get one on the board.
Yeah, obviously for morale. Oh.
Over the middle line? Yep.
I think that player may have crossed, maybe the call was that they crossed the center line off the rush. That was a tough break because Mexico did get to that center ball first and did knock it back, but knocked it back a bit to the side and it was sort of kicked forward to the Italian side. So it doesn't always come out very cleanly, unfortunately. We see a lot of times when these Mexican players are caught when they're retreating, they are jumping a lot, and Italy just waiting those out and taking the shots once the player's firmly in the air or as they're descending to the ground. So
fantastic job just staying patient. Double team coming out from the Mexican side, and patience again from Italy. It was all balls thrown.
Yep. Definitely willing to let those go.
Doing good, not reaching for a catch.
Well, these are the ones you never feel great about when you know as the person hit that like you didn't need to reach for that one. But if I can ever pull my hands back in and not do it, I feel better about myself.
And it feels like you can get away with reaching a little bit more, right, if you get your hands in the right spot. Cloth is reaching just seems, especially like cross body, right, not even up, just like that's a talent if you can pull it off. Staying alive.
Pastorini has been doing a great job of staying in for Team Mexico and getting a hit there. And she's going to have to do a lot now as the last player remaining for her side.
Great job by this Italian squad. Just so consistent.
All right, it is on her to throw. She's got those extra balls on her side.
And another catch.
Yep. Good grab.
Finelli with her third.
Yeah, she has been a strong performer for this side for sure.
Mexico has been doing pretty good about getting that ball off the rush. I want to see if they can get aggressive and, let's see what they can produce off. If they can get the right play going. And it feels like they are adjusting. Did you see the fake rush by the Mexican side onto the right balls? Just
yep.
Fake.
Oh, that one lobbed in a little bit. Might have slipped out of her hand and it turned into a fairly easy catch.
And Bradley with her fourth catch there. That fourth one a little easier than the other three, but still impressive. Couldn't make that Gozy.
And again, they're just waiting out that dodge, the player jumping. You wait it out, and you've got good aim. You got yourself an easy hit.
And a beautiful spot there on Galicia. Right where the knee meets the floor. No potential for a catch there. Cross court into a catch.
Good control while falling back, making it look pretty easy.
He's very pleased with himself right now.
Nice throw, but cleanly blocked.
Great job throwing there. Right when the two players were overlapping, kind of dealing with a ball that was jiggling around, and get a little smirk out of Gozy.
Right. Also blocked. Another block and a jump and a hit. And a catch.
Oh my.
Yeah, Braccoloni just showing all that patience, just menacing up near the center, just daring people to throw at him, just calmly blocking, jumping, and then catching.
He knew that situation. Foresight.
Yeah,
there was some omnipotence in that play.
He's a prophet. And again, that's how I think the veteran savvy can really show up in those moments. Sometimes you almost lure the other team into doing what you want them to do. Oh.
And no look. You know that is successful when you're the corner directly across from you, defensive stance rather than charging you down that second earlier. Another out there, and another. Great job staying alive, getting through it. Oh.
Yeah, just sniped by someone just patiently waiting on the other side in that neutral area. It's tough. I think if your teammates can create a bit of pressure to drive players in that situation back, that helps a lot, but you don't always have that option.
Yeah. You can tell it goes, you're just feeling comfortable far front corner. Ooh.
Yeah, good solid hit, but it is a 1-for-1. Of course, that always favors the team who still has more players left, and that is firmly Italy right now as they clinch 24th points.
24-0 right now. Reminder that cloth is 2 points per win. So it's only 12.
Yeah, that's true. It looks a bit more egregious to those of us used to a one point per set sort of format, but still, obviously, Italy firmly in control. And I don't think we're going to see them let up, as we mentioned. Plus, minus, morale, all of that stuff does matter, so I'm sure they're going to want to keep it going. Oh, that time the player going low, but again,
We were talking about this in
Braccoloni.
the last match over on the foam court, Australia versus New Zealand, where Australia, I think, went up like 13-2. And, like, you know, there's the difference between gassing yourself when you're up, but also having to think about, you know, there's tiebreakers. And every last one matters, right? You don't want to be down 1 point because you might be on a team. You know, everyone here is looking to get that edge and make it to Sunday.
And we saw one of those plays that doesn't happen too often, but one of the blocks there on the far side by Gotzi was popped back toward the Mexican side and caught. And that is considered a throw if it's blocked back toward the other team that way. Something that is particular to cloth and different from other formats.
What's the name of that again? Is it the shadow catch? Or?
I think people often refer to the shadowing when, like if a player is targeted and they're up at the line and one of their teammates is sort of behind them in line of where the expected throw would be. I think that's often how I've seen that term used. This was a block attack, I believe it's called. So if you block a ball with a ball you're holding and block it back toward the thrower.
And is that an out if you hit them with that block?
Yep.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. The second you said the name was block attack, that made a lot more sense. Like, oh wait, this is a ball. Like.
Exactly. It's something that is like WDBF rulebook is being updated in order to better bring some consistency to some of the things that are a bit different between cloth and foam. It does mean that the rules in both games have changed a little bit here and there, so there are some tweaks that, you know, even if you've been following one format or the other for a while, you might find are different in this tournament. I believe the official rules are up on the World Dodgeball Federation's site if you are, you know, a rules nerd like we happen to be sometimes and need to dig into it.
Is that block attack in foam as well now, or is that just cloth?
No, that is specific to the cloth game right now. So, unless it's, you know, in the rules that I'm looking at, it doesn't distinguish anymore. At least an earlier version. And maybe it's just this section I'm looking at. But as far as I know, it's not in foam. Although, who knows? Maybe it'll happen at some point.
Definitely harder to happen in foam, that's for sure, though. Great job.
Yep. Again, just good decisiveness on these Italian throwers. They're patient when they need to be, but when they've got a good shot like that, they've been hitting at such a high percentage.
Yeah, this Italian side just knows this game so well, and it shows in how fluid they are and how on the same page they are on this court.
Exactly, just looking very coordinated. They do lose a player there, but... And that's what I think we're seeing. Like, the Mexican team certainly has good athleticism, but I think their coordination and familiarity with the style does seem to be just behind where Team Italy's is.
Yeah, right. Like, you can tell it's just the ball. Like, their style, like, they're making some right moves. It's really just their control and, like, ability to use that ball as they want to, right? Like, how second-hand nature is it to launch that ball the way you want it to hit?
Yeah, it just really often looks like they know exactly what they want to do, and they're actually able to do it. I think we've seen a few throws from some of the Mexican players kind of like sail out of hands a little bit, which, you know, can certainly happen if you're less used to it. Oh, nice no-look attempt there. And this time going straight ahead, now in the back pedal. Those two shots come his way, staying in bounds, just barely.
Castillo take the charge the other way.
Yeah, Castillo trying to find those elusive first points from Mexico. If he can even get one opponent, he cannot. Oh. Great catch. Dalpain.
Dalpain.
It's looking solid.
Oof. Keeping that undefeated score. Fantastic work.
Yep, this has been dominance, obviously, from Italy so far. We're not sure exactly how much time is remaining. Again, we don't have a good look at an official clock here. But we are inferring that there are just a few minutes left in the second half.
I want to see this Mexican side get a point. What adjustments are they like? They seem to be getting better and better. Right? They're in better and better positions each time. But
They have made some of these sets a little bit closer. I really do think a lot of it has been the accuracy of Italy. Like right there, we see a great shot onto the feet. Braccoloni, again, just able to figure out exactly where he wants to put that ball. He does get tagged out in the return there. So some good coordination on that by the Mexican side. I think, I would imagine they're going to end up talking about what kinds of plays they want to call, when they want to put pressure on the other team. I think they know they've been sort of caught unawares by some of the Italian corners who've just kind of like cheated up into the play and been able to attack from almost like their total side.
I really like that cross-court attempt by the Mexican side. And 47 on Italy, whose number I don't have on hand, but just great job staying aware, getting over it, and turning that around to an out of zone. A little pop-up catch, block in that corner, trying to figure out the resolution to the play.
Yeah.
Italy with 5 players and 4 balls.
All right, and they direct all of their attention over to one side, taking out, I believe that was Gonzalez. And it looks like that'll do it for this point. That might have hit time.
Is that it? That might be it. Okay. So Italy, 2 points shy of that 30-point mark, but match win.
Okay, that is actually the match. Yep.
All right. So yeah, we're over here in a moment to the Beercade player of the match, who, I don't know if you can read what the poll says. I don't know if the poll's closed yet, but
I can't. We just got it up there pretty recently. So we're going to give that just a second, see if we get a few more votes in.
Yeah, get your votes in, everybody. I'll hit the close button. But yeah, I'm excited and how they continue on. I want to see how these European teams match up against each other. I'm really looking forward to in person getting to see it. I've seen it on YouTube, and but there's something different about being in person and seeing like matches. Like,
Yeah, it feels a lot more visceral to me. And, yeah, just gives you an appreciation that's hard to find if you are watching remotely. So,
you don't have Gozi as a, charging at you, from the sideline as you do on YouTube, right? Like, it's a pretty visceral view right here as a commentator at times. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That was.
Speaking of, that is who we're going to be bringing over for the player of the game interview coming in just a moment.
You. We'll do all of us.
Sorry?
We'll do all of us. You can translate a little. Okay. But then you can just speak Italian. Move. You come here. And then you can, actually, you know what?
No.
You sit here.
No.
Okay. And what was your name?
Nicole.
Nicole? Alessandro. Are we good? Are we live? Okay. Well, all right. I've got Nicole, Alessandro.
Hey.
And so my Italian is terrible. Nicole is going to translate, but I want to ask, you just in your own in your own language talk about the game, how it was, and kind of what it's like when it's so like 24-0.
Should be 28. 28-0.
28-0. Oh wow. So why don't you interview him?
Oh, okay, in Italian, right?
In Italian.
Should I do? Oh, ok. Bene, Ale, com'è vincere una partita con questo grande vantaggio?
Io credo che sia partita subito alla grande per la voglia che avevamo di giocare contro qualcuno di completamente nuovo.
È difficile mantenere la concentrazione anche quando stai macinando così tanti punti?
Ah beh, il rischio è sicuramente quello di ammorbidirsi, di adagiarsi un po' sugli allori, però abbiamo tanta voglia, soprattutto queste gare qua, le gare col Messico, quelle che saranno le gare col Canada, con gli Stati Uniti, persone nuove, vogliamo confrontarci, vogliamo dare il 120% per vedere dove arriviamo noi e dove arrivano loro.
Esatto, esatto. Bene, e qualche...
E voi ragazze, comunque, che vi trovate sempre davanti a dei ragazzi e c'è chi dice che vabbè dai, le ragazze sono la parte debole della squadra.
No, assolutamente no, posso dire che mi brudono le mani quando mi dici così. No, e la cosa bella della squadra mista è che ognuno fa il suo, posso dire la verità, ognuno contribuisce a modo suo. Le ragazze magari hanno più reattività nella schivata e nella catch, gli uomini hanno un gran bel tiro e quindi messi insieme le cose comunicano, le cose funzionano e si va alla grande e diciamo che l'abbiamo visto.
Sì, si può dire che sia questo il segreto di un'amistà competitiva. Il bilanciamento tra uomini e donne.
Bravissimo, bravissimo.
Oh, you guys are great.
Yeah,
You're
well,
absolutely great. You're coming from my job. Again, these guys are fantastic. I can already tell you did better than I would have done. And tell us on Instagram where they can follow you.
Please follow AIDB Dodgeball, the Dodgeball Italian Association.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Perfect. And again, World Dodgeball Federation on Instagram for more behind the scenes interviews. And you guys have a great day. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
That was awesome. That was great. Oh, I know.
Well, good afternoon, good morning, everyone. You're watching the World Dodgeball Championships in Edmonton, Alberta. I'm Ben Johnson.
And I'm Greg Whitehouse.
So we're going to take a look at the men's cloth match here. And so, Greg, I'm relatively new to this. I would love for you to explain to me how we're going to kick off.
Okay, so well, we've got 1 minute to go. Both teams huddling together, just making sure they're, going through the last minute tactics that they might be using in this game. Mexico fairly new to the cloth type. France we've seen time and time again, maybe not at the world stage, but certainly in the European sort of section of dodgeball.
Fantastic.
5 cloth balls are lined up in the middle, on the middle line, equal distances apart. It's not like foam where you can adjust where your balls are. Cloth, they're separate spaces apart. That middle ball is a contested ball. Both teams run for that ball. The 2 balls on your left side are yours, non-contested. You can put 1 foot over the line or 1 body part over the line if you're running for the left ball. The middle ball, any body part that touches over the line, you'll be called out.
So, like,
on the line,
another ways that you're describing is it's important to do a proper scoop when you're retrieving the ball.
A scoop. There's many sort of tactics that we see. A scoop, a spike back, 2-hand grab and flick back, sort of like American football style through the legs. Yeah.
And so one of the things I'm used to is what I would call like the toss back in the foam language.
Yeah.
Where a player runs up, like we said, scoop or do some sort of motion to get it back to a player behind the line. Presumably because the activation line is so much farther back, there's a different motion in work.
Yeah, of course. That ball obviously has to have a lot more power in the track back towards it. We don't see as many opening rush sort of aggressive style plays, but we certainly do see some across the board.
Is there these like running starts from the back line?
Yeah, so that middle ball is flicked back behind sort of that the furthest orange line back. When 2 feet are behind the ball, that is when the ball is live. Whereas foam, the ball has to be behind the line. Cloth, 2 feet have to be behind the line.
Okay. So the ball could actually be ahead of the line.
Yeah.
And as long as those feet.
Yeah.
Okay. I love it. And we're about to get underway. On the left-hand side, we're looking at Mexico. On the right-hand side, Team France.
France, a lot like Italy, have a lot of junior development in their country for dodgeball. So a lot of younger players start making their way into sort of the lineup. The lineup that you see in front of us, maybe 3-4 experienced players that join that France lineup. Captain on the top left side, Vincent Renard, French president of dodgeball. A very good dodgeballer.
And they're underway. Mexico getting the extra ball. And they have the burden head to the line. Wide.
Renard isn't actually captain. It's actually, I can't have his number, but it's Villain. He's the captain this time around.
Super villain, we'll call him. Number 28, Villain taken out. Captain. Ball's going back and forth. Mexico's left wing, number 19, playing defense for his team. Now France with the burden. 3 players heading into the zone. Back and forth.
They have thrown all 3 though, which is very strange for France because normally they're quite disciplined. Now Mexico have 5 balls in their arsenal.
And they take out at least 1. Left wing, number 56, staying alive. Near catch, but Magnuson doesn't go for it. Provides some mobility for his team and heads back to the line. Ball check. There's 6 balls. Hey, for me, no big deal. But good game sense here to notice that there was too many balls at work. Classic, he might have thrown 1 too many.
I think one of the balls that was picked up was for a different court. I think they're somewhat color coded.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
This is an extremely well-run event here. We're watching one match, but there's probably about 12 going on in this entire facility. Confirming 3 balls for France and 2 for Mexico. The burden will be on France.
So another notable sort of difference, you'll see the ball retrievers, when they have that ball in hand, that ball has to make its way onto court as soon as possible.
Okay.
With foam, obviously, you can hold on to them.
Yeah, it's really fascinating that there can, the better we understand the sport, that the ball retrievers themselves are truly part of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's physically demanding on them as well, you know, pushing yourself in and around the court.
Yeah, a full sprint, and you want to have an agile throw back in. You don't want to lazily toss it back accidentally to the other team. Number 86 with the play call for his team. Defends himself and brings it in for a catch.
Yeah. Renard throws a late single ball picked up by Mexico there. A good catch, heads low. It's sort of even outside of Europe, it's that favoured catch that a lot of players go for. It's that drop down and take it into their chest. But France get a double hit.
And speaking of the President Dodgeball, Mexico, shot fired in the middle, misses. Cross fired back and forth. A little slow down motion by number 55.
Yeah, Mark Megginson, that is, plays in England, but is of French nationality, so plays with the French national squad. A lot of cloth experience under his belt.
Quiet moment in the play as we're retrieving a ball. Referees making some signals.
And that is the end of the set. So Mexico do take that first one.
And so this would be one of the nuances between the foam and cloth, is that this set was ended because of time.
Yes.
And then there was more players on Mexico team than there was for France.
And that's it. So if no team has won before that 3-minute time, the set points will head towards the team that has more players on their side. If both teams obviously have equal, both teams will take 1 set point each.
And a small delay in the action. Referees are explaining to Team Mexico. Seems like it's about the line.
I think it was a bit about the scoring, so I think someone had complained.
Making sure. And we're underway again. France takes the extra ball. Pressure provided by Mexico. 3 players heading to the line for France.
And it's that larger neutral zone. A lot of teams will start, even if they don't use it at first, because you're used to stopping before the halfway line. Certainly by the end of the tournament, you'll be using all of that space. You've got to rely on your track back and your catching prowess, obviously, when tracking back. But a lot of the teams will start using that whole neutral zone.
Dupuis with a great job getting up and over the ball and then shooting out his opposing winger. Megginson taken out in the process. Auger defending his teammates and hustles back. Preemptive throw takes out the opposing winger. Number 19 for Mexico is out. 3 players remaining for France, 4 for Mexico.
And there's some good covering from Villin there. He just makes his way into that central part of the court just to cover his teammate.
Cross fired, 18 out. President Renault taken out as well. 2v2. Lyons throws. Well coordinated play, but missing his target. Ball's
Ball
up.
pops up.
And
he
catch
does
is
get
good.
a catch to it.
So another quiet moment there where the moment he had his hands on the ball, that's a catch.
It is, and I think the Mexican there just says, that he got hit. As long as that ball is still live and he makes the catch, it's still fine.
Okay.
Normally, in some European rule sets, we play that if you are hit, you are a dead player until you make that catch.
over here in the world rule set, you are still a live player until that ball becomes dead. So it makes for a lot more interesting multi-ball scenarios. So
France yet again with the opening ball. Back and forth.
Yeah, both teams with 2 set points now.
France with the play call. 3 players heading to the line. Big hit on 18. Crossfire. Dupuy's taken out. Roger with the play call for his team. Briant passes it. Throws.
Some good throwing. Yeah, some good throwing from Mexico there. Nice power behind that arm. Sometimes when you see that when people haven't really played cloth in their country, it's hard for them to actually throw the ball, get the mechanics behind it. But Mexico aren't afraid of putting some power behind that arm.
Now Mexico's burden to throw. They head to the line. Big shot, big miss. Play call time now by France. Done by the outside winger, number 55, Meganson again. Lots out. 1v situation, 1v4.
Yeah, good scenario for France there. They get 2 players out from the 4-ball attack. So, you know, they were down 2 set points to 0 start of the game. Now, if they look at taking this set, it will be 4-2.
All right. We've got the proper score on the board now, 4 points to 2. 2 unanswered sets, as you said. Well, one of the things I've noticed so far that is France's ability to get the center ball.
Say that again.
One of the things that I've noticed is France's ability to get that center ball.
Yeah, they're very quick on that center rush. They are. It's almost that the smaller player, the quicker sort of agile player runs for that middle ball sometimes. Just because they're lower to the ground, they've got that lower center of gravity, especially if your play style of grabbing that ball is 2 hands on it.
Those familiar with NFL, it's a similar thing among running backs and sprinters, that low center of gravity. Wingers pushing up to the line, cross-fired, misses. Quiet in the action. Ooh, perfect shoe shot, takes out Teles, number 18.
Yeah, great toe shot there. Really nice.
4 balls. 1 fired, brilliantly caught.
But a deflection from Renard takes out Villain. 4 balls yet again in France's hands. We've seen this scenario time and time again, and a good 2-ball attack. Very good throw-in.
Now France goes back onto the defense. Nope, they're gathering for the play call, heading to the line. Center shot misses its corner player. Yet again, player and ball advantage for France. Wide shot by Dupuy. Quick counter there. Missing its opposing target on the far wing.
Yeah, that back of the court standing throw, you're looking to catch your opponent off guard. It's
taken out in the neutral zone.
And you'll see, especially when aggressive teams face each other, you'll see a lot of play in and around that neutral zone. You know, you can come almost centimeters away from your opponent. If you're taking their head off in that area, you're more than likely a card, and more definitely, I'd say,
A card. It's going to come your way.
Near catch. Quite by Hudge.
Hoagie tries to take the catch, and he's so close towards it, but he just drops it. And France maybe just needed that first set as a bit of an eye-opener and a bit of a warm-up for them. They've now taken the next 3 sets. They're now up 6-2.
Absolutely. So here we are, and it's not too far behind, and we've got a lot of time left. Mexico does call a time. Looks like. So here's an opportunity where you can share some of the strategy. If you're buying, you've been losing a few sets in a row. Is there an opportunity to change what they're doing?
Yeah, I think you need to start looking back at that first set and go, what was we doing right here? You know, we were super aggressive at the block and we caught France off guard. And sometimes, obviously, when you're playing new teams that you can't really draw much past dodgeball from, it's hard to, what are you going to expect from that dodgeball? So Mexico have to sort of be unpredictable in their play style.
Yeah, the win is to be unorthodox.
Exactly. And it worked out for Mexico in that first set. You know, they looked very promising, and the first set that they did take, it wasn't, you know, down to a couple players. So yeah.
Should you guys be able to switch sides? I think yours is a little choppy and yours is better. I'm just gonna try it.
So one of my curiosities, is there opportunity to them be more aggressive in the center zone, in the neutral zone? Like, is there anything you're seeing around Mexico? Like, are they using this space enough?
Personally, I don't think so.
Okay.
They're scared of coming too far forward to be punished on their track back.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you have to back your arm in that scenario. You know, it's an extra, I'd probably say 1.5 meters, 2 meters. You know, that makes so much difference. It adds that extra mile an hour onto your throw that you've been maybe missing on how far the court is back.
And I greatly appreciate it. You've both used the metric system and the imperial system in one phrase.
Okay.
That we're 1.5 meters closer and we can throw a mile per hour farther. We're serving all audiences here today. Easy pump fakes, 86. Sends it, misses. So here we go. Here's some good protection being done in the neutral zone. Although the blocking wasn't quite there.
Yeah, Valdez, you know, like he said, he's used that neutral zone, but then he's not got back quick enough. And he's been caught off guard by that single ball throw from the back of the court.
Cross-court throw, easily blocked. Renault taken out. Not this time, though. Number 86 is out. The referee has something to say.
But we'll be given a blue card if he has one in his pocket. Just because where he was hit out and he's thrown that ball back, he's not placed it on the ground.
Also a play style difference.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He'll be given a blue card, so he'll miss this current set. And the next set, they'll start with 5. So they cannot make a substitution. Mexico will start with 5 in the next set.
That is tough. I like how it clarifies the strategy a little bit different. That is a difference in foam where you could be handing off a ball to a teammate. This makes it absolutely clear that there's no tossing the ball in anger or anything like that. Yeah.
And that's the thing. It's hard to judge. You know, you could claim that you slipped and it fell over and the ball popped out.
All right, I've been depenned. Here we go. Part of the referee team now, I feel like. So I believe he's just probably recording the official action right there.
Exactly. Because, you know, you get a blue card. You can get 2 blue cards. Your third blue card will be a yellow. And then you can't get any blue cards after that. It will be then another successful yellow. And your 2 yellows are a red. So.
What a jump.
Yeah. 56. He's done that a couple of times. Mexico haven't quite read it yet.
Mexico's turn. Burden to throw. 2 solo shots on the opposing wingers. No hits.
No hits. Easy blocks, and if it hits your hand while you do block, that is obviously still a block, whereas in foam, hands don't count as the ball.
Feel like for that to be fully executed, there needs to be like these full body like shirts that players well. So if it touched like your shirt,
Yeah.
and the
Maybe
referee's
technology.
Backline violation.
Technology maybe might develop further in time that we might get heat maps. If it hits you at a certain point. We're not quite there yet.
No, there's a few steps.
But certainly, we're progressing into where we want sort of a final product of what dodgeball should be in both cloth and foam. Obviously, this year, the World Championships 2022 is the first year that we have both cloth and mixed.
Cross court counter misses, and it's a 1v situation, but it's 1v5. So in this situation, because the clock matters, he's in quite a hurry. That would be one of the differences between foam and cloth, wouldn't it?
Yeah, so that's the thing. So the Mexican guy here could be, he could draw that timeout. If you were up and you were 1 against 5, you could just play super defensive. You're looking at one, tiring out the opponents by them throwing all the time.
Brilliant shot by Dupuis, takes him out. 8, serving 2. Okay, so this will start with 5 players.
Yeah.
Mexico, 5 players headed to the line. They get the extra ball this time around. Their burden to throw. Preemptive strike cross court. He's taken out. Hagerson very quick to the line.
Yeah, very aggressive, high up the court, but they've got 5 balls now. So you're going to have to look at punishing Mexico here. Minimum 2 hits, and they do just that.
A full send. Down to 3 players from Mexico, but they give out lots of balls. One solo throw to number 34 in the center.
They only throw once. They only throw a single ball from that. They had 5 in their back pockets, but they only throw 1.
And this time they team it up and use the line to their advantage.
Yeah. Slight bit of misbalance when those multiple balls come in at different angles. You're looking to sort of maybe just hit the opponent, but also try and sort of take them off balance by forcing them to dodge in a peculiar way.
Two players from Mexico. Solo throw and a cross court. Meganson sends it wide.
France happy to slow things down here.
Such a fascinating element that the clock continues to be an active presence in the game. With this player advantage, the set is presumably going to France unless just magic can be performed by number 18.
So Mexico happy to draw this timeout. But
Big
Meganson,
catch.
he takes the single ball. Good catch from Meganson. The score now 10-2. 2 minutes 30 left on this clock for the first half.
Again, referees speaking with Mexico. Some sort of clarification. They're back to 6 players. Oh, and one of my favorite opening rooms here, creating the human block board. And it looks like we got the extra ball, and it makes its way back into the court. One final ball remaining to be picked up. Oh, it's taken out.
And they do get the hit, so it's a good one-for-one trade. France yet again, and that's why they've been taking those clinical sets. They've been given the 4 balls time and time again, and they're punishing Mexico for it.
Roger providing great defense on the left wing. Big shots and taken out.
Yeah.
Likely through the back line, it seems.
Yeah, back line again.
3 players remaining for Mexico, 4 balls. Play call by number 86, and they coordinate it to the right wing, missing number 34. 5 players, 3 balls. Back and forth, fill in, taken out. So is our laptops. Ball's up in the air and a great catch. Meganson rips it right at the ankles.
Yeah, nice low throw, and it's that delayed ball that sometimes catches a lot of people off guard. Over high up court.
Holds off.
They look for the running counter, but decide against it.
Teamwork now. 2 shots fired. Referee calls the out. 12-2, France. 6 unanswered sets. So again, they're not going to do it this time. Maybe. I love it. In the center, use the human.
Yeah, sort of as it's like a fake wall. Yeah. It's something to push on. Otherwise, you're just pushing against nothing.
Key is both feet need to be on the line. Both players' feet. Cross court hit. Wow.
Yeah.
Eyes up.
Varus caught napping a little there on his track back.
Big shots by Mexico. 1 player taken out by France. 4 remaining. Referees clarifying, and Laurent is out.
Backline infringement from Laurent there.
That's more backline infringements than I've seen in a match.
Yeah, I think for Mexico, it's sort of new to the whole world and dodgeball scene. France, we're used to a different size court, so mentally your muscle memory is so used to a size of court.
Yeah, and it's the only time I've ever seen this many lineouts.
Yeah.
It's actually usually
By
with a
day
women's
5.
game.
Yeah. By day 5, I hope there is no line infringement. On finals day, I'd really be disappointed if we're treading on the lines, because you should be so used to the court by then.
Absolutely. Yeah. Jorgensen, 2-player attack here. Valdez taken out as well.
France just covering each other in that. About 5 seconds left on the clock.
Yes.
And they've played it well. They faked well.
With the single player advantage, that means another set point.
Yeah, another set win. And what they've done there, and it's sort of a tactic that I guess the clock is a very small one, but the coaches on the bench sort of have that clock as well. So they're constantly in talks with the players, and they're saying, like 5 seconds left here. All you have to do is fake. That's fine. You don't have to throw.
Yeah, actually, we saw that right there.
Yeah.
They're like it killed the offense from Mexico.
Yeah.
When they should have been guns a-blazing.
Mexico should have been high up court, trying to get that last second hit. But they don't, because obviously they believe that France are making the aggressive play style up court.
So here's a ball question for you. Is one thing that foam dodgeballs don't really have is seams. There's the kind of the vessel for kind of injecting the needle for blowing it up, and then trying to not use the word that's in my head.
Valve.
The valve. There we go.
What,
and then where here there is in fact the cloth seams and so many other spots for gripping. Like, how does that affect your throwing? Aside from that, it's cloth and a little bit more cumbersome to grip.
So in terms of play styles and throw styles, there's two notable things how people will throw it. It's sort of like, if you're new into dodgeball and you can't full grip the ball, you will sort of sling the ball. So it's sort of like it's secured in between your hand and your wrist, and then they fling it or sling it.
So it's an arm throw.
Yeah. Can have power, but normally less accurate. You then have the full grip overarm throw, which is obviously the most favoured one. You get a lot more accuracy, and you can drive a lot more power through it.
Do you tend to see much movement? Have you seen both? Like
cloth is sort of very true to where you throw it. Foam, you can manipulate the ball a lot more, and that is probably the huger difference in terms of the movement of it. In cloth, you can obviously get a dip or a sort of like a knuckleball where the ball will dip, but it's less likely to see. In terms of gripping the ball, a lot of players will either have thumb on the valve and their fingers across the seams, like holding, or you have sort of your thumb on the sticker and then your fingers on the seams, or your thumb on the seams and finger on the stick. It's whatever feels comfortable for you. Way back when, we used to play a bigger cloth ball size, only in 2016. So original cloth was, we played 3 balls with a 8.5 ball size, I believe. We're now down to a 7.
So and that's universal size. So
that's the size, yeah. So we used to have, originally it was men had bigger balls that they played with the larger balls. Women played with the smaller size. And then at 2016 World Cup, under the different world organisation, we went to 5 ball for the smaller ball. It favoured a lot of the Asian style countries where they traditionally have a smaller style, smaller hands genetically.
And we're underway again, but we have yet another issue that the referees are stepping in to discuss.
So just some referee in terms of displaying just some rules to the team, just making sure that they're doing the right things.
And we're seeing and this again would be the first cloth championships for Mexico. So if it seems new, one of the things, of course, is there's always these new nuances where it's like in this situation, oh, we've never experienced it before. So there might be on day one some of the kind of rough awakenings of like, hey, you can't do this specific thing. You're likely to see day 2, day 3.
They get ironed out. Yeah.
It's amazing how much you have to learn in game. Quiet in the action. Burdened by France. They step into the neutral zone and let one rip. Hodge, quick counters, throws, takes out his opposing player.
Yeah.
And now they have a small advantage, but they don't have the ball advantage. That's over to France. Except that there was an extra ball.
Yeah, again, that stray ball heading onto this court. Obviously, we play with a 5 balls in the cloth rule set, not 6.
Back and forth, the left winger taken out. Valdez, big throw and a small miss.
And you can see already, you know, Mexico, they're using that center court now a lot more to their advantage. It's something that we spoke about, and they're using that neutral zone, and it's good for them.
Lots of action. Valdez taken out. Great work by Gonzalez to push back his opposing winger. And he sends it, but goes low. France now with the ball advantage. 4 players, 4 balls. Play called by the right winger, number 28. And they hit their center target of Villa. Number 10, Gonzalez on the right wing. 2 balls apiece. They fire, and I like to call that a teddy bear catch. It's just
a tombstone.
Nice.
Yeah.
I like it. I'll be carrying that one. Yeah. And it's so effective because that thrower focuses so much on accuracy, they might sell out for power.
Yeah. But they do take that hit there, so France now up 14-2. Just in a bit of the Twitch chat there slightly talking about 3-ball and maybe some weird rules that we had back in the day. If you was down, so if you had 4 players and they had 6, you could actually roll the balls back to them. It makes no sense. It literally,
no one saw us, but the look I gave you, like, what? I think the reason I love these 2 different rule sets is it actually shows strategy so much that if you change an element, then all of a sudden the optimal strategy could be quite different. Because if you're not doing a full legitimate throw in foam, that doesn't count. Interesting. And the burden back to France. All the players, 3 balls. Missing Gonzalez. Up and good catch.
Takes the catch.
Do we see another player coming on? Wait a second. All right, Mexico. Solo throw goes high in the middle. France's turn for retaliation. They also go a solo throw, and number 77, very quick into the neutral zone is Hodge with a brilliant throw.
Yeah. It's that low aggressive throw. You're looking for the toes. You're looking below the knee to hit your target on, and that toe shot, you're not catching them at that sort of power.
Something I often say to rookie players is aim for the shoes or lower.
Yeah.
So you don't want that basket catch. Ball goes high and low, but he managed to be in the right perfect middle spot to stay alive.
Yeah, something we don't really see over in Europe. We don't really see in Europe the middle player taking that ball. Unfortunately, it does slip out of his hand, which they call as an invalid throw. Even though he hasn't, aimed at someone, if it falls out of his hand, it goes across. It goes across the other side. You are classed as out.
He was prepared for the tombstone.
Yeah,
right
he was. He was.
Good wisdom by France yet again. They let it rip. Everyone's alive from Mexico. Quick to the line. 1 shot fired cross court, missing. Back and forth. And now a 1v situation.
But no back line just there. Megginson just creeping over it. Your feet can overhang it, so as long as you're not touching it.
Ready for the counter, and they're coming. A strong hit, and the first set since the beginning here for Mexico. I would have expected a little bit more celebration there. They're quiet and focused. Oh,
I think they're just discussing the ball that. So in foam, if a ball retriever passes you the ball, do you have to be behind the activation line, or not?
The ball, it's just the center line.
So all you have to do, yeah. So if a foam ball retriever had a ball, do they have to pass it behind the white line, or can they pass it to a player that is in front of that?
They can pass
anywhere.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so in cloth, I think that was the discussion there, that if a ball retriever is passing the ball, that ball must go to someone that is behind the ball activation line.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I'm not sure.
To be
It was the Italians and French talking about it, so I'm not sure if that is a rule that has come over from the EDBF rule set, or it just wasn't included in the world rule set. Because there are some rules that have slightly changed from our European rule set.
Yeah, and I can imagine some of the ball retrievers could be players on a foam team and didn't know the specifics of that. The nuances of their rules are even different. Big shot, big hit. Up and back goes number 1. Another hit by France. They're solo throws, but they're doing great work of it teamwork on that one. Down to 2 players from Mexico. Full court for France. Play call time for France. 3 balls, 3 players heading to the line, spread out. Teamed it up brilliantly.
Yeah, really nice. It's a call that we have in England called aces. So an aces call is one would throw high, one to throw low. So
The high
you're
low,
almost,
yep.
yeah. So you're like blocking high, but then that low ball comes in, takes your shoes off.
So, the leap of faith.
And that's the first we've seen on this court, and a very successful one at that from Laurent. If you're jumping before the neutral line, or the neutral zone line, and you're in the air, you make that throw and it's a successful hit, that counts. If there was more than one player, he would still be a live player and he can run back to his side.
Maybe a minor question, but what's the process for that person who lands in the opposing court? How do you make your way back?
Just run.
Just
Run
like
as quick-
immediately
yeah,
run away.
You got to run as quick as you can.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
there's no like out
No,
and then.
no. You have to stay on court. You're
Okay,
still
and
alive,
then
man.
just get back into the neutral.
Yeah, you can't make any actions while that, so you can pick up another ball and throw while you were in it. On.
That'd be.
I think catches do count, though.
Okay,
I might be wrong on that. I'm
That
not
is
sure.
ripe territory for unsportsmanlike conduct.
Yeah.
And here we go. All the players still on the board. Burden for Mexico. Spread out. Shot fired low on the winger. And they send the rest of their balls.
So a play ball was called there, so Mexico did have to throw the balls. That's why now France have 5 in their hands.
Okay. And the center is taking out multiple balls. Thrown in coordination. Excellent defense here by 50 on France. Counterattack is on point.
So one thing we do have to start setting up and looking into is our Beercade player of the match.
Balls up and out.
So 2 players from each team will go into a Twitch poll and you can vote for your Beercade player of the match just there. Any sort of players that have impressed you from either side, Ben?
Well, it's been a good one. Early on, we were seeing Meganson do quite a bit for France.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed the work of the wingers here. Quiet work, I can't remember number 56, Auger, would be, those would be the 2 I've noticed most in France.
Okay. I would put those 2. I would put those 2 in the France category. But he does lose control of that. So if you obviously lose control of that ball and the ball bumps back to Tombstone, a successful one from Mexico.
Well, and here, as we're starting to think about the player of the match for Mexico, like these have been some of the best moments of late. Gonzalez, as right winger, has been one of my top performers, I would say, for Mexico.
So the 4 players that it looks like we're going to go for is Meginson, Auger, Hoj from Mexico, and the other player was
I'd go Hoj.
Yep.
And Castillo, number 10.
Castillo.
Oh, Gonzalez, sorry, number 10. And if you're wondering why we're struggling here, unfortunately we don't have the names and numbers together. So we're trying to adapt on the fly here. You see what we see. Sometimes a little bit better with that upward angle.
Yep, so those 4 players will go into the Beercade player of the match on Twitch, where you can vote for your player of the match. That player will then be brought in for an interview.
Good shot.
At the end of the ball
Better
pops
catch.
up. Yeah, Ball pops up from Renard. That ball is still a live ball, and that is a successful catch.
Good collaboration. Number 12 still alive. 3 balls, 3 players. Solo throw, not countered.
So after the game, Jake Mason will be doing the interview.
Mexico gets countered. Center's taken out. Big pump fake with a no ball.
And it is something that a lot of people do. His hands were up. The ball pops up.
So we're seeing calamity right now. Lots of action. Net winning position for Mexico. Great block there by number 7.
Yeah.
Quiet in the action by France. They know they're up by players.
And that's it. And now they've settled down. They can play that aggressive style of dodgeball in that neutral zone. With the balls bobbling about, you're looking to run forward as quick as possible, pick that up and to catch Mexico off guard. They do just that because they're now 3 players up in this set.
Boom.
Both are blocked.
See, what I'm not used to, again,
The
ball
hand
hit
on
his
the-
hands,
Yeah.
but he hit him so hard he knocked him off the court.
Exactly. It's that thing, you know, in terms of taking your opponent sort of off balance. You know, he's gone to block that one that's high on his land down. The second ball's come in. It's taken him off balance where he's tried to block it.
And like one of the things you're describing, huge point of leverage is teamwork there. That the individual throw might be quite easily blocked, but that trailing second is what does them in. And they're off again. Ball burden is France. Into the neutral zone. 1 shot fired. Galicia sends it. So does his opposing winger, but both miss. Four balls now for France. 2 right at the center of the V line. He's taken out. Mexico, their turn. Get countered. Everyone's alive. Mexico needs to remember, clock is going against them with a slight player advantage for France.
Unless Mexico somehow pull off the...
Oh! Near opportunity for a catch, but number 19, Galicia, wasn't looking for
If
that.
they finish, you know, every set now within 20 seconds, they might somehow turn the game around. But France have been so dominant.
Good catch.
Yeah, really nice catch. And they've been so dominant. They've played very smart dodgeball. Even when they've been up, they've played that defensive style.
2 taken out on a crossfires. Lots of
Ortega.
flexibility by Ortega.
Yeah.
Teamwork. Oh, both players holding the safety on the trigger there. Coordinated play. Taken out.
And that's it. When, you know, multiple balls are hitting you at the same time and in that same area, it's so hard to look at getting hold of one. He's made a couple catches in that game. He made that tombstone earlier on. But this time when he's in that teddy bear position, can't quite get a hold of it.
And we're off again. Middle ball uncontested this time. France with the clear advantage. Mexico's counter misses its target. France with the play call. Renault for his team. Missing Ortega. Galicia quick to defend his teammates. Ask them to hurry up and let's get into neutral zone. But they get countered. Potentially a double. Yep. Okay. Here we go.
A little confusion there, just a double hit. Gonzalez just explaining that.
You hate those moments. Like it was like
There's
no
nothing you can do
awareness
about
of-
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he actually had great footwork to get ready for his throw.
Oh,
Another
and
great
a
catch, number 50. Sorry that he was late to the party for the barricade selection, but he's had a couple catches just in the last minute or so.
Like you said, when you've come on late, it's hard to make that big impression. He did make that successful leap of faith, which was a nice one. He takes the catch just there. But the players that have been submitted forward, they've played a very good full match of dodgeball, been very dominant across the board.
Sliding out is number 4, Belio.
Toro and Ortega sent back to. And just a line infringement there.
Another line, unbelievable. Goes low, and a late trailer gets him.
Renard has got his eyes. He's got his eyes open the whole way there. He's seen, Toro go low and make that block, but his eyes are closed in that situation. Renard, plenty of experience under his belt.
Yeah, that's the difference when a veteran has that late throw.
Yeah.
That knows I can see that those first two, though they missed, I'm not throwing good money after bad with a late trailer. That person thought they were done, and this is going to come in and it's going to be undefended.
It's that one step ahead, that sort of chess mindset. You're looking at what they're doing next to make sure you're doing the right thing. It's what separates a lot of the teams that might finish low bracket, in terms of maybe not making the right decisions tactically, as opposed to...
Oh, he catches it!
Yeah, good catch.
Brilliant work, Gonzalez. Dead to rights. It's one of those dangerous things if you're throwing right at someone's gut, right in the breadbasket. No catch this time by Mexico. 4 players remaining. 4 on 4.
4 on 4, and this will be the final 1 minute 30 set.
So it's fired back and forth, and now 2 players remaining for Mexico. 3 for France.
30 seconds left on the clock. France currently up 26-4.
Alicia provides pressure for his teammate. Countered, but he stays alive. Big shot, big block. And we're done. 28-4, final score. Another thing about the cloth game, it makes for some big looking scores.
Indeed, indeed.
And we're going to turn it over to Jake Mason, who's going to be having an interview here with Axel Auger.
Yeah?
Today.
No, Pierre Auger. Axel, yeah,
Oh,
slightly separate. Yeah.
Look, my apologies.
But the final score on that one finishes France 28, Mexico 4. We'll be joined shortly by Jake Mason and Pierre Auger for the Beercade player of the match.
Which, for those of you in Edmonton, it is an amazing establishment. Thank you for the pen, good sir.
Next up on this court, just while we wait, Australia women against Canada women. A big game in terms of who will be looking at progressing past the group games. Now, I'm not sure. Does it go into quarterfinals or does it go straight to semi-finals?
That's a great question. I'll pull up the laptop.
Okay, I don't think anyone's really clear. It says like knockouts, but I'm not sure if that is
Okay, so straight into semi-finals.
So far, what we're looking at is it's straight into semifinals.
Okay, so it does go straight into semi-finals.
Wait, come on. Take a seat over here.
What do I mean? I didn't play.
Yeah, you're fine. You can ask questions about the game. I'll ask you and you can ask him.
Okay.
Are we live? Are we good? All right. Here we go.
Attends, il y a une traduction?
Translation?
French. I can translate.
Yes, you can translate, but put that on.
Okay. Tu transmets? Yes, traduire.
Introduce yourself. We're live.
Okay.
Introduce yourself. Smile. Talk. What is your name?
Pierre.
Pierre. All right. Now, je comprends, mais je ne parle pas bien. So I'm going to let this guy interview you. I would like to know, it was a big lead. 26-4 is a huge lead. Like, what do you do in a game like that to keep your energy up? Talk about that. You can talk en français to each other and say hi to your friends at home. And I'll let you do that. Okay, you're in charge.
Ok, donc à ton avis, comment est-ce qu'on a fait pour que l'équipe elle continue comme ça à s'améliorer, même si en changeant toute la squad, on a continué à gagner le match?
Français? In French? Ok, so je pense que le fait de changer un joueur par un joueur, ça a vraiment pas bouleversé l'équipe tout d'un coup. Et ça fait que chaque joueur s'est acclimaté au jeu qu'on avait mis en place au début avec la première équipe de base.
Donc tu penses que tout le monde a su complémenter les autres, on s'est complémentarisé sans pour autant baisser d'énergie.
Voilà, exactement.
So, that's all or you want more? That's good? Ok. Après, comment t'as trouvé après l'équipe, après individuellement, qui est-ce que t'as trouvé très bon, ainsi de suite?
Tous les joueurs ont vraiment apporté chacun sa pierre à l'édifice. Les catchs de Vincent ont été incroyables. La pression de Manu, sans même tirer, a vraiment été efficace. Et chaque joueur a pu toucher tous les joueurs. Chaque joueur a été précis, a catché, a esquivé. Et vraiment énorme.
Chaque joueur a apporté sa pierre à l'édifice,
voilà,
et comme ça on a construit une montagne, c'est le cas de le dire. Bon bah écoutez, effectivement 26-4, effectivement on peut dire on a mené de bout en bout, et moi je suis fier de vous.
Fier aussi d'avoir participé à ce match.
Thank you very much.
No, thank you. I didn't understand a word, but they did at home. And everyone follow it as Dodgeball France.
Yeah.
Dodgeball France on Instagram. Again, WDBF on Instagram, World Dodgeball Federation. We'll see you guys soon. Thank you so much. Merci.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you.
Thank you so much. See you.
Come on, come on.
Come on.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, my friends are No.
Welcome back to Dodgeball World Championships 2022 here in Edmonton, Alberta, in Canada. It's been a while since we had any major world tournaments, but we're back in Canada to finally make up for some lost time. This year we have mixed and cloth that join the normal foam regime of Dodgeball.
Absolutely. There's been so much unity created over the last couple of years, even during a pandemic, that we're seeing two types, both the foam and the cloth. And right now we're seeing premier teams in the cloth women's. On the left-hand side is Australia. On the right-hand side is Canada. The home team advantage.
You'd like to think so. Both teams with previous cloth experience under the different world organisation. Obviously joined by some new faces along the way that have transitioned from foam to cloth.
And I can certainly speak to, there's a lot of excitement in Canada about learning the cloth style. There's some veterans, like you said, on the cloth team, both for women's and for our mixed. We're getting ready to go. I love the opening formations, how bunched the Australia team is into one spot. And this is likely to use those starting blocks again.
Yeah. It's sort of when you sort of group together in that full style. Oh, hold up. Now that doesn't look good.
Okay, we're going to take a minute to make sure that safety first. Very thankful for paramedics for doing whatever is happening on another court. And we'll take a look on the Twitch chat there. Likely some in Australia in. Game in Edmonton, Alberta. To my knowledge, none of the Canadian players on the women's team are themselves Albertans. Many of the women's cloth team here are out of Ontario, Canada, and that's where a lot of the cloth game originated. Coach is in for a little bit longer chat. So for those that might be just joining, we can probably do our little spiel again here about the differences between foam and cloth, because I can imagine this is going to be a well-attended game on Twitch. So we've got 5 balls instead of 6. That center ball is contested. We're going to see an opening race, which is going to be exciting. And then dive into some of the more of the nuances of the game here.
Now, if you're slightly confused in why the game hasn't started just yet, I believe they're waiting for the stretcher to then pass back over this side.
Yeah. There's no reason to begin right now when there could be flying projectiles.
Yeah, exactly that.
Health moment here. So taking this moment, I'm Ben Johnson with
Greg Whitehouse.
We're watching the women's cloth match between Canada and Australia. So not only is there 5 balls instead of 6, and of course cloth instead of foam, the opening rush is quite different in that the activation line is farther back. The second red line here on my right, the second to the left. So here's a question for you. One thing is, with foam, there's gendered lines. Men's, women's, for cloth. Same court?
Same court.
Same court.
Well, when you think about it, we play a mixed division. So, if you're expecting women to play in the mixed division, you're expecting them to throw to the back of the court. I've heard it might be a little bit of a controversy across, the foam side of things. I believe a lot of women are trying to push for the full-size court.
Well, no, it is that open debate right now in terms of what's equity, what's equality. Should there be a single unified court? And we were talking about the court size difference between foam and cloth here. One of the advantages of the men's foam court is that it matches a volleyball court.
Yeah.
So we can see here that the darkened wood is just matching what you'd see for a volleyball match. So it's kind of nice in general that this activation was there already, for instance.
And that's the thing, that when you look at accessibility as the main thing, you have to look at, where can I go and play dodgeball? Is it easy to set up? Well, certainly for a foam game, you just rock up to a volleyball court. Cloth, maybe slightly different. Normally we play badminton size courts. Our courts are slightly smaller.
Okay.
Over in Europe, we normally play sort of badminton court sizes.
Take a look here on the Twitch chat to see if there's anything else. Let's go. Okay, some center court festivities. Keith Cowie from Canada alongside Dylan.
Plenty of friendly play amongst everyone here.
Love the camaraderie.
When the whistle blows, slightly different faces are put on each player.
Yes, at least we hope so. We need that ferocity, especially in that neutral zone.
Yeah.
And I love from the previous match we were watching, there was a player on the right wing. He was near the end of the neutral zone, dead to rights. Player throws it in point blank, boom, catch.
Yeah. And it's so impressive. It's sort of that highlight point that you can look at and go, oh, that was really impressive, because the amount of skill that, you know, you're taking that catch in so close, the amount of power that is put behind it.
Well, Greg, I don't know about you, but I'm itching to go here. This is a premier match we're about to watch. The 2022 World Dodgeball Championships in Edmonton, Alberta. Women's cloth exhibition match. Opening lines are resetting.
So both teams are now lining up for that centre rush. Australia bunched up together. It's normally a minute 30 set thing that you look at in terms of they're all bunched together. They're going super aggressive off the bat. And you might look at it, there you go, 3 runners.
Doyle for Canada takes it, but she's taken out.
Yeah. If,
Oh,
like you said,
yes,
So
exactly.
if you're running for that centre ball, any body part that crosses over that line, you're classed as out. If you're running for those left balls, however, one body part can go over that.
German on the left wing providing great pressure. Play call, center for Australia, number 4. It's the left winger who sends it and gets countered by Steph Ness. Cowie protecting her teammates. Elsinger in the center with the play call. Pumps and fires by Cowie, countered.
And it's very interesting in terms of it's hard because it'll often be cross-referenced Europe versus the rest of the world sort of thing. How you call over sort of in the rest of the world. You often call from the middle, hands behind the ball. It's something that we don't see very often in Europe. It's sort of that ancient trade.
Great catch by Ness.
Yeah, Ness picks up that catch, the single ball on her track back, just making sure she's it's nice and secure.
Play call.
Skellerup hit out for that single ball in the middle there, the standing counter from Ness.
Skellerup, she led her team into the charge, but was ultimately taken out. Play call by Doyle for herself. Late throw by Ness, also missing.
Well, Australia now have 4 balls and they have to punish on this.
And Rosen and teammate throw it, going wide of Ness. Now we're extending a conversation from a previous match there, but I see Elsinger's using that full arm in terms of her windup.
We were talking earlier about the throws. Morrison with that sling style throw. In the warm-up, we actually saw her use the softball, I guess, related throw, the one that comes underarm.
So one of the questions I would have is like pump faking, which we're used to in the foam world, quite big. Is it even possible when you're doing that arm? A great catch again. Elsinger's brought it in. So far, the veterans of the cloth women's game are top performers. A 1v situation, number 22 remaining. That's Phillips.
Sole player in. A tough feat for anyone. A 1v6 is almost a mountain to climb.
And remember, for those who aren't familiar with cloth, she's against the clock. If the set timer ends, it will be Canada's point. Both balls flying low. Canada's players quick to retreat. Big block by Cowie. Shot low by Ness. Phillips lets it rip.
And just like that, set ends. 3-minute set timer finishes.
Lots of excitement coming from the Canada bench. Ball retriever Winnie Tran giving high fives, among other things, to her teammates. Let's see this next opening rush. Grab by Canada. Doyle gets it without the violation.
Ness this time doesn't take that catch that we saw her taking the first set, that track back into the chest. This time, the ball is slightly wide of her.
Goes cross to the right winger, number 11, McLean. Counterattack and a great catch.
Yeah.
Brilliant move.
Australia, they won't bring anyone back in for that catch, but it certainly takes out the Canadian player.
Elsinger stays with the ball, maybe longer than she should have, and is taken out. 3 players remaining for Canada, full court for Australia. It's too bad, like you said, with that catch, you don't get like a +1 for later.
That's it, one in the bank.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's good awareness from the number 4, Patmore.
Ball's up and returned. Great mobility by Cowie so far. She's been able to stay high in some of these throws. Sliding, staying alive. Quick break. But well defended by Australia.
Time just paused.
All right, if you're watching from Twitch, time to do some claps. Support the player with the injury. Thank you for the paramedics. And soon we're going to do a reset at the back line. Cowie makes her way there. And we're underway again.
And although Canada looked very promising in that first set, they took that first set and they took the 2 set points.
Big hit.
Yeah.
2?
Yeah, takes out Phillips. No, not quite. I looked close
so
to it.
close.
Yeah.
Big blocks. Good counters. McLean's taken out.
Canada high up that court. They're in a very aggressive countering team.
They've got the ball advantage. Expertly defended there by Patmore.
Yeah.
Captain Patmore. Shares the balls with her teammates. Ball burden now for Australia. 3 players spread and run to the line. Shots fired and Cowie, and it's the trailer that takes it out.
Yeah, second ball, that delayed ball takes out Cowie. The headshot.
In a 1v situation for Doyle. Spent most of her time being the center player. Now is the solo player. Blocked. And then out by Meady.
So what was a 1v4, a hit, and a center line infringement.
Shot clock counting down.
But Patmore doesn't need to throw. She's playing sensible and
clear advantage. Australia.
Yeah,
they're set.
Patmore and Skellerup close out that set. Very smart. When that time is ticking down, all you've got to do is just play time. And they do just that. They finish the set. They win the 2 set points by that player advantage, 2 players to 1.
Balls are resetting. There is a request by the Canadian team to switch up the location of the balls. Just a little bit more spread out.
Yep.
Both sides ready, and they're off. Tested ball goes to Australia this time.
They almost play it like foam, you know, that they send 3 runners each time. It's not something that is very common in a lot of European dodgeball. Normally you're sending 2 runners. One picks up the middle, the second on the left flicks one back and holds one.
Okay.
Yeah,
So job 1, move on to job number 2.
No, yeah. So yeah, I guess in terms of that sort of, yeah. But a good block from Phillips, high up court.
Phillips expertly defending her team, passing the ball over to Van Rosen on the left wing.
A
Winding
block
throw
there.
by Morrison, misses her target.
Yeah. McLean done very well in terms of getting low and blocking every time.
It goes low, countered. Better block by Meaden. Ness pushing to the line. So is the opposing winger, Morrison. And Cowie with the play call. Back and forth. Ness is taken out by Van Rosen. She's been doing an amazing job holding up the left wing.
Yeah, and it's that winger that you're looking for to apply that high pressure. It's very common and close to the catch. Cowie almost looks like she has hands on it, but falls out. Yeah.
Play call by Afghanian, back and forth. So she accidentally lets the ball go.
And that's so unlucky because she's ready to throw at Van Rossen. Unfortunately, Van Rossen is taken out and her hands are up. You throw at an opponent in that state, you're given a card.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's better to be out than get a blue card in that moment.
So unfortunately, then where she's probably not quite got the best grip on it, she can't pump fake and it falls out of her hand.
Attempted catch again. McLean is taken out.
Probably didn't need a catch that early on. You were 5 players up to 2. Now a catch and a hit.
Counter attack nearly hits us. Australia's advantage, but a preemptive throw
with a block. Now with a single ball, applies the high pressure.
Veterans, Morrison on the left wing. Elsinger on the right wing. Staying far apart in the wings. The solo throw to number 22 misses. Phillips staying alive.
And now Australia with 4 balls.
And the player advantage.
And that is big from Skellerup. Closes out the set, punishes the Canadian women for being slightly high up. Despite them losing the first set, they've been very promising in the past 2 sets. Now up 4 set points to 2.
One of the nuances, at least I think I'm seeing from good positioning there, Dermot being quite specific, with the neutral zone, your court position matters so much more.
Yeah.
It's just like you said, like not retreating quick enough, being a little bit too up on the line. Just a few feet makes such a huge difference. Opening rush. Ball's contested still. Swiped back by number 11, but she's taken out by Elsinger.
Yeah.
McLean,
and it's almost, she wanted that ball so much, but she's lost her life in the process, you know.
So in that moment, would you want her to have a more violent swing of the ball? Because she's probably dead, but maybe she can get that ball way back.
Yeah, so if she's, you know, it's bobbling about and you see the Canadians running at you, you better start tracking back.
Yeah. Ball's going back and forth. No eliminations. Canadian team heading into formation. Morrison with the play call. Up and catch is good. Ball's up into the air again. Big block.
Oh, and that is so unlucky. McLean makes her way back onto court after the catch, but the block comes in and unfortunately takes her out.
Oh.
Block from Skeller up in center.
I think the feeling that you describe is smoldering.
Yeah. They're the ones that feel tough. But a good 2-ball attack from Australia.
4 players, 4 balls. 2 out, none hitting. Australia's burden to throw. 3 players, 3 balls. Play call coming from that winger. Phillips. Hermit sends it low and wide and Skellerup. Quiet in the action. So Australia heads to the line.
just a single ball release again.
Cross court goes wide. Player advantage, Canada. Doyle staying alive and cross courts it. Follow up throw by Dermott, taking out Skeller up. Phillips alone. And a great catch. Catches win matches so far. We've tied it up 4-4.
So a couple of unlucky plays there. You know, Australia, they make that catch. McLean is then caught out in the process of that also.
Brilliant speed by both teams, but it's 13. Half Kenny that takes it. Dermott so quick up to the center. Equally fought by McLean, but she's taken out as well.
Australia up from that scenario. It's that what we call a volley, a back-to-back sort of play.
Yep.
They go up, you know, they take two out from Canada, only one head out from Australia. McLean.
Something I do love about the
Ball
club
pops
game
up.
is this.
Oh, and that is so good. Some
Wow.
great awareness from that. Morrison takes the rebound catch, but as the hit goes on to Morrison, Skellerup is also there on that rebound catch.
Big moment. If you're not used to the cloth game, one of the things I love with the 5 balls is very clear who the burden to throw is, which Canada right now. And that bounce back catch, very unique to this rule set. Such great awareness by both teams. Cowie with the play call. 2 balls thrown to counterattack. Both counters missing.
Yeah.
Helsinger doing a brilliant job of getting low.
And that's almost like if you're not the greatest at getting back, it's something like if you're hanging around centre court too much, that last minute drop down is very, very smart because a lot of people will try and go for chess because that's where you're going to bounce off more.
Ball's up. Skellerup takes it.
And that shot, I don't know if you quite saw it from Van Rossen, that sort of shot on Cowie.
Four players for Australia, 3 for Canada. Coach for Canada is explaining, trying to get the attention from the refs. The set clock will be stopped.
So I think a little debate there. I think that they're maybe saying that number 4 for Canada, actually Cowie, she gets hit from that, the one that I was talking about, that Van Rossen sort of throw. Delayed ball comes back, but Van Rossen's got to travel back quick.
Back and forth. Wow, I'm not used to seeing this collision here. Helsinger's alive.
Unfortunate, a bit of collision. Some people would say that could be a card just because of like spatial awareness. Nothing wrong with it. It's not on purpose, so they'd probably claim that it was an accidental because obviously where both teams
Both players,
be allowed in that
you
neutral
quite
zone.
clearly tell there's no intent. McLean taken out in the play. Helsinger was ready for it. She's been here before. High pressure situation, 1v2.
But Patmore happy to block those single balls all day long.
Two v1 countdown happening. Cross courts it.
Starting to get tired when you're the only player left and you're being forced to throw.
I think we're missing a ball. Nope. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Taking a moment. Refs discussing, talking with the coach. Must say, this has been an exciting match so
I think
far.
just the set is over. I think there was just a bit of a discussion that in terms of the set timer for that, but the set does end. So Australia take that set, a key set for them, considering that Canada had brought it back.
Clock management, pretty big part of this game. 2 points, 1 set dividing these teams. We're still in the first half. Australia versus Canada, women's cloth exhibition before the playoffs. Day 1, World Dodgeball Championships. Opening rush. Taken by Canada, volleying back and forth. No damage.
And I think Halfpenny's a little annoyed there because she believes that the Australian centre runner has actually put a body part over that middle line. So,
Body part but not touching the ground, does that matter?
yeah, no, if you touch the ground.
Well, that was very close to us. In fact, that hit some of us. Ball up in the air. What a catch! Brilliant move by Dermot.
But the stream is still fine.
That's the important part.
Exactly.
Especially to see that Dermot catch. Play call by Doyle. It's the right winger who throws it. Van Rosen taken out. Australia's play call. 4 balls, 4 players, all heading to the line, spread out. 2 shots fired on the winger, both missing wide. Cowie taking the right wing. Morrison with the play call. Dermot sends it wide over 2 targets. Ball burden. Australia, 3 players heading to the line. Ball's up. Skellerup is taken out.
Yeah, unlucky there. She pushes that block out. Unfortunately, the spin on the ball catches her shoulders. And that ball is still live, so that will obviously count as a hit.
Admore taken out. 2 players remaining for Australia. Some hustle in the step there. I like it, Phillips. Cowie blocking, staying alive. Canada, 3 balls. Tran tosses it into a teammate. Morrison again with the play call.
Oh, and a good catch. Huge catch
Phillips.
indeed. It swung that play around. They
Bringing
were
in
2
the
on
Holcomb.
5, now only a 3 on 4.
Holcomb defending her teammates. Lots of shots at her, and it's the final one that takes her out.
Now they've got to play aggressive.
Phillips
She
again!
gets into it. Morrison caught off guard there. She believes that 22 is running
2 catches
forward.
in 30 seconds.
And the hit's there.
And successful block struck.
And
the
Australia
set is
played-
over. Phillips.
Great dodgeball.
Someone we're going to be seeing on the Beercade potential MVP.
Some very smart dodgeball. She runs forward. Morrison believes that she'll take that hit on her. She drops the ball, and a nice pickup from Phillips there. 2 catches in that set. Some very, very good dodgeball from her.
Ness back on the court for Canada.
So a 90-second set will end this first half. That 90-second set will be the final set, so there can't be another one after that.
Opening rush. Contested.
Someone has mentioned in chat the commentators are not a target. Unfortunately, this time, no. Yeah, no bonus points for hitting us, I'm afraid.
Ball burden for Australia. 3 players heading out full spread. Solo shot misses. Countered. Morrison also
And a
misses her
good
target.
Yeah, good block, but then the Patmore throws the single, just making sure they haven't got the advantage. A good block, a double block,
Ball's
the
up in the
second
air.
one pops up.
Ness out.
Ness was very dominant in that first set, not quite found her foot in the rest of the half.
We didn't see a line violation. They did a good job
No,
staying in.
no.
Unlike that previous match,
Yeah.
it was 4+. Cowie shouting back to her teammates. Rips it. Ball goes wide, hitting the referee instead. 6 players, 3 balls.
And there is a line infringement, but not on the back line. That's that neutral zone front line from the Canadian.
Good ups and big blocks by Afghani.
And Australia play defensive in that final set. They head into the second half at 10 set points to Canada. Canada's 4. I was about to say Canadians 4, but that just doesn't make sense.
It was wild. We had the 4-4 for
a
like, it was so close. And then set.
Yeah.
Excellent work by Australia. Big move by Phillips. Those 2 catches within 20, 30 seconds at most.
There were 3 players down. There were 2 on 5 at that point. And that key point from Phillips, she gets the hit.
So my guess is with the point differential being this close, you're not likely to abandon any strategy overall.
That's it. We've still got 20 minutes of dodgeball to play. That's a lot of dodgeball. You know, plenty of sets to come. So Australia really need to be looking back at those sets in the half time and just making sure that they're tracking back into these certain situations and going, what did we do right? You know what worked for us. I mean, Phillips, if she can keep that form on for the rest of the game, this could look a lot more dominant than it is at the moment.
And we're like a battle of inches in that center line for the disputed ball. Like there's those right at the end there, like that final set.
Yeah.
They're having and
that's it. It becomes so aggressive. If you are holding onto a ball and someone is dragged across, that will still count as an out. Yeah, it doesn't happen often, but it is something that from time to time is included.
Greg, are you familiar with this acronym? Are you familiar with this acronym over here? Goes across the ocean. Love our Twitch stream, audience here. Feel free to ask any questions of the game. Greg is a veteran of cloth, based out of Europe. You're coming from the UK?
Yeah, from the UK. Yep.
Where specifically?
Oh, sorry. I live in Bedford now, but I was brought up in Essex. Yeah. The only reference that some people might know is if they watch not reality TV, but it is kind of reality. It's called The Only Way is Essex. Yeah, it's about people that are faked. We don't go into that. If you've seen it, you've seen it. You'll know.
Presumably, this is your first time to Edmonton?
First time to Canada. Yeah.
Edmonton,
I wasn't very well travelled growing up, but dodgeball has certainly brought me to some lovely places in and around the world.
The 2019 World Dodgeball Championships were in Cancun, Mexico.
Was that your first?
Yeah, that was my first time there. as a Canadian, it was a little bit more exciting to go to Cancun, Mexico, than to Edmonton, Alberta.
The funny thing is, and that's what some people are like, oh, I'd love to go to Glasgow to do world champs. As an English person, I'd be like, it's okay, but I want to go out to the world. It's not confirmed where next Worlds is. There's a couple of countries, I believe, floating about in terms of where it could be. I think it will probably come back to Europe, as far as I'm aware.
Well, I've been saving since early 2020 for a Europe trip to see World Dodgeball Championships, and they have it switched a couple times, and then go, here we go into Edmonton. I was like, no, I've definitely oversaved.
Yeah.
And we're ready to go again this second half. Canada on the left, Australia on the right. The contested ball goes to Canada. Line violation. So that's Holcomb, who slightly overstepped. Ball advantage for Australia.
So I think there might be sometimes a slight rule sort of change from foam to cloth. In foam, if you tread on the line, you're not out. Is that right?
On the opening rush, it's a soft line. And then you might see players slide.
Yeah.
Like physically sliding, tossing the ball back.
Yeah.
And then they have to hustle back. They could be taken out as they've crossed the line.
Okay.
But yeah, so and then once the game's activated, that line is a hard line.
So if you tread on it, you're out, or if you go over it, are you out?
The moment you tread on it, once the game is in motion,
you're out. Okay.
Yeah. Like I've seen players do an opening rush and slide their entire body through the line.
Yeah. McLean on that left side now, the wing player, the single ball attack, nice from her.
Good defensive stance there by Morrison, protecting her teammates. Ness readies up for a potential catch and retrieves the ball. Shot back and forth. She wasn't ready for the catch that time. Great work by Van Rosen. Play call by Ellsworthy, but it's a shot by Van Rosen. Morrison's taken out in the process. 3 players remaining for Canada.
And that's something that we see a lot of, that aggressive play style in the centre. Ellsworthy there in the centre, making sure that third ball for Canada isn't easy to reach.
Quick break by McLean, taking out her opposing winger. Just 2 left for Canada.
And a single ball block, easy for McLean.
Two shots fired, missing. A late throw and a softie.
It is a throw that gets used a lot, especially it's so accurate, and you could drive a lot of power behind it, especially if you've dodged low, and you don't think that throw is going to wind up enough power.
And Cowie's taken out. Final player remaining for Canada. That means 2 more points on the board for Australia.
Yeah,
the gap is widening.
The Canada player there, she was out because she threw invalid. So if you don't throw within a meter of your opponent, then you are classed out as that's an invalid throw. Something that you don't really have in foam, right? Or you do? It's like you have to throw in the area.
Yeah. The invalid throw is rarely called, and it's only for whether you pretended to throw, and then the shot clock was counting down.
And that's nice.
Out. Great shot by the captain.
Yeah, Pat Moore with that single ball.
Canada shot. So we saw the ball bounce off her. If it was caught, would that be?
Yeah, so she would be out. If she just blocks it and then it gets caught, both balls collide.
When 2 balls collide, they
are still live.
They stay alive.
Yeah,
wow.
so you could
grenades in the air.
Yeah.
Incredible footwork and pressure. That was impressive by Dermott. Ness with the play call for her team. 2 players taken out in the process. That was a very successful push.
Yeah, something that we saw there that didn't quite work out. Patmore then has the only ball for Australia, but she isn't on the wing. Maybe something that is a little different that we don't really see in Europe. Normally that ball is always passed out to wing side.
Beauty of a catch. So many shots fired back and forth. Wow. Great work, Stewart. They called by the retriever.
Single ball. 2 of arguably the better players on this Australian side from what we've seen so far.
Rosen and McLean. Ness again with the play call for a team. They're lining up on target, and Ness is taken out with the counter. Great shot by Van Rosen.
Yeah,
3 players remaining for Canada.
A good 1-for-1 in Canada's favour. They'll happily just take 1-for-1 at this stage.
Tell you, the math of 4-2-3-1 is incredibly in favor of doing a 1-for-1 trade.
A call out on Morrison, making sure that she isn't throwing that ball. And Van Rossen starts to look tired. The single ball is caught. And Canada take that set. So we're now within touching distance yet again. Single ball comes in from Morrison. And Van Rossen is hit out on that.
Canada pushing to the line. 2 shots fired on the right winger. She's staying alive. Holcomb and her teammate Phillips send it. Missing targets. Canada now.
Canada playing a lot smarter dodgeball in this set and in the previous one. Now they're looking to hold on to those balls. Phillips, aggressive up court.
Great movement with their leg to stay
we
alive.
call that the gazelle.
The gazelle.
When you like flick your legs back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Love it. And Morrison with great hops.
Australia could get 4 balls in this play here.
McLean doing great work getting into the neutral zone, supporting their teammates. Now 4 players, 2 balls. Dermott's taken out. Ness already into the neutral zone. Slowly retreating. Australia.
And that call made from Patmore despite not holding a ball. Something we don't really see a lot of. Normally the person on the left calls is your main caller. A lot of the rest of the world countries are favouring towards the centre ball caller, and then it's passed either way.
Yeah. And I think we're quite often in foam, at least
you huddle.
Is the center player often is trying to draw fire from everyone.
I saw that a lot earlier when I was watching that foam game. It's probably the bigger difference because you can play that slower time down, and you gather in.
Attempted catch, no good. Good shot by Holcomb. And one of the reasons why we'd be seeing is you tend to have your best throwers out on the wings.
So with coming close to under 10 minutes left, we'll be looking at the Beercade player of the match. 2 players from both teams will head onto the Twitch poll. And you can vote at home for your...
Canada holding up their arms, slowing it down.
And Australia happily to take that draw. It means another set is over without them losing that gap that they have. Timeout is called. So 13-7, Australia in the lead, but a timeout is called from the side of Canada.
Let's go beer can, right? Beer can, beer can, beer can. BERCAN.
All right, we're getting those names in. Trying to remember those highlight moments, whether it was Skellerup with some incredible plays. Phillips, who had near back-to-back catches. The leaders from Canada, we were watching just incredible play work by Eisinger and Morrison. Longtime veterans of the golf game. Big cheers going on right now by Australia. I don't know if you hear it through my mic, but it's hard to hear anything else other than oi, oi, oi right now.
Yeah. Celebrations all over.
Getting ready. Ref's talking it out right now.
Players just being requested to put on a bib while ball retrieving. A bit of confusion with the green ball retriever shirts and the...
Yeah, you tend to have the same national team be the ball retrievers, so it's really important that the pennies or... Did you say the bib?
Yeah.
Okay.
What would you call that?
A penny.
A penny?
But like a bibby is what a bib is like what a baby wears.
A penny is what old ladies wear when they're baking.
I love that we have like completely different meanings for things like pants, of course, being the most obvious. And Canada takes the ball. Doyle tosses back to her teammate. Ness is at the line. Good work. Both teams, Australia, now 3 players spread up full. Van Rosen throws it, lows it. I love it. The more you know. Play calls by Ellsworthy. Sharing with the teammates. She sends it herself. Right on target. With a deuce. Stewart and Ness.
Yeah. Australia happy to play this timeout. They're currently 1 player up in this set. They can play super defensive.
Good pressure there by Doyle. She's slow to retreat. Eislinger
Unlucky there.
Takes out her player. Switch it up. Pump fakes. Don't see those too often. Big block.
Yeah. Easy block for Van Rossen there. Nice, simple block. Heads low.
And a great counter by her.
Yeah. She's got that quick whip arm. It tracks back. The power comes nice and easy.
Canada's turn. Singer misses. Morrison protects herself.
You see Australia now, they're not looking for those single ball catches anymore. They're starting to slow it down. They just need to dodge out the way. And they do just that.
We progressed from the set clock being the most important thing to now the match clock, where Australia knows they're decently ahead. They're also playing against veteran players, so like play smart right now. Their burden to throw. Ellsworthy again with the play call. Van Rosen looks to take it. Nope. 2 shots fired from the backcourt. No damage for a little while.
Yeah. Australia are happy to dodge out the way, but Canada are just looking for that single ball catch. That's what's going to turn the ball around.
Back and forth. Ellsworthy staying alive. No, she's not actually.
There you go. Centre
3-on-3.
Calls out Ellsworthy. Morrison with that sling throw. Like we said, a lot of power from that wind-up.
Third shot countered. Van Rosen's out. Eislinger staying alive. Coaches and referees exchanging words. 3 players on 2. Phillips taken out. It's just Van Rosen, but Morrison gone.
So a little confusion there under some of the rulings that was just happened, where Van Rossum was hit out because she hasn't then got her hands up. We can't distinguish that she is an out player. So yeah, that's because if you're throwing at someone that's out, one, it's going to be an invalid because they're not a live player, and two, well, a bit stupid because that's where someone's going to get hurt.
So points on the board for Canada.
So
nuances of the game. Just like, again, a new thing for a player who's used to foam.
Yeah.
When they're out, they need to be so explicit. Brilliant catch!
And the catch from Pat Moore.
Hidden gem moment there by our vice captain keeping her in.
And that's it. Yeah, you're dragging that player on. Her foot is above the line anyway. It's hovering, you know, that line.
Extra aggression from Ness, taking out their target.
Yeah, Pat Moore is then hit out in that track back. Can't quite find the block. Canada are going to have to be super aggressive in these final 6 minutes 30 left on this clock. Phillips' eyes wander across as that block ball pops up and she looks for the catch. That would be classed as a catch. That ball is a live ball.
It would have taken a sliding dive.
Oh, yeah.
Pull in.
Yeah.
I would hope whoever would do that had elbow pads. It stayed so low.
It's not something that is. I've seen it more on phone players than cloth players. That high press from Australia, just making sure they get the majority balls. They've got 4 balls now in their arsenal.
Two shots on target, taking out Ness.
Yeah. Takes out Ness. So both teams even at the moment.
Cowie, big throw, goes high.
Sorry, my mistake. Australia, 1 player up. So as Ben quickly leaves us and heads to the foam court, where he's on duty there. We're joined by Alyssa for the final 4 minutes 30. Australia up 13-9. And now only 1 player up in this set. Hello, Alyssa.
Hello, jumping into a pretty exciting game over here.
And a very good game at that. It was very close to start. Australia looked at taking the lead. And then Canada started to claw back. Morrison looks like she takes the catch, but it just bobbles out. And they do take that set, Australia. So 15-9 up, and now they've called a timeout. A lot happening.
A lot happening. Yeah. Jumping in, catching up. But it looks like Canada has taken Australia a little bit by surprise here.
And I think that is that, you know, it's very close to start. Australia were looking for maybe a couple of silly catches to start the game. You know, when you're sort of fishing in the regions that you shouldn't be outside of your body. Australia quickly learned and they started to take that big lead. Now Canada started to draw things back. If they'd taken that set, it would have been 13-11 with 4 minutes left on the clock.
Which is still plenty of time, as we've learned in these cloth
Exactly.
matches.
These sets can end under a minute. Australia have been a very defensive side, and we've seen that a fair amount, not just from their women, but across the board.
And you may have already covered this in the match, but as we know, Canada is traditionally more of a foam country. This is them trying cloth for the first time. Australia's really done both in the past. So they probably have a little bit more of a mixed team here that have a lot of cloth experience and home experience. So they're probably bringing their strengths to this game as well.
So it's high risk, high reward now for Canada. They have to be super aggressive out the block, and they have to end these sets quick if they're going to want to looking at coming back into this game. Australia happily just going to sit back and enjoy the view.
They're looking to drain the clock right now,
Yeah.
right? They're looking to let these 3 minutes run out. They have point advantage right now. They have all 6 players left on the court, so they're just wanting to wrap this game up and take the W.
And a good throw by Van Rossen, unfortunately not quite finding the target on Ness. 4-ball attack from Canada. Van Rossen happily, she's going to happily, squat down, make sure she's getting that block in the correct place.
4 players still on for Australia. They're just wanting to let the time run out. Let the balls come their way. Canada definitely playing a little bit more aggressively, as they should be in this time.
All Australia have to do is make sure they head into under a minute and a half. Once you've got down to that time, it's time to enjoy, the victory that you've earned. Unfortunately, played not as defensive as they'd like just there. So we have had our Beercade player of the match come in, and it'll be Katie Morrison from this side of Canada.
So we'll be having a player interview with her following this match.
And now McLean, who we've seen be very aggressive and take some good shots this whole game, is now a 1-on-4. But she's done enough for this game. We'll go into a 90-second set with the score currently being 15-11. So mathematically impossible for Canada to come back and draw this game. So now a 1 minute 30 set. Australia can happily do what they please in this set.
Hi everyone at home, this is Jake. I took over Lisa's mic. Okay, bye.
Now the tough thing for Australia, despite them winning the game already, they do need these set points. They unfortunately lost, I believe, by 2 sets to Austria earlier, and will go, I believe, straight into semi-finals after the groups. That'll be the knockout stage.
This is their last game of...
No. So obviously they've lost to Austria.
Yeah.
They need those set points, because if another team equals them on wins, then you have that set difference in your back pocket to go.
That makes sense. That makes sense, yes, because it can come down to a point differential. Team Canada playing pretty aggressively here, looking for the hits. Australia kind of just playing at the back line. They're wanting to run the clock, look for a catch maybe, stay alive.
And they've done it so well. The past 4 or 5 minutes where we saw that 4-minute timer and Canada needed to be aggressive. Australia just played super defensive. And Australia do take that final set. No, a draw, both 5. So both will take 1 set point. The final score on that game, 16-12, a very close game. It started out for Australia, started to storm ahead, and by that point, they were happy to play the defense game.
Definitely. So that is the last match here. As you guys might be noticing from home, we are slightly behind schedule. So pretty match coming up real soon. On this court, we will be seeing Canada versus Australia, Law, co-ed.
Okay.
So if you're a Canadian fan and you're wanting to stay on this live stream, keep watching. You got another one of your home nation teams playing right on this court.
So as we wait for Jake to grab Katie Morrison, our Beercade player of the match. You're next on this court, right?
I am. I will be here with Bill Fisher. And we'll give cloth a go. Neither of us are cloth experts, so we'll give it a
That's
go.
fine. I don't even think I'm a cloth expert at this point. But a good game and plenty more games to come. This is only day 1 of 5 days of dodgeball here in Edmonton, Canada.
Lots of dodgeball. Some of these players are playing more than 1 division. Some are playing up to 4 divisions. So there is a lot of dodgeball left to play. Hopefully, no injuries. Everyone's going to get a lot of rest tonight. But
Oh, we've seen one. We saw one bad injury. Someone was taken on a stretcher earlier. Yeah. So apart from that, we'll brush over that.
Let's keep our fingers crossed for the rest of the tournament. Then. All right, and Katie Morrison is coming over to the player interview section in just a moment. And then we'll be getting ready for our next match here on the live stream court on Dodgeball TV 2.
Oh, and we're on. I am here with the Katie Morrison, and you are the captain of the women's cloth team?
I am.
Captain of the women's cloth team. You have a lot of cloth experience. You played in other championships. You run cloth leagues here, correct?
Yeah, sorry, I can't hear you.
Oh, it's fine. Here, let's do this. Just a
Do that?
little.
Oh, that's better. Okay,
there we
sorry.
go. No, you're good. So I was talking about how awesome you are and how you have a lot of cloth experience.
I do, yeah.
Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, I first started dodgeball playing for Foam Team Canada back in 2014 in Hong Kong, WDBF.
Oh, the one I was
long time ago. Yeah, and then our local league started playing cloth. Some people were traveling across the UK. They brought cloth into Canada. We started playing that in our local league with the 8.5 cloth. Back when that was a thing. And our local leagues just grew within the Hamilton area for all cloth. Nice. And that's, if you wanted to play league, you were playing cloth. And so we just started developing it from there.
And so how has that been? So a lot of us, for the States, for example, we don't have any other cloth teams to play against. So it's kind of new for us. Obviously, Europe, they play against each other all the time. You guys, at least you have your leagues, but how do you practice for an event like this?
We play against each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're really lucky that we have a really tight-knit family with the men's team and the co-ed team. So they will come to our practices, or the ladies from the mixed team will join in our scrimmage at the end of our practices and give us a chance with our alternates or to play with and against each other, and we'll do the same for them.
Nice.
So we play a lot against the men's team and the co-ed team, and then we'll bring in random players from our league that were not necessarily able to be on Team Canada or come out to tryouts.
And if I know, Australia, they played. I'm sure this was a matchup you were looking forward to. Anything else throughout the day or this week that you're really looking forward to?
Well, there's a player on Team Australia, number 11, Lauren McLean.
Okay.
She was my friend in Hong Kong in 2014, and I haven't seen her since this tournament.
That's the best thing about Worlds. You get to see people.
And I played against her when I was Canada. She was Australia back in Foam. And now we got to see each other, and we both played just today, now, in cloth.
That's amazing.
So it was really exciting.
I know, like, I don't want to keep going too long, but I would love to chat with you more about the differences in your experience playing on Team Canada foam and Team Canada cloth. So I'm going to grab you later. We're going to throw that on Instagram, on the World Dodgeball Federation Instagram. Tell people how they can play cloth in Canada. Where do they go?
Well, Hamilton is pretty much the hub of where cloth resides.
Do you have a website?
We do. So my coach runs a league called at Play Hamilton.
Okay.
Myself, I run Dodgeball Niagara. There's also Grimsby Smash. We have a couple different leagues that float around.
So Google it, check it out. But we've got the Katie Morrison. When's your next game today?
At 4:30.
4:30 against?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Oh my
I don't
gosh,
know
you
either.
put me on the spot.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. But
It's okay.
4:30, check it out. Follow everybody. Follow them on Instagram, Dodgeball Canada. Check out all the leagues, and we'll figure out what that game is, and we'll get back to you guys.
Perfect.
So,
Thank you so much.
thank you.
Sorry, I kept keep your toes between your legs. And we have an exciting match coming up for you here. Mixed Canada versus Australia. I think it's pretty fair to say that these teams have faced head-to-head a few times and could be considered rivals.
Yeah. Right. I think last year they met in the semifinal, or last year Cancun, they met in the semifinals. Both matches, like the men's and the women's side, started one way and completely flipped. So these two teams are very close, but first time playing in cloth. I think they played 3 in a row here, right?
Yeah, and first time playing mixed. This is our first Worlds tournament where it's 3 men, 4 at a time. Completely different dynamic and strategy. So we'll see how both of these teams fare.
Off the rush, Australia, 2 in a row, taking an early lead. Okay.
So I know a tree. This is them trying, this type of ball for the first time for a lot of Australia. A lot of these players have played cloth for some time. new game for them.
Yeah. Yeah. And you can tell, too, the Australians look, every time I've seen the Australian team play, they've looked like, they really know their stuff. They seem really in line with, like, the European, like, style.
Definitely.
And they're just on top of these shots. The two corners of Australia just charging down and knocking them off one by one. So we have McGuinness here, who's 17 in Australia. Captain Patmore.
13 left on the court for Canada. Deidre Health-Kenny.
Good blocking there, staying safe.
Australia taking their time, wanting to get ball possession, put together a play.
Yeah, I forgot. Once they have such a tremendous lead, right? It's 3-minute sets. And so once you have, you're up 5-1, you can ride out that 3 minutes and you're not in a rush.
Absolutely.
All right. Who do you think is going to get that middle ball?
Oh, it's always like a tug of war, isn't
Yeah.
it? Something that we're very unused to as foam players. This middle ball rush.
That was an impressive pitch back, though. So, yeah.
Apologies, wrong name said earlier. Danny Tancredi is actually number 13 on the mixed cloth team. More than one number 13 for Canada, since they did bring completely different rosters for each division. Different than some of the other teams here in this tournament. A lot of countries are playing, a single player can be playing multiple divisions, which is a lot of dodgeball over the course of 5 days.
Yeah, the Irish team, they have no breaks today, and it's the same roster. It's 10 hours straight.
Absolutely. Not only are their players doing mixed and specific, they are also doing cloth and foam. So that means everyone is playing 4 divisions.
Everybody leave that team alone tonight at the hotel. Let them get to their rooms and sleep. And that's a catch. That's that bounce attack catch. Block attack? Block attack is needed.
Australia really coming out strong here, taking the first 4 matches. They seem to have a strategy that's working for them. Canada might need to push the pace a little bit here if they're going to play head-to-head.
Yeah. I mean, I almost don't know if you want to push the pace. Australia just looks like you try to push the pace and they're going to swarm you. And both corners dropped to the Australian side on that. Let's see what this Australian side can do on the offense.
Number 17 stepping off for Australia, Patrick McGuinness.
I'm still not used to having to put the ball like directly down and that gentle placement.
Yeah, so for those at home who are not as used to cloth as well, when a player gets out, if they have a ball in their hand, they cannot pass it back to one of their other players. They have to drop it on the ground where they are. So if it is in this neutral zone that you guys are seeing on the court, any team could theoretically come and pick it up.
Yeah. I haven't gotten to see, have you seen anyone like get caught out in the middle, like right on top of each other?
Not a couple times today. I'm sure we'll see it a lot more throughout the tournament, but especially when with catching, I feel like you come up, you throw a ball, sometimes you get caught on your heels in the neutral zone.
And clean getting out of that one.
one player left in for Australia, number 11, Lauren McLean.
They're just talking about getting caught out in the middle there.
Yeah, so as you guys saw there, because there's a neutral zone, two different players from two different teams can actually be in the exact same area and trip up on each other potentially.
If you think getting hit from 20 feet away is rough, wait till 2 feet away with a cloth ball. And that'll put Canada on the board. We enter our fourth set here. So, as a reminder for those at home, a big catch
nice
there.
Catch by number 24,
Somerville.
Ethan Somerville.
Ooh.
And a hit by Somerville.
The momentum. They're going to give it to him again. And he gets another. Somerville's on a roll. Yeah, but a set win is 2 points in cloth. Because we have that 3-minute timer. If it gets down to it and both teams have the same number of players, each team gets one.
So catch and out by number 12, Josh Polowatenko.
Yeah. Canada looks poised to tie this up. Nice sportsmanship there, getting that skim. Ooh. Like magic, pulling that out of the air.
Even the crowd oohed. Yeah. Did you hear that? I don't know if you saw that at home, but it looks like she grabbed that ball out of the air, but it also gets hit by another ball. So the refs are deliberating if that was a catch and out or just an out.
Yeah. Well earned, though. I think she got hit in the face while making that catch. So that's...
So what that would mean at home, a catch is probably one of the best things you can do in dodgeball. Not only does the thrower come out, you bring in one of your own players. Yeah. So it definitely is a momentum change if that catch counted. It does look like it is a catch and out. So she does step off, but she's bringing in one of her players.
All right, that was a catch and out. McGinnis will come in.
Number 17, Patrick McGinnis.
Great job. Wood using that ball was just up in the air, staying alive, and he got the throw up before that ball died. Player isn't dead until that ball that hit them hit the ground.
So Canada does take the 2 points for that match, actually tying up the game. We got a 4-4 match here.
Here we go up the rush. Somerville has been dominant on that rush. He's got this like scoop where he gets under it and launches it back. I'm really impressed with that. They get him there though.
Nice hit by right wing number 24, Don Brown for Team Australia. Something that is also different about cloth rules is that if you block a ball and it hits your hand, you are still safe. That is not considered an out with cloth. With foam, a hand hit is definitely an out.
Oh, I forgot about that. I like that rule a lot. If it can't be reffed easy, I like that cloth. I like that a lot. So number 99, Dent, Mr. Two-Tone Shoes, is listed as the national coach as well. Ooh.
Nice hit by Chris Wood for Team Canada. 3v4.
Let's see. Ooh, beautiful cross court. 24 in Australia.
2v4 advantage Australia.
Ooh.
Oh, and taking out number 18, Helena Booth. Just Andrea Falcone left on the court for Team Canada.
I would not want to be on the opposite side of a shot by Brown, especially that shoulder shot.
Patrick McGinnis walking off on that one. So something else that's different about cloth is that these are 3-minute matches. So if the time were to end right now, for example, the points would go to Australia since they have more people on the court at this time. If it is a tie, if it is 1v1 or 3v3, then each team gets 1 point.
Yeah.
So Australia is just trying to clock at this point or get the out. Either way, points would go in their favor at this moment. So Falcone can get a catch, bring another player in, close this out, and points go to Canada.
Yeah, good job by Australia using that secondary win condition.
So that is what we just saw there. So Falcone did not get hit out, but the time did run out, so 2 points go to Australia.
Makes a lot of sense too, right? You have that timer, no reason to play through it and risk that catch. Now you're up 3-1, and you want to save some of that energy for your throws later in this match.
Definitely. It's a matter of sprints, it seems, with cloth. It's 3-minute sprints.
And sprint is the right word too. Like, it is go, go, go. I shot Brown.
Beautiful catch by Team Australia, number 24, Don Brown.
Dominant in that right corner. Ooh.
Little toe hit.
Okay, so McGinnis and Skellerup will both be taken out.
Commentators played in that match as well. Didn't quite get the catch, though.
Yeah.
I didn't quite make the catch on
We
that.
do not count toward the player count despite being on the opposite side. Are you okay?
Yeah.
New rule, no cross courts.
As much as I want to play.
Yeah.
Not right now.
Not enough tape on my fingers to play at the moment.
One v3.
Beautiful
Canada
shot.
number 9, Chris Wood left in.
Yeah, Wood with a fantastic shot on the knee. Brown staying alive in that corner. Good job getting under that by Wood.
Woo. Players have to be careful of the back line as well. Lines are lava, so if someone were to accidentally step over, they are out. So on top of all the balls flying in each direction, they also have to be cognizant of where they are on the court.
Dent does such a good job of just controlling that court. Seems really aware of the time game.
Again, Australia has 2 players at the moment, so they're in no rush. But Wood would need to take out one of these players before time is up in order to get a point for his team.
Yeah.
He did! We're looking at a 1v1.
Gets Brown too. Brown's been so dominant on that right corner. Now he's got to hit the elusive Dent.
And it hits him just in the last 2 seconds. Dent makes the mark and gets 2 points for his team.
Yeah, Dent waited for the absolute last second. That way he could commit fully and not get charged down. Very smart play from the Australian side. 8 points to 4, Australia versus Canada. Just about 4 minutes left in this first half. Back and forth. Everyone's staying alive so far.
Nice catch by number 4 from Team Canada, Michael.
Yeah, it gets Brown out. That's it. There's got to be a little bit of a sigh of relief when he goes off the court, right? We all have that player, like they get out, and just like, oh, thankfully they're gone. But there's a catch. He's first in, which I feel is like the bigger sigh of like, oh no.
I'll also say, as an observer to the cloth sport still, would not call myself an expert, it's definitely a big catching game. It's big for catchers. So I would never underestimate these ladies that are squared up, ready for a catch. They're eager, you can tell.
Oh, I think that was 2. Okay, just the one. There goes McGinnis. Yeah, like you were saying, I've seen so much more catching from the cloth side than I have the foam side today.
Nice hit by Dent.
Just about 2 minutes left.
Working to even up the playing field, but it is 4v2 in favor of Canada. Now it's 4v2 in favor of Canada.
Oh, it's unfortunate. Falcone thought, who was it?
One player left on the court for Australia, number 11, Lauren McLean.
McLean staying alive.
Oh, just looking at that ankle there. Didn't want to see her backpedal into a ball.
Yeah, it's almost these two teams play the last 30 seconds of a match completely differently. Canada comes out all guns a-blazing. And the Australian side is like, no, we're going to play this patient. And
Definitely.
Do you know which side took this time out? Canada did? Okay.
It's like they're wiping up a little bit of sweat on the court. That is really dangerous if there is moisture on the court for the players. So a slip and a fall could be an ankle or a knee injury, which is very serious.
Yeah.
So it is important that we are keeping an eye on that as well.
There's a dodgeball understanding, like someone's shoes untied, like you let them know. There's water on the court, especially in that neutral zone where both teams are going to be. Like, we take care of that. Like, this isn't like being a baseball pitcher where you have your mound and you're right there, right? You're trying to make these throws while dodging afterward and sliding around. You're kind of always off balance. And even those little things, right, can just really mess you up.
Especially with cloth in the neutral zone.
Yeah.
Easily trip over a player potentially not even from your own team. So
They knew what they were doing when they put that down. Millions. It's like he eyed the Australian side down as he pitched that back. Dennis not pleased with that one. the end.
Big
4
dodge
shots,
by
4
Dan.
beautiful dodges.
Catching some air on that one.
Yeah. I think it's the 2 different colored shoes.
Yeah, that's what it is. One gives him the power, the other one gives him the speed.
Yeah. Brown takes a shot, but Nuyens will attempt one before he can take it out himself.
30 seconds left in the first half. Canada's looking to get these last 2 points.
Australia getting out of the way.
And that is time.
I think the Australian side took that, right? I don't think that's yeah.
So just a reminder for those who are just tuning in now, we will have an opportunity for you guys to vote on who you think the player of the match will be. We will nominate 2 players from each team, a male and a female player, put up a poll in the second half, and you tell us who you think of the game. The winner of that poll we will do a player interview with, and you'll get to hear from right after the match.
So I think we have, what, a 5-minute break in between matches here? There's always like small differences. I feel like even the time between's a little bit.
Yeah. But this is a very close game, 6-8, and since you can get 2 points in a 3-minute match very easily, I mean, this is about as neck and neck as it can get.
Yeah. Also, I think it's 10-6 now. They haven't put those 2 points on the
pardon
board.
me.
But you're still, right, you're only like, that means, they literally flipped it as you were saying. They knew exactly when the moment was to strike. But yeah, right, they're only two sets away, right? Like, that's definitely in reach. Every set being worth 2 points, that's not as big of a gap as it would be for a score and foam.
So if you are Team Canada right now, Bill, what are you thinking? How are you going to slow down Australia? What strategic changes are you going to make to shorten this 4-game difference?
Yeah. I feel like they've done a great job of neutralizing the Australian corners, like straight on, like when they have Australia on the back foot. But that Australian counterattack is like where they seem to be really, really dominant. And so I would try to, I guess, mitigate that transition play as best I could while really trying to stay on top of the line as best I can. But I don't know how you do that. Like, this is, yeah, it's gonna be intense. This tennis set looks like it's got momentum going for it.
Absolutely, it does seem like Australia has some energy and momentum. So yeah, it does seem like Canada might need to pick up their energy a little bit to be on more equal playing field with the energy that we're seeing from the Australian team at this time.
Yeah. What do you think Australia is going to do here? What do you think they're looking to change up or stay the same coming into the second half?
You know, they seem to have a pretty solid strategy working for them right now. They're doing a really phenomenal job, I think, at staying agile and dodging a lot of these hard throws that are coming from the Canadian side. So as long as they can keep that up and stay alive, they are doing a good job of draining the clock. They don't have to win. You don't have to take out every other player on the other side. They just have to have more players on their side, and I think they're doing a good job of that.
Yeah, especially like they're so fantastic at just knowing when it's about to be near that 3-minute mark, right, and just slowing it down. They know the nuances of the game, right? But yeah, like you were saying, they're so agile. Like, there were so many times that Canada chased down Australia and they just dodged out of the way of it. Like,
yeah.
It really is one of the big differences here. I think McLean especially, right, on the Australian side has done a fantastic job of just like staying in and getting out of the way, making Canada throw a handful more before, like, you know, they could get at her, making that job difficult.
And Canada's got a pretty deep bench, so it looks like they did a little bit of a lineup change here in the second half. See if they can swing some momentum their way.
Pressure from Holowatenko. Fantastic job by Brown. He's so good at blocking, just staying alive. Ooh, big shot there.
But McGinnis is on. Canada pushing the line. Oh, going for that catch. Number 12 tried for it. Josh Holowatenko not quite closing it out, leaving 3 players left on Canada. For Team Australia. Canada just has to stay alive here in this moment.
Good job staying alive there. Big catch!
Dent gets that catch. Big rule difference between foam and cloth again is what you saw there. Dent threw the ball. Team Canada blocked the ball, came back on Australia's side, and he caught it. That counts as a catch in cloth. So he brought in one of his own players.
You could see the light in his eyes as he saw that ball bouncing back like, oh, hello.
And these cloth balls are heavier and harder. Are quite bouncy, so a block can very easily come back to the side.
We weren't sure, me and Terry were looking at it earlier, we weren't sure if that's a new rule for both foam and cloth. But I feel like even with foam, it'd be harder to have that happen.
Yeah, I don't think it's a rule for foam. I don't know if it would happen with foam. I think it's more likely because of the neutral zone as well to be much closer.
Oh, absolutely.
And Australia did it. He brought in one of his players, took out 2 of Team Canada's players, so they did have player advantage for that 3 minutes, 2-1. So 2 more points going to Australia.
Yeah, Dent has been absolutely fantastic this match.
Australia in the line.
Oh, someone going with another catch. Holowatenko. Booth just wide on Dent. Dent with the, ooh. Well, McLean taken out though on the counter. Big catch by Brown on Holowatenko.
So what happened there is the catch counted, but he was out because he went over the line. But it was a momentum catch, so he did bring one of his own players back in.
Dent couldn't get over that one. The double team by, who is it?
2 players left on the court for Australia. Number 4, Madison Patmore. And number 25, Tara Skellerup.
Skellerup. Okay, back down.
Only Patmore left in. She's looking for a catch, looks like.
Ooh.
And Canada takes 2 points.
Yeah, Patmore, scary person to third, especially earlier when she had that catch she pulled out of the air.
Yes, that was a beautiful sight. Don't throw it her alone. I think that's what they learned.
And That wasn't even alone. There was like 3 balls that came in, and she still grabbed one out of the air. Throw 5 balls at Patmore every time. Okay, nice shot there. Player advantage for the Australian side. Somerville connects. I think that was Murphy. Somerville staying alive. Australia down to 3. Canada needs this win to put it within 1 match, or 1 set, I should say. Oh. Staying alive is Wood. Counter on Skellerup. Big catch by Dent. Holowatanko not pleased with that one.
Just get a little sweat off the ground, something that will happen a lot at this tournament, I'm sure. Two players left in for Team Canada.
I think that's Wood and Somerville versus Brown, Dent, McLean, and Dent and Wood both taking off. That trades an advantage to the Australian side. I wonder how much time is left in this. McLean knocked out. Somerville has a chance.
And Canada takes 2 more points. They're starting to really close this gap. It's now at 12-10. And there's still plenty of time left on the clock, about 11 and a half minutes.
Yeah, it's been so back and forth this second half. That Australian side took, what, the first 4 or 6 points, right, to lead it off. And now this back and forth is only slightly gone in Canada's favor, but not enough to catch up from that early lead just yet. But they're in reach with this set. Brown staying poised to the shot of Holowatanko.
Nice dodge by number 6, JP Wynn.
Holowatanko disarmed, but re-grabbed it.
Ref stepping on the court to make a call.
I wonder what happened there. Oh, okay. So they didn't throw enough balls in time, and because those two were holding on the balls when it happened, they both go out.
Yes, I did know. That is another very different rule between foam and cloth we are learning about live with some of you viewers as well. So this, if you don't change ball possession in the time that allotted by the ref, the player actually goes out. It's not just that you lose ball, you lose players.
Yeah, every player with a ball in hand goes out at the end of that timer.
Which can obviously severely swing the momentum of a game.
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely going to see this Canadian side try to get a catch now. Oh. The high-low on Somerville. Oh, the block attack took out Brown. Tried to go for the catch and came up short.
One player left on the court for Canada, Andrea Falcone. She's giving up ball possession, probably looking to bait a catch.
Yeah, I don't know if she's going to get it. Right, this Australian side is so they're so controlled in these last moments, right, of like the timer.
Yeah.
Like I don't think they're going to put anything on her that's, you know.
But one rule about cloth to remember is that every throw has to be considered an eligible throw. So that means they have to throw within a meter of a player,
Yeah.
or else you go out. The thrower actually goes out. So that's when you probably will start to see people reaching for some catches in moments like this.
Yeah, and it's like a
Oh.
Ooh, that side shot. I thought that might have. But yeah, it's not even like a meter of where they were when that ball passed them. It's like a meter of like anywhere they were during the throw, right? So it could be a pretty big range.
Yeah, definitely.
All depends on how big you dodge. Let's see if this Canada side can put it back within one set.
For those who haven't seen at home, we have put up the poll for Beercade Player of the Match. Please go on Twitch and vote for your favorite player who you think deserves to be nominated Player of the Match. Following this game, we will do a player interview, and that player does get $10 towards the Beercade at our after party on Sunday.
Yeah, I got to go to the Beercade after the Canadian Dodgeball Nationals. Check it out if you're in Edmonton. Oh! Oliver Tanka, the captain, knocked out there. Who's calling the shot? $6.50 left. Woo! Did you see that jump shot? That was something by Dent. Well, I'm not surprised by it. He's been jumping all day. The fact that he can jump and throw at the cloth ball is impressive, but also like not 100% surprising. Gets to the blocker of Shanks. The first time I saw his name on the roster, I thought it was Sharks, and I was like, that's the best.
3 players left on the court for Canada. Australia with ball advantage and player advantage.
Ooh.
2 players left on for Canada, 3 for Australia.
Okay, the way Dent was walking back, I thought he got hit as well, but this Australian side's going to slow it down once again, make sure they... Oh. Never mind, they come out swinging.
Yeah, number 18 for Canada, Helena Booth, looking for that catch. Not quite closing out, but there was 2 balls put on her at the end there.
Okay, 5 minutes left. 5:30. Definitely still within reach of this Canadian side, but...
Keep voting for your player of the match on Twitch. It is neck and neck right now, so let us know who you're wanting to hear from following this game.
Oh, it's a rough out. Hollywood Tanko. On the opposite side of that, Murphy got that catch and held it proud above his head. Australia is looking...
And we got Looks like we have a tie for player of the match. You guys want to hear from both of them, and that's fine. Make that happen for you, viewers at home. Thank you, everyone, for voting. We'll be hearing from Dent and Somerville following this match.
They have to answer their interview questions at the same time. Okay, three ends. We have McCormack and Mikkel. Just over 330. Oh, can't reach out for that catch. Great block by Murphy. Fantastic block. Once again, McCormack. Big catch. That was important. That'll bring back Holowatenko on the Canadian side.
Still about 3 minutes left on the clock. Australia is looking to drain some time right now.
Is that a catch by
Big
Holowatenko?
catch, yeah. Catch by number 12, Josh Holowatenko.
Oh.
They just really want us to play, Bill. The balls keep coming our direction.
There's three teams. There's Canada, Australia, and commentary. And we have not won all day. We are in last place.
Somehow have an injury. I don't know.
I will not have glasses by the end of clock.
And that is the 3-minute clock. So Australia takes that game. Time out called by the refs.
Yeah, that.
I think to
5
review the
seconds
time
left.
clock.
Yeah, with just about 5 seconds left in that game, they got that out that went from a tie to a win to the Australian side. But every point matters, right, for every tiebreaker. So.
Absolutely, and you never know if it could come down to a point differential. So even if it looks like you're not going to win the entire match, if every game point you get could mean a ranking later on.
Absolutely. You know, I'll say it all day. Like, you're going to learn more from your losses. And so, you know, this is a great time for Canada to make an adjustment, put someone new in, you know, try something to see how that affects their match against the Australian side here.
Definitely. We're only in day one, folks. Halfway through day one. Dodgeball still to play, so there's still definitely adjustments and a new strategy to try.
Usually when we talk about going deep in a tournament, we mean like, you know, end of day 2. But day 2 is still round robin here.
Yeah.
Like, day 5 is what you got to get to.
Yeah.
So, not even 20% complete in this tournament.
Big catch by number 12.
'92. McLaughlin? I think this is his first time playing for the Australian side this match.
Canada playing really aggressively right now. They really want these last couple points that are available.
Yeah, they want to take every single point they can. Right, they have the chance to make this 18-14. Like, that's a very doable thing if they can close this one out soon enough. Oh, Wood really laying it all out there.
Catch
Great
by
job by
Canada in the
Somerville
last
getting
couple
over it.
seconds of the game. That does mean that they take that one.
Yeah, end of that game, and I think we're gonna play one more. I think if there's any time left on the clock, oh, I guess not.
And they're
finished?
calling it. But I do believe Canada takes the last 2 points there. Good
Okay.
game on both teams. Really exciting, agile dodgeball that we saw.
Yeah.
We'll be collecting Dent and Somerville for those player interviews that you guys are so eager to see at home, voting for both of them. Thank you again for voting. We'll continue to do that through every game. So please stay tuned. Make a Twitch account if you don't have it. Follow us on Dodgeball TTV or Dodgeball TTV2, which is what you're watching right now, in order to vote on your favorite players from each game.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. It's gonna mean a lot to the players, right? Like, show them your support, right?
Yeah. So we'll hand it over to Jake Mason now to start with the first player interview.
Yeah. See you soon.
See you soon.
Like, so you can hear me. Looking good. That's our camera. All right, we got Scotty Dent. Scott.
Yeah, either or.
Either or.
Either or.
All right. You're our Australian. You're a coach.
Yes.
But you just played.
Yeah, so I was coaching up until about 4 weeks ago.
Okay.
And one of our players tore his MCL and calf.
Oh wow.
So
What
we
is
have to
your
bring someone in.
experience with cloth on this kind of platform, international stage? or-
So I started playing 2017 in Malaysia
All right.
for Asia with WDA, and then played in New York, mixed and men's,
All right,
and
nice.
vice captain, and then back now. Obviously, would have come back earlier if we could, but with COVID, makes it harder.
I mean, those pesky global pandemics. How has this experience been so far compared to your other stints on the world stage?
About 50 times better.
Oh,
yeah.
I mean, we like that.
Even though the refs are still learning the game, they're still better than most refs I've ever seen for cloth.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, refs is always a contention. Like, people never like the refs. So,
No.
shout
No,
out
no.
to our refs. Be nice to your refs. Buy your refs a drink. You also get a drink sponsored by Beercade. You were voted as one of our top players. Same
Thank
with
you.
Anything else? Who are you looking forward to playing next? And you have a game coming up, right?
Yeah, so we got another game on this court against Canada men's.
Ooh,
And
Canada.
then I've got a fun time tomorrow playing Austria twice in men's and mixed, then Great Britain in men's.
Oh my god! And you're playing on both teams, men's and mixed.
So I'm playing up again right now.
All right. Well, I want to ask more about how you train for that, but I'm going to let you go get ready.
Yeah.
And I'm going to grab our other dude real quick, Mr. Somerville. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, you too.
Officially online, and everybody. Where can they find you in your leagues? Just Australia Dodgeball Federation.
Yeah, Australia Dodgeball Federation.
Perfect. Awesome.
Easy. All right,
Cool.
cheers.
I'll see ya. And we got one more coming in just a second. We have our second Beercade player. He is right here. He put on a hoodie. Go ahead and put this on. Kind of just move it so you can hear me. And go ahead and introduce yourself to the world, sir.
Hi, I'm Ethan Somerville. I play for Canada.
Ethan Somerville played for Canada. He's literally sweating and shaking. You're fine. I'm just moving that a little closer. That game was intense. Canada and Australia, it's always a great game, great matchup. Australia looks like they took it, but not by much.
Yeah, it was a pretty close game.
Have you played, what's your experience playing in cloth in this?
This is my second Worlds. I played once in 2018 on the men's team and then came over here for mixed. And I don't know, I'm just having a lot of fun.
2018 in WDBF?
Yeah.
In Los Angeles?
New York.
Oh, New York. Oh, WDA. Sorry, yes. And then New York. And so how has that experience been compared to this one so far? It's day one.
I'm having so much more fun on this one already. It's just a lot more put together, a lot more organized, a lot more fun. Really good camaraderie, too, amongst all the teams. I mean, we've had all the teams shake our hands like before the game. It's pretty awesome.
That is my absolute favorite part of Worlds, is coming here and getting to know people and just making all sorts of new friends. Who do you most like want to meet here? Who have you like watched from afar? Anyone you're like?
I don't know. I don't know any names.
You don't know names?
No, I don't know any names.
country you specifically want to play or play
I
against
want
or
to.
meet?
I know they're not in cloth, but I really want to watch the Malaysian foam team. I heard they're pretty top notch.
I just watched the Malaysia mixed match. It's amazing. Malaysia's always a good time, and Canada, Malaysia, they go crazy too.
They got that rivalry too.
All right. Well, anyone you want to say hey to at home before you head out?
Everyone, mom, dad, and everyone else.
Dodgeball
I don't know.
players, they're so exciting. They have,
Yeah.
there's, just calm down. You're fine.
Oh, man.
All right, everybody, thank you so much. We got another match coming up here. We've got, again, Canada and Australia. So it's a recurring theme today.
That should be a great one.
Go mess them up.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
And here's the beer.
Thank you very much.
Oh, okay.
And we are live from the World Dodgeball Championships here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We are watching the men's cloth between Australia and Canada. This is the third match in a row, I think, between these two countries on the cloth side. O'Brien getting taken out there by Thatcher. Pressure from Berg. Gets tagged out. Coulson in that corner. The pressure in the production. The shot by number 9. The response, though. Booth, the captain. So we have Lowe and Booth on the Canadian side left. That's a familiar face. Watson, the captain on the Australian side. Beautiful shot on the Booth. Lowe gets Watson, the captain. Okay, Lowe gonna take that far shot, keep himself safe for now. And we're seeing Dent once again. We saw in that last match versus Canada in the mixed squad. Lowe playing patient. Goes to the cross court where Dent would have been to the charge. Staying alive, comes up. Dent getting over it. If there's anything I know about Dent, is that he is springy. Coulson. Is that a catch? Oh my, was there a catch on both sides? Ooh. Okay, coach is discussing with the ref just to clarify. Point given to the Australian side. It's going to be 2-0 Australia. I hope someone clipped that moment. That's going to be it's going to be a play I talked about for a while. All right, we should be getting started with game 2. Through the screen, wanted Low, but they'll take the out. Hoppenborough. Berg connects with David, I believe. Okay, it's Canadian side. Up in players for the first time. Yeah. Ooh, another one of those pop-up catch moments, but
99, he did a lot of damage. His free throws, post throws, were really good. And I think we saw that again today. The high press now by Australia is effective.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Across both ball types, that charge by the Australian side is just deadly.
Yeah. I've loved the carryover from their foam base. It's been
Yeah.
insane. And 99 again, that free throw, so dangerous. Oh, really good set by Australia there. Played control, slow, took the opportunities.
Yeah. It's amazing, like they are aggressive and confident, but like within their scope.
Yeah.
Right? Like they know exactly what they can and can't do, and they execute.
Yeah.
It is fantastic to watch.
And that's the decisiveness is key in dodgeball.
Yeah.
If you hesitate, you're going to end up messing up whatever your plan is to do. It's lovely. It's so fun to see this.
But I'd rather have someone that's a little bit too confident than a little bit not enough confident. Right, like a little bit too secure in their moments, especially in cloth. This is my first time getting to see it in person, and the speed of this game. I didn't understand it like watching it from home, but now I'm like, oh, I get it.
Yeah,
Like,
the speed is lovely, and that set clock I find adds such intensity.
Yeah.
And there's a tactical element where you really control like the set management, player management, balls. There's a lot of aspects there.
it's definitely something I noticed watching the mixed Canada-Australia match. Is
Yeah.
that Canada, even when up like 4-against-1, will come at you to the last second,
Yeah.
but Australia is like, no, we're going to keep blocking it back to you for the last 30 seconds and just drag this.
Yeah, and it's just a smart management. Really put the pressure on the other team. They have to risk anything to get back into the game.
Yeah, right. They're here to win.
Yeah, they're here to win.
Like they've run the numbers and like, well, we get to preserve our arm and our stamina and win. Yeah, let's do that one.
And that's going to make such a difference as we progress in the tournament. I'm really looking forward to our rematch against Australia men's. And that was a contentious decision. Not sure if it blocked, but it's hard when the ball's moving so fast, so many balls.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's see what Canada do now with their one-player advantage. And a good smart throw. Yeah, so clinical by 99, but excellent follow-up by 69.
Knocked his shoe off. That hit was so good.
Okay, 4 balls, up by 1 player. What are they going to do? Oh,
Beautiful
such
shot
a
by
great
Berg.
play. It's a hard balance when you're the player, when you're down a player. What you should do in a scenario? Do you wait for the right opportunity, or do you just clutch it? And that was an incredible backtrack catch. You don't expect it when they're rolling backwards, but oh.
Okay.
And there's a contention here.
Yeah, it looked like 2 balls came in. He definitely caught 1, but a second one got him. So it's a 1-for-1. But
Yeah.
that's what they're going to decide on.
That's
Okay,
excellent.
cool.
And it's amazing when you have both referees and line referees doing their job to really help with that
Yeah.
decision making. Because as you said, the ball is there's so many and they're traveling so fast. And as a player yourself, you lose sense of the precaution.
Yeah, right. Like sometimes there's just so much going on and so much adrenaline.
Yeah.
And all you can think about is I have to make this move.
Yeah. Oof. Excellent finish, clinical by 69. And now there's only 1 set difference. I think it's been interesting with the playing styles here. I think, as you said, Australia are being a bit more aggressive, pushing them back. But Canada has absorbed the pressure really well in this set.
Oh,
so we'll see
absolutely.
how they can keep it up.
Is there any noticeable attributes of a team that has clearly come from foam first?
It's the backline awareness, like really good, agile moving, like really slick, and just that awareness as soon as the ball pops up. Like with the larger dimensions of these courts, there's so much real estate for rebound catches. You got so much where you can run and dive for a catch, which is something we're adjusting to.
Yeah.
The courts are longer and wider than in Europe, but I think it's also made it really exciting when you have these pop-ups, and it's a legitimate catch attempt. Otherwise, normally you're diving out, so you sometimes hesitate with the trades.
Yeah.
I don't even think I realized that this is a bigger court for you guys, and that makes sense, right? Like, we know our bounds so well, right? We have to know it's second nature as dodgeballers because we can't look at that line because there's 6 guys with the ball in front of us. Like,
yeah, it's amazing. It's oh, that was interesting, and they've now they're losing ball control.
Yeah.
You rarely want to give away the 4th ball without getting a good trade, but that's a great dodge by number 2 on the right wing. And we'll see now. Australia might slow it down. They're up by 1.
There's a beautiful shot on Shane Solberg, right in the toe.
I think playing around the 2-ball game for Australia is exactly where they want to be. They've got number 99 with his great pre and post throws, the counters. They're just letting Canada come in. So what's really crucial now is Canada being clinical on their 3-ball attacks and 1-ball release. They're getting hits and hits. Now it's a 5 balls. You never want to be dodging in this situation. Interesting target selection now. If you have 5 balls, you generally want to take out a priority player.
Yeah.
And for me, that looks like 99 in this situation.
Yeah, I guess that was a question I had for you, which is, how often do you actually go for that priority player for someone who's elusive like that, right? Whereas, do you go for the more efficient throw because you can win on time, right? Like, you never have to hit him.
Yeah. And it really depends on the situation. The time management, as you said, set management is so crucial, and player differential. So you really want to push, and also what's the set difference overall, whether you're going to be aggressive. Oh, great trading by Canada there. And we'll see how long is left in the set now, how they're going to play this out. They're going to need to be careful. They don't want to catch. They don't want to give away catch 99, and they don't want to, oof.
That's all balls.
Giving pressure. Yeah. You want to keep at least 1 ball to keep pressure on them. But
yeah, having 3 players run backwards isn't optimal.
Ooh. There's a close throw. I think there's 3rd ball missing. And that really plays a difference as well with the retrievers. Sometimes you want to let a ball roll back to the other side because it's easier for Canada to look for a counter opportunity rather than letting 99 counter them on the pre-throw or the post-throw.
Yeah, especially he's so elusive and quick, and you don't know that route he's going to take. And
And I like that the play ball in cloth is a lot more aggressive. I think it's a bit faster than foam, right?
Yeah, it certainly seems like an. You know what it is? I think it's that neutral zone.
Yeah.
Right, like you're 10 feet closer, and that transition play is going to hit so much harder.
And I think Canada have been a bit careless in this set, really being a bit aggressive with the balls. But it's a draw. It's a draw. So I think they're going to talk about maybe perhaps smarter set management. The difference between top teams and teams that are on the cusp of being a top team is the set management. How do you play around with the player differential? And you notice sort of team Great Britain, Austria, Australia, they're always in control and they know what they need to do in each position. So it's fascinating to see how, because Canada, they were up 3-1, and then there's the choice: do you play conservative and waste time, or do you try and close out the game and go for that hit? And I think here they tried to close out and they got punished by 99. They didn't execute, and there's various different plays that you can do there.
Yeah, it's definitely something I noticed too in the last match was Canada, like to the very end, just wants to beat you, right? Like they want to win the way you win in foam.
Yeah.
And it's always one of those things I've recognized from the difference between like a top tier team, like no matter like at the national level, the local level, it's those little things on how to maneuver like the game through an entire event that really sets team apart.
Absolutely, and we saw that with Team Great Britain against Italy, just so clinical. Even when they were down 2-5 in players, they never felt like they're out of control. They just took the opportunities that were there and turned it around and won 2-0 in players. It was really nice to see. And that's what you come here for, right? Seeing this high-level, world-class dodgeball.
Yeah, it's amazing to me too. Like we've seen Italy in the past at WDBF, right? And they were always, toward the bottom half of the standings. And then to see them come in cloth, right, in their ball type and just be so aggressive and dominant is fantastic to see. Like, oh, this is your native ball.
This is their main sport.
You were just playing with us last time. Here's how you play.
This is your ball type.
Yeah.
Oh, well caught there. I think Canada are trying to go with a 3-ball attack, but it hasn't been effective. 99 is going for a break a bit. He's going to let 30 control the game, slow it down. Australia are up by 3 players, so they really don't need to take a risk. I think they're just going to burn from the middle. Oh,
great job staying alive.
Great blocking. And that's a choice there. They're aggressive. They felt that if they go for that 2-ball release with a stagger, they could get a hit. But number 88 on the left wing, excellent blocking with the 2 balls.
Yeah, it's something I'm really noticing is that cloth players are fantastic blockers, right? Like, obviously the ball's a bit bigger, so it's a bit easier to do, and there's no handouts, but from all angles, right, like slide blocking, keeping the eyes up and everything, like they're so mechanical and like just on point with their blocking.
Yeah, they're going to... Canada managed to use their ball possession to go down, be only down by 1 player. I think now it looks like they're slowing down. They're going to try and take Australia's game back. Oof. And that's... You love to see it. It's aggressive. You give 4 balls to the other team, but they get a hit, and they've only got 2 players on Canada's side, so they can't go... they can't throw 4 balls. They can only throw 2. And that's where you're taking a bet that your 2-ball release is more effective than their 2-ball release as well.
So we just saw 2 balls hit in the air and die, and that's one of the rule changes that's happened now for cloth, right? It used to be those 2 balls were both alive still,
They're still
right?
both alive. So in cloth, great counter there.
Absolutely.
And Australia are really good at seeing that opportunity. And just, great throw by number 9. And that's been interesting. So normally in cloth, balls are alive until they hit the floor or the wall. So it's a really interesting scenario. But I think the hardest thing for us adjusting is that the save and catch. So in cloth, if you get hit by a ball, you're still out, and 1 player from the outbox comes back in. And that's something that we've had to train with the muscle memory, because if you're hit by 2 balls, you're out in cloth by European rules. But here you're still in until 1 of the 2 balls is dead by hitting the wall or the floor.
Yeah.
And it's hard with the muscle memory.
We used to have a rule, I forget where it was, that if you got hit and it popped up and your teammate caught it, if you had stepped out of bounds, right, you were still out, right? Like
And there's a communication issue there. It's tough when the balls pop up.
I don't know if you had that same angle I did, but it almost looked like he shielded O'Brien from that ball, the way he like wrapped around him to catch it. Burke, fantastic job.
Yes.
Blocking, getting up, and just taking that shot.
And Australia's so fast up the court. You saw number 21. As soon as they pre-released one of their balls, he really put pressure on the other team. Oof.
One of the players I'm really excited about seeing is Watson, right? Very notable for his phone play, and to be dominant over on the cloth side, right? Like a player who's dominant in both ball types. That you really have to play kind of different to an extent. Like it's fantastic to see.
Yeah, it's incredible, and I think.
Yeah.
It's tough to see what's. Australia are just being very clinical. They're really putting pressure. They're going for their throws. and they're backing their arms. They're trusting that oh, that's great honesty by number 99. Saw that the ball would bounce first. As we said before, the balls are so quick, and if you dive especially, you'd have no clue whether the ball bounced before it hit you. You love to see great honesty and sportsmanship.
Yeah.
Keystone of dodgeball.
Oh, that middle body shot on them. I like this setup, right? Like you almost have Dent protecting who is that in the corner for Australia, 27, Thatcher.
Yeah.
The way he lined up, where O'Brien couldn't take that shot on that ballless player. Just even like the defensive formations like are on point.
And we call that a high line, just really making them respect you. And you can see he's so confident. He knows, and he's playing for time now as well. As we said, he doesn't need to eliminate the other team. So, and that's unfortunate with the ball rolling back. It's tough when it's all about this ball possession. I think what number 2 needs to do now for Canada, they need to go for a pre-throw catch. Excellent.
Beautiful.
A drop catch is what we call that.
That seems like the best way to get Dent out, is just to catch.
And it's tough because when they have a ball, you don't expect them to drop it. So you don't throw as hard. But then when they remove the ball, they're going to catch it. It's in perfect position. So that's beautiful to see by number 2.
Samko!
Oh, great execution by Brian. He's really turned this set around. It was 1-4. Now it's 1-1. He's going to have advantage now. He's got 3 balls on his side of and a draw. Excellent play by Brian.
Seriously, that was O'Brien's set.
Yes.
Like they didn't come out with the win there, but man, did he make that comeback. 4 against 1.
Yes. It's beautiful to see. I think he's going for a well-deserved rest on the bench now.
You could tell he's been working on his high jump.
Yeah.
Like 2 10-foot shots, getting over both of them, jump to jump.
And this is, I think, what's also interesting with the difference between World's rules and Euro's rules is the 40-minute matches in cloth. As you can see, it's played at a high intensity, and those extra 10 minutes, they really take their toll.
Yeah.
So player rotation is critical. You need to maintain the same intensity while subbing in and out players, which is hard if you're coming in off the bench to come in, be adjusted to the ball speed. A nice 3 balls by Canada. Let's see how they can convert this.
That's something I notice all the time is, you have to warm up your eyes, right, and get used to a tempo. Burke with the catch.
And I think that's also what we've seen with the foam players. Their backtrack catching is incredible. When they're walking back and up down the court, and they just know what to do. They anticipate and expect, and they really. Ooh.
Yeah, I wish I knew the cloth game better. That way, this is like the pivotal year, right? The first time they're both together to really be able to see just how.
Whoa.
And another.
Burke is really feeling on fire today.
But just to be able to see how they were beforehand and to see how they adjust each other over time, right? That's going to be interesting to see over these next few years.
Yeah. The crossovers, the cultural exchange, knowledge exchange between ball types and nations is going to be so fun. We were saying when we met Australia, they play cloth like no other team that we face in Europe. It's so interesting. Oh. Number 69, a bit aggressive, a bit high. No need to take the risk there. Okay. And number 24, great turnaround on the 90-second set. That was incredible.
What a fantastic... I didn't even realize how much time was left because of how many players there were on the court because of those catches.
Yeah, and it's... you can't ask for much more. And I think what Canada have figured out now is they're going to play a bit of a hot potato with that 3rd ball and let Australia come to them with a 3-ball attack and kind of give Australia a taste of their own medicine.
Yeah.
And, we saw the pre-throw, the catches. It's been really effective. So we'll see after the timeout, after the halftime talk, what's Australia's counter going to be to that and what's their response versus Canada. Are they going to expect a counter to how they've been playing just like in the last 2 sets? It's interesting. But I think, is it 8-6 now? I think the score.
Yeah, it should be 8-6. Looks like the first thing the refs had to do was bring the coaches in and have a little bit of a talk, but it should be 8-6 going into this second half.
I think it's a bit of we're going to need a bit of clarifying on the rules sometimes because there's been a couple of changes. Coaches are used to slightly different rules, and it's amazing that we got Marcus here as the head ref for Clough. He's really got control and knowledge about everything. So he's done an amazing job of just keeping everything tight.
It's nice when you know you have that ref that's so good, like that you're in good hands with the match, right?
And and especially with the line refs as well, you need those extra pair of eyes.
Yeah.
Because things bounce around so much. Ooh, I'm going to sit down.
Yeah.
Oh.
We'll stand up when the players are ready again. Need to catch my breath from that last half. Yeah, this is I think the first match that I'm just seeing just how fast these matches are. Every cloth match I've seen has just kind of ramped up a little bit more, and the intensity of this one is just something else.
And this is the dodgeball everyone loves to play and watch. And it just, who comes out on those trades, who pulls out an incredible catch out of their back pocket. So we'll see.
It seems like every year, at least in the foam side, things have gotten a little bit closer. Teams are growing, but those middle teams are pushing up and getting closer, and you have to take them seriously, right? And this year again, just everyone, it's everything's kind of shrinking.
Yeah. One of the challenges with this venue, though, has been it's an amazing venue, but the noise is incredible with all the players. Communication is so crucial when you're talking about ball control, listening out for play ball from the referee. So you really need awareness as well. You need eyes on the ref while also facing down some incredible players.
Yeah, you almost have to rely on those instincts, right? Of just oh no, we're about to get that time.
We'll see. Australia get the balls, and they're so quick. It's interesting. It looks like number 9 for Australia is taking a rest, but 94 has done an admirable job of filling in. Oh, so that's interesting.
Setup.
If you want to trade the 4th ball for it really depends on your playing style, because it depends if you believe that Canada will not be as effective on their 2-ball release and a 4-ball attack versus the other team. And they got the punishment trade on the great shot. No chance for number 94 to catch that straight on the toes.
O'Brien looks like an old vet in cloth at this point.
And I think Canada are up by 1, and they're going to start passing that 3rd ball over and over to Australia. So we'll see how they counter that. And it's a safe release from the middle. You want to have the 2 wings facing off against each other so you got each wing has got a ball. So it's generally safer to let the middle player throw, and then you've got each other guarding each other. But that was a great shot by number 2.
Is there any notable adjustments that you've seen come out from either side? Right, we just started the second half. Both teams came together. Any differences you've seen so far, or just kind of the same game that they played in the first half, just going a little bit differently?
I think Canada have been a bit more in control now. They're really trusting themselves, backing their arms, and just taking the decisions they need to take. And we'll see. There's a bit of hot potato with that 3rd ball now. So I think now Australia are going to look for that post throw, free throw, or counter here. Nice. Oh, great honesty by number 9 there. But number 2 with the follow-up this is clinical dodgeball. Really, really trading and exchanging those balls. Every time you lose a player, you want to be getting one of their players out. Oh,
got right
number 88
through.
Long with a great shot. And now
looks like O'Brien preemptively came up and said, "Sorry about that."
Yeah. And I think it's easy to do when it's such a high intensity match and when you get that adrenaline and you're playing insanely well as well.
Yeah.
You get really in the moment in the zone. And now that the score is level, it's been a great turnaround by Canada. So now Australia have called a timeout, and we'll see how they're going to try and stop this momentum that Canada have been piling up.
Yeah. And like that, it's pretty amazing to see, right? Like to make a team use their timeout the first set after the half.
Yeah.
Like you had to do something to really change things up.
And it's testament to this role that Canada have been on. It's interesting, number 99 is back on the court, and he's now taking the right wing.
Wait, what's going on?
Number 99 on the right wing. He's normally been playing on the left wing. Oh, beautiful catch. You can't fault 99 for taking that throw. It's just excellent execution by Canada. Oh, excellent trading there. And you wanted to see number 4 from Canada in the middle with the ball, trying to put a bit of pressure or try and exchange that ball back.
Good pressure by Coulter pushing him back.
And great honesty by 88. This is so lovely to see. Well called. That's great, clear communication by Australia. They know that their 4th ball is going to be effective with a 2-ball release now. Oh, and it's popped up. Save and catch.
We'll
see.
Yeah, it looks like the refs are going to... Do you have to get feet in ground when you make a catch, or do you just have to secure it?
You just have to secure possession for, I think, 1 or 2 seconds.
I like
so
that.
It's clear. So it's been called a catch and out.
Yeah. I like that. There's some risky plays you can make with that.
Yeah.
I'm glad we have enough buffer around the court.
Yeah.
There's enough times where I've like hit myself against a wall just out of bounds that I feel like that rule in foam might have cost me a couple memories.
What a great shot from middle and a catch by 27. And that's how quickly a set could turn. What Australia did there is they're really punishing. And I feel like Canada are getting a bit passive, a bit tired. As soon as you release 1 ball from your 3-ball attack, you really want to make sure that the other 2 on your team are making sure that Australia aren't having free reign running up the court.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it's a lot easier for them to just go for a trade if someone's being passive and they're on the back foot with Canada. So now Canada have called a timeout, and I think the coach might have read that.
Yeah.
I think he's looking into that passiveness, and I think he's going to try and make them be aggressive and try and protect their teammates and be ready to go for a trade. So we see what Australia, they're seeing when Canada are releasing the ball on the wing rather than from the mid, and they're really backing themselves to get a hit on the person that's released on the wing, and they're going to dodge or catch the mid ball that's meant to be protecting the wing. But we'll see how they adjust now.
What a turn of events, though. For both teams to go back-to-back timeout after the half, like, this is an intense match. Talk about learning from your losses, right?
Yeah.
Like,
We'll see how they play with the 3rd ball, the mid ball. No chance for Australia. Now 99 degree fast and release. They're so quick up and down the court. He's holding his arm. His forearm looks like it might be in a bit of pain.
trying to hit dent.
We'll see how he manages that going forward. I imagine they didn't want to play him after the half, but he's been forced into action to stop this momentum, and it's worked.
Yeah.
They took that first set after the timeout, and now they're 3 balls for Canada. Let's see how they adjust after that timeout. Huge pressure.
Let's see the aggression come out of Watson. I've never seen him be not aggressive.
So Australia really driving back the two ball carriers from Canada and just not giving them any space to breathe.
Yeah.
Great throw. That's what you see when a wing player is getting a bit over-eager. They're trying to get up, put that pressure on. They leave themselves a bit exposed. They leave a bigger margin. Number 99, yep.
It's something I've been seeing a lot this World across all the divisions. I saw Trin on the women's Australian foam team. I'm seeing it again in cloth. Is players throwing it where the player is going to start their charge to. And just,
thoughts on player of the game? 2 for Canada and 2 for Australia. And that's unfortunately for 69. In my book, it would be number 24 and Canada. I think Burke and O'Brien. From Australia's side, number 99, Dent.
yeah, I think you have Denton.
Yeah.
Watson?
Yeah. Maybe Watson. We'll see. Number 27 also did some clutch plays. We'll see.
Yeah.
Putting on pressure there. Ooh. I think we'll look at 27.
Thatcher?
So Australia won on a 3-ball attack and they've released. Oh, excellent play. It's aggression, but it paid off. If they hadn't got a hit, giving 4 balls to the opposition would have put them in a sticky spot. Oh, excellent play. Such good trading. And Australia have let themselves be sucked in. And it looks like there's some contention on that. Canada really absorbed that pressure.
Yellow.
Yes.
Is that for the pointing?
Yes, I think what's really important in dodgeball is respect for the referees and the opposition. You have to trust that your team, like the other team, is going to play as honest as you are.
Yep. Right. You have what, 6 refs on this court?
Yeah.
Like you just have to be a player. You don't have to be a player and a ref.
And I think teams can develop a reputation. These days we've got so much stream and footage. So it's nice that it sort of referees itself sometimes. If players know they're going to be under the lens, the camera. But fortunately in the dodgeball community, like 99% of the players I meet are just there. If you intentionally cheat, I think a lot of people know that it's a hollow victory.
Oh, yeah. Right, how are you going to walk home at the end of the day?
No, it feels odd.
I think the other thing too, right, is there's enough of those like very, very close ones where you as a player don't honestly know, right?
Yeah, and those ones are completely understandable, and that's why you need the 6 referees.
Yeah. And like we're always going to see that, right? Like those are the ones that people hinge on and be like, oh, that player that, but really it's the 1 in a million or whatever it might be, right? Like.
We'll see. This is a crucial set for Canada. A draw or a catch. Nice play. And that was really patient by Canada. Burke, number 24, he expected that release on him because he had 2 balls. And he read it really perfectly and they finished the game.
Yeah. Great job by him. That was a great no-look by Watson too, right? For most players, that's soul, right?
Yeah.
Like you start that charge, but Burke said, "Oh no, I know this is coming my way."
Yeah, and it's the reading and anticipation of the game this is what you see on world's level. It's lovely.
So now Australia has to play with 1 man down, right? Because that yellow for this set, right?
Yeah. So what's been really interesting, Canada just did a so-called safe start. They didn't bother running for the mid ball. They just did a quick guarantee of their second ball. Great block.
Decker.
He was stranded a bit up court, halfway up court. Just got that block in. Canada up by 1.
I like that by Booth. Just keeping them honest, right? Staying at that line a second longer.
That looked like the right thought to go for the catch there. Just couldn't secure it. And now you can see Canada are slowing down. They're not risking themselves by running up. They're just trying to let them come. And good pump faking by number 9, keeping the number 94 on Australia honest.
Oh. Yeah, so right now we have the Beercade player of the game. The poll is live. Right now, only 4 of you have voted. 5 of you came in. You could choose whoever you wanted to win.
Yeah. There's no picking between them. They're such good players. Oh, great shot by 99. And there, what happened there? Play ball. So in cloth, if you have the majority of the balls, you have 10 seconds to make an aggressive move. Otherwise, you have to release all of them except one.
And that gets triggered after 10 seconds, or?
Yeah. So you have 10 seconds to make an aggressive move or release the ball. Otherwise, and you never want to be releasing more balls than you have to. As I said, like one ball is a tough ask. Safe throw by 77. You don't want to risk burying the ball into 99. He's shown he can take catches. I think so. Canada really in control here. Let's see what Australia can do to take out. They need some magic. A catch would make it even. Good pre-throw would make the game a lot more accessible. But nice safe throw by number 9. See if not.
Solberg is just a rock in that corner right now.
And again, 77 not giving number 99 a good catch opportunity. Really making him work for it if he wanted to go for the catch. And they've given away 4 balls. There was also a line. Okay, maybe not. And that's what you want from number 99. Turn around the game.
That swing.
That's such a good play. Such a good play.
No.
Critical. We saw Canada have the momentum. And that's what I talk about with the set management, really closing out those games. But it's hard when you're up against such caliber of players as well, not to give them any margin or window.
Yeah. Right, like that ball should never have been in pocket at the time frame it was, right? Like that should have been higher, somewhere in the valid range, but not the pocket.
But it's tough because you want to balance being aggressive, getting a hit and a trade, but you don't want to give away a catch. So it's really fine line to tread. Oh, 4 balls. No, two balls for Canada. Let's see if they can ride out. Oh!
Decker!
That was absolutely clinical.
Yeah, Pete Decker, known for his catching, bring it to his 3rd ball type, that propensity for it.
You see it now, they're up by 2 players. How Australia need to balance the line now. There's still a lot of time in the set, so they can control their level of aggression until they really need to. Great pre-throw by number 99. Cross court. Booth didn't see it coming.
Yeah, the pressure and the indirection. I'm really I'm a fan of just how much Australia knows what each other is going to do. Because usually, right, like the man straight across from you is like the target that you default to.
Yeah.
And the amount of times that Australia swaps it but doesn't overcommit is such a valuable skill as a team.
Yeah, and this management of aggression is so good. They realize they don't need to rush it. They've got plenty of time left in the set. So they're going to try and take the opportunities that are there.
Oh!
Yeah, you can't blame number 99 for that. That was a beautiful catch by number 4. Great pre-throw, good pressure by 94. There's a 3-player differentiator. Canada just need to ride this out.
Beautiful spot.
And is well read by number 2 for Australia. As I said, the anticipation from both teams, understanding what they need to expect. And here, this is great play by Canada. Oh, Great honesty by number 94. I don't think anyone would have seen that. You'd love to see it. And this game has been neck and neck.
Yeah.
I think Australia was starting to run away with it, but now Canada have really switched up that gear, soaking up the pressure. Those timeouts have been so effective.
This match is, I think, I don't know if it's just being in person and seeing it, but like, what a match! Oh, I have yet to see this. The false start with Oh, okay. It was a whistle
very
behind.
Fortunate for Canada. That false start on the opening rush it's absolutely lethal. Generally you'll give the opponent 5 balls, and any top caliber team will just get at least 2 hits from that. And then you have a long set to get back in, but it's quite demoralizing. We'll see. Canada just gonna really back their wings, and a great follow-up and great honesty by Burke. It's been a lovely duel to see 24 and 99 from Canada and Australia really facing off against each other on the wings. And it's been...
Oh,
great play.
Dent saving. That was almost 3 gone from the side of Australia.
And I think the set has gone how the duels on the wings have gone. When 99 has had a great game, then they win. When Burke or O'Brien pull out a trick out of their bag, then they win the game. So it's really, really been excellent to see. Now, Canada down by 1. There's still loads of time. Yes! That was beautiful, that pressure. He caught number 2, O'Brien, backtracking. And as soon as you hesitate, it's over.
Yeah.
As soon as you hesitate, you have that window, that opportunity, and they really punished it.
I don't know anybody that can run faster backwards than anybody here can run forward, right? Like, you're at such a disadvantage playing that defensive transition.
And that was incredible by number 20. Faced a 2-ball attack and somehow managed to come away with a catch on it. And now it's 4-4, and we'll see how Canada take the neck. Do they want to give that 3rd ball over? Oh,
Beautiful shot.
Beautiful throw by 20. And this is what you want to see, this trading. You hear that your teammate has been hit, you know you need to punish that person that's released.
Denton, everything he does looks so composed.
Yes. And I think it's smart now what Canada are doing. They're releasing the ball at Dent so that he doesn't have an opportunity to counter. They're slowing him down. And I think that's been really good to see. And they've got 4 balls now. That's a risky choice, but sometimes you have to take those. And still, that's an excellent return by Australia on a 4-ball attack that they managed to come away with a hit for a hit.
Yeah, Watson wanted to be the only captain left on the court.
Yes. We'll see how they do this now. Oh, great shot.
There was almost a deja vu.
Yes.
A little bit over, and that was right in Dent's pocket again.
And now they're just going to play hot potato with that, but I think both teams are going to be happy with the draw. Try and reset. Okay. And this game, I'm not sure how long's left in the match.
2:30. This is the last set.
There's also a 90-second set in the match. If the game ends before 2:30, there's an additional set.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. And that's going to be really key. You need to make a smart decision to really ride out the set.
And it looks like Burke is going to be our player of the match so far, unless I don't think the voting's ended, but he was definitely a crucial piece of that last.
And that's tough to see now that 22 just slipped as he went to retrieve the ball. Down by 1, less than 2 minutes though. Oh, number 2, O'Brien.
Colcup has been so on top of that return pressure for Australia.
His hit rate on throwing at ball has been absolutely incredible. Normally you'd back that throwing at a ball, you wouldn't get a hit, but they've really punished her. And that's tough with the pop-up. So now Australia need to finish out this set. And they're going to try and play for time. So the outcome of this match can only be either a draw for Canada or a victory for Australia. So I think they're going to look for that 90-second set now with Canada. They'll probably take the step out because if the time runs out, there won't be that 90-second set and they'll have no chance.
Yep, there it goes.
Yeah, the walk-off, the smart play. So now Canada has that 90-second window to just have one more player at least than Australia to clinch a draw.
Oof.
This is what you want to see, right?
Yeah.
Amazing dodgeball. And just tight neck and neck. Canada have been playing out of their skins. Australia have been playing out of their skins.
This one's for everything.
Yeah.
I mean, either Australia's walking away with a tie or a win, right?
Yeah.
I don't think they can lose in this situation. So
we'll probably see more control by Australia here. They just know they need to have one player or the equal number of players and they've won.
it's so unfortunate that you can't step over that middle line on the rush. And I understand why, right? You don't want to collide. But right, you have the neutral zone and you have to be so careful. And
let's see. Just not getting that hit.
yeah, on the foam side, you're allowed to step over that middle line as far as you want on the rush. So
it's only 1 foot over. And that was a risky rebound that just missed 94 on the left wing. Crucial. Now, this set management, these seconds are ticking away. Australia have 2 players up. They just need to stay in control. 4-4 would even win them the match. They're just going to play safe, throw at the balls. Oh. 2 balls.
is it 5 for each side?
4-5. So Canada need to make something happen. Great shot. So 3 balls. 20 seconds left in the set. But just 2 hits. 1 hit isn't enough for Canada.
That's all they need.
They've got 2 balls, less than 10 seconds. They need 2 hits here. And I think that's...
They're going to have to overextend.
Australia are smart. Great hit. Oh! Unfortunate.
That's a close moment. It's going to be about when that whistle went off, right?
Yes. And we'll see how that affects the game. If it is 4-4 in player count, Australia have come away with the victory today, 16-14. But what a match. Really close. Yeah. As the Australia coach just signaled, you want the, what's it called? The Eagle. You have it in, or the VR, like you have in soccer, where you can just sort of see what happened, see the timestamps. But, wow, what a match. Oh, it's looking like 5-4 perhaps for Canada. Currently got 5 players on the court. Or maybe perhaps O'Brien is just there mediating as a captain.
Yeah, so it looked like Hoppenborough's got a foot shot that was a screen through and hit his foot. And he walked off. And then Burke got that shoulder tap at the end as well. And so that would have swung it to the Australian side. But it was also this unfortunate moment where they dedicated a second ball to someone on, I think might have been Cook on the Australian side. He got out by the first one, but they didn't blow the whistle until after the second one was released, dedicated to him, and it put Burke in that unfortunate spot on the way back.
Yeah. And we'll just have to see what the referees decide here. The match is over. A win? Okay. We have to...
This is one of those moments, right? You're done playing, but Canada's heart has to be racing a bit, right? My heart's racing.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah, I had to take a deep breath as well. It's okay. So there's heated discussion here. Booth and Dent are also trying to figure out what happened.
Yeah.
Sequence of plays.
Looks like at least it's friendly, right? Like
Yeah.
That's one of the best things about this sport. Like so many sports I've played, I've gone out and it's our team versus them, and
Yeah.
there's no friendship afterward. And dodgeball,
Yes.
that's the complete opposite.
And that's the community in dodgeball. Everyone wants to win, but everyone wants to win fairly, and they have to trust and respect the honesty of the referees, the other teams.
Because everyone from the players to the refs, like everyone's put in their hours, right? Like, and no one's getting paid at the end of the day. Like
Yeah.
they're all here for the same reason, just to play their best and hopefully walk away with the title. But
It will be interesting. What is going to be coming out of this discussion?
I think overall this becomes that. Like I have my phone matches, right? That like I recommend to people. Like, if you really want to watch a really good match, I think this is one of those matches for cloth now that I'm going to be like, go watch this match to like learn
And that's
how good cloth can be.
Oh, and Canada have been won. So it's now a draw between Australia and Canada. I think that was a deserved finish for this match. Neck and neck. Great adjustments after timeouts and half times. Yeah. And you see that, the great honesty.
What a match.
Incredible, incredible.
So I think we're going to get Jake Mason now talking to Cody Burke. 62% of the vote. Fantastic work by both sides. I look forward to seeing these two teams play again. I feel like that's going to be a storyline here.
It's going to happen. And then again, it's also seeing how they've rotated, their tiredness levels. When they look back at the footage, see what worked, what didn't, how they responded to each other, so that they know when they go into that next match how they can read the other team and sort of expect what they're going to do.
Mr. Player of the match. Okay, I think we're going to throw it over to Jake Mason. Ben, it's been great commentating.
Yeah.
Thank you for teaching me a lot about this.
Yeah, it was absolute honor.
Hi, Mom.
It was absolute privilege.
Absolutely. I'm sure I'll see more of you.
Yes, I'd love to. And now I think it's...
Okay, we're going to throw it over to these two now. Stay tuned.
All right. Okay. Ian? Cody, sorry. I'm sorry. Burke. I got one part of it right. Cody Burke, what just happened?
I don't know, man. We played really well. It's a really tough team to beat. I'm really excited of how we did. We stayed our own pace. We didn't rush anything, so I'm just really proud of our guys.
What happened in that call? I know everyone at home is watching right now.
Oh.
Glued to the TV, wondering.
So the guy hit me in the back of the hand, but in cloth, you can block it with your hand. Yeah. So he hit me in the hand. He thought he hit me shoulder, but I got the ball up in time. I tried to tell him back of the hand, and he started pointing at me, and the refs told us we're no more pointing. You're going to get carded, so.
I guess, so in cloth, apparently the ruling, just for you guys at home, and I could be wrong, and I often am wrong. It's a lot of conjecture here, a lot of guessing on my end. That the whistle blew, the ball hit.
Oh, the last play.
The last play. The whistle blew, but they're not technically dead yet.
Yeah, so in cloth, in comparison to foam, so foam, you can release the ball's still alive, right? So when the ball's still in the air, the player still has the option of dying, right? But in cloth, if the ball hits you and it's still up in the air after the whistle's blown, it's dead. The player's still safe.
Wow. Yeah.
Yes.
So that's what.
That was the controversial call. I don't think Australia knew that. A lot of those guys are Team Australia at home from the last Cancun one, so they're new to cloth just like I am. So yeah, I don't think they knew that rule. So
That was exciting. And
yeah.
now we know the rule because we have a lot of people watching
Yeah.
from all over the world.
Yeah.
We've got Ian's bachelor party watching in Miami right now. Ian
nice.
Frenzel, our good friend Nate. Hey, say hey to them in Miami.
Hi, Nate.
You've got family and everybody watching, I'm assuming.
Yeah, my grandma decided to come out, so she's here watching me right now. Couple family or couple friends from national or from our provincial teams are here, so they're supporting us.
So they in that last score ended up being 15-15 then, right? Or did you guys
15-15.
Wow, so you tied it up.
We had more players at the end of the game, and that's a win. So that's 2 points.
So big Canada, Australia, always going head to head. Who do you have next? Do you have another tough game today too, or are you
No,
good for
that's
today?
it. So we played the tough. Well, in our pool, we played the toughest team already, which was Austria, and Australia was considered a really tough team too. So we're done for the day. This is our hard day. Tomorrow we have a different strategy, but we're playing some teams. They're a bit newer too, so hopefully we can rack up some points and get an actual win.
And then you get to relax and actually enjoy your beer from Beercade.
Awesome.
You are the player that was Twitch, the public, the internet was going wild, wanting us to talk to you today. So
Yeah, awesome.
say hey to anybody else watching.
To my friends, thanks for supporting us. It's great. It's fun out here. You got to get here.
And on my end, again, happy bachelor party, Ian, everybody. Also, everyone watching at home, and WeHo, I love you. Thank you for the text. And everyone watching from around the world, we all love you. And stay tuned for more Dodgeball.
Awesome. Cheers.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to the WDBF World Championships here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. My name is Elisa Westman, and we're going to be watching a really exciting match here, women's cloth between Team Australia and France. Now, this is France's first time coming to a WDBF Worlds event, but they are very familiar with the cloth ball. This is what they're used to playing in Europe, so this is no stranger to them at all. Out the gate, France starts off with some big throws, pushing the pace here. They look like they feel really comfortable and they might be playing a lot together back in their home country. Australia takes the throw, not connecting with anyone. You're good.
That'll be. Oh, it doesn't need to be plugged in.
And welcoming Jake Mason to the commentators booth with me here today. Jake, we're watching Team Australia and France women's cloth.
I only did this because you were doing the commentary too, Elisa. I said, you know what? You guys have retired from doing play-by-play. And then they said I would be with you, and I ran right over. So.
Oh, shucks. That means a lot.
All right, so what do we got going on here? We have France and Australia. Forgive me, everybody at home. I literally just ran over here. I assume the score is not 15-15 as it says on the board, so we will fix that.
It is not. It is 0-0, so it's what you guys should be seeing on the screen at home. We're about a minute and a half into this first set. All 6 players left on for France, 3 left for Australia.
Now, France plays cloth all the time. Australia, I know some of these women play cloth in their local leagues, but I don't think they've played. I think about half of them have played at kind of this level. So France maybe would be going in with the advantage here. They just had the Euros a couple weeks ago. Lots of experience, lots of practice.
Definitely, this is the ball type France is most comfortable with, and it is showing right here in this first set.
First game anyway, right out the gate. But as we've seen, that might not always mean anything.
But as we have just about 40 seconds left in this first set, those who are still learning the cloth rules at home, whatever team has the most players left on the court does actually win that set, and they get the 2 points for that 3 minutes.
How long? 3 minutes. The sets are 3 minutes?
Sets are 3 minutes, so they have 3 minutes to either take out every other player on the other side of the court or have more players on the other side of the court. If it is a tie, let's say it is 1-on-1, each team gets 1 point.
Ooh, all right. That's exciting. Very different. Very different from what we're used to. In the States, anyway. Very different than some WDF. And that's what just happened right there. France taking the first point.
So, yes, very different rule sets between cloth and foam. Australia definitely has a strong foam background. Some of their players are very familiar with cloth, but I definitely do think this is adjustment really for everyone across the board, getting used to other ball types. A lot of countries coming to play them for the first time in this tournament.
Which has actually been really exciting to watch. There's definitely some like upsets and surprises. I've been watched, including our own teams experiencing this for the first time on this level. So far, a few double throws, no contact on either side. There's a neutral zone as well. You can see designated by those red lines in the middle. Players can go all the way into each. And something else, if you're not watching at home, if you're not used to cloth, you have to put the ball down immediately when you get hit. You cannot toss it back to a teammate. I've had a few people ask me today, why are they doing that? Because that is the rules.
Absolutely. And again, what this neutral zone means is that 2 players from opposing teams could be in the exact same area at the same time. So it does make for some exciting moments in the game as well.
Hoping to see some of that here.
Oh, and a ricochet catch for Team Australia. So again, for those at home, ball is still alive until it hits the ground. So if it hits a player, pops up like it did just there, and another player catches the ball, that catch is good and the thrower is out.
Ooh, nice counter there on number 5 on Australia. Went for it. Number 12 on France was a little quicker. And We'll get those names for you eventually. So Pauline on Team France with that quick release, countering, taking out Stacey Keenan.
Australia pushing the line here.
3 players, 5 players, 3 players on Australia, 5 on, 4 now, 4 on France.
Just nicking one of France's players. Number 49, Lisa Godwin. It's a
With a push pass. I love that.
I'm a big fan of a push pass.
I am as well. I am.
And France takes the second match as well. They're definitely playing as a team. You can tell these girls have played together before.
Absolutely. They're doing really good. Australia's struggling a little in these first 2 games. Again, it's so quick. We have so much time. Anything can happen. 2 20-minute halves, correct?
2 20-minute halves. As you're hearing, France's fans are really excited about that win as well. Some cheers and songs coming from the crowd. Really glad to see so many families, parents, friends that have come all the way here to Edmonton to cheer on their home teams.
Which is absolutely amazing. Shout out to all the families and friends watching at home who couldn't make the trip. But it's fun. And babies. Everyone's bringing their babies. They all have babies during the quarantine. It's amazing. And there's all sorts of little kids here. It's just wild watching.
Australia taking a timeout. I think that was a smart decision on their end. France really made quick work of those first 4 points, so it's time for them to take a timeout, maybe try to slow down France's momentum a little bit here, come up with a new game plan and strategy to try to get the next set match.
Reset a little, yeah. I'm not seeing a big change in France's lineup right now. I guess what's working for them. That's definitely an interesting thing. You can have up to 16 players on a roster, 12 on a game for each match. So figuring out like which of the 12 you pick, or which 6 out of the 12 you pick for each game is interesting to see the countries do. It's a lot of trial and error early in the match. See who's hot and who's not. To be honest, and I'm not sure what's happening here.
I think it was a clock time. Number 25 for Australia, stepping off Tara Skellerup.
Tara, who's been on the Aussie team before for foam, I believe in 2019. But time is a construct now, so I have no idea. I just know she's been on the stage before in foam, and now here she is in cloth.
Australia with 4 balls at the moment, so they have player advantage, it looks like, or they have ball advantage at the moment.
I'm wondering if there's an advantage here. So Australia has a full squad of 12.
Big catch by France's number 29, Soline Abdenou. Abdenou?
Let's see, which 29? Soline Abdenou? My French is terrible.
As clearly as mine, so apologies.
Je suis désolé. Mais je ne parle pas bien.
Nice block by number 37, Alicia Isgro. France still with all 6 players left on the court. And again, they just have to play out the 3-minute clock, and they would take the 2 points here. They're not necessarily in a big rush. They don't need to take out the last 2 players if they wanted to drain the clock. They can.
So I have people tell me that makes the game a little more like fast-paced and exciting, which I get. But at the same time, right here we go. We have how long? Roughly a minute. And all these guys have to do is chill and run out the clock, which to me isn't very exciting. I kind of like that you have to eliminate. Well, they did. They eliminated them. So I guess
they went ahead and finished that game out.
I like when it comes down to the elimination round. But definitely a different game. You can watch some of the cloth teams go into foam, and then they start really fast paced, and then they have to adjust with that. And I don't know about these players, but a lot of people are doing some cross pollination of like foam and cloth, which I think would hurt my arm. But also gameplay wise, it's so different. To go from one to the other all day is pretty wild to me.
They're going to be tired by the end of day one, I am sure.
I'm tired.
Number
All
12
I'm doing
pushing
is
that line,
talking.
getting that hit, and stepping off.
Now, I'm not as familiar with this Australian roster as I usually am with the team. A lot of new players here again, cloth players for the first time. So I'm not really seeing how much they're trading out, but I am throughout like the course of this. I'm interested in seeing like how many people they trade out each game.
Yeah.
And what they try. Oh, fortunate hit there. France is just really
very consistent and very hard to hit. They're quite agile players.
Yeah.
Three v4 advantage, France.
We have,
both of these wing players for France right now are lefties, and that does mean the ball does come at a different angle than I think a lot of players are used to as well.
100%. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, nice like honesty there, which I like. But this one right here, number 12, Natali. I'm butchering everyone's name.
Pauline Natali.
Again, forgive me, France, and let's not start an international incident over my poor French. But she's got a really quick release. She's like really strong there in the wings, just keeping back their players, and then you don't know when she's going to throw, honestly.
27 looking for that catch, Karine Debeau.
So no catch there. Sometimes I guess if it deflects off a person, just the ball or a person too. If it bounces back, is that a catch?
It is. So a big catch by Natali.
That's a
bringing
catch.
in a player. 29 stepping off. Two players left on the court for France. Number 2, Josephine Bartholomew.
Josephine, I can say that, and I won't even try to ruin your last name, Josephine. To your friends and family watching at home, je suis désolé.
Pardon.
Pardon.
Yes, but what you were saying before, Jake, that is a rule. So if France were to throw a ball at Australia right now and Australia blocks it and it comes back onto France's side of the court and France catches it, that catch counts. That means that the blocker is out. They brought in another player. Very different type of rule than what we see with foam.
You have to be really careful then with the blocks. You want to pop it up. You want to try to get your own team to catch it, but when you pop it back,
big catch.
Bringing it down, switching it 2-1 now. That was.
Oh, and Australia had 2 players left on the court as well, so that was a tie.
Tara Scullerup getting the first point on the board for Australia with that catch there.
Or France only had 1 player left on the court, so it is 2-6.
2-6. Ooh. Close there in the middle. France gets the extra ball. She's so wild, number 12. She's just killing it out there. Quick
Very
release,
agile.
very agile, very accurate.
She's not new to this game, you can tell.
Yeah, she's definitely been playing for a bit.
Oh, and there's sidearm throw by France.
Oh, almost. Right in the pocket. Misses it.
But they're not afraid. They are definitely looking for those catches.
Absolutely.
France with 4 players left on the court, 3 balls. Australia seems to be picking up their momentum, pushing the pace a little bit, making France think twice about some of their moves.
Oh, all right. Australia coming back. Here we go. Tara again with that hit. Taking control on the court. Got 5 Australian players on.
2 players left for France.
2 players on France, and we've got about, I'm trying to see the time, but the clock is not facing us.
About just over a minute left on the 3-minute clock.
Oh, there we go. There's one on the screen.
Number 31, Juliette Lenchaud, and number 18, Angelina Dupois, left in for France. They need to make some moves here in order to bring them at least back to a tied momentum here with Australia.
Yeah, they do. Oh, almost. Dodging, almost falling out of bounds. Getting their balance. Coming back. It is funny that we still instinctively cover our mouths with the balls when calling out play calls, even though I doubt anyone on the Aussie team can lip read French.
Yeah.
And we found ourselves still doing that with masks during COVID. We were still hiding our face behind the balls. One player there, all they have to do is run down the clock. How much time is left?
Just about 5 seconds left on the clock, it looks like.
So Australia really has no incentive to throw.
Australia taking those 2 match points, bringing the score 4-6. They're tightening this game really quickly here.
Yeah, I like seeing them back. I like the action. I will say that was a very anticlimactic point win there. Just kind of sitting there waiting for the clock to run out.
It's definitely different strategy with this ball
It is a different strategy. We want action. We want blood on the court. No.
France's fans are cheering them on.
Oh,
and a collision for the middle ball.
Collision. They're
head
both
on head. We weren't literal about. We didn't mean the blood part. We were just joking about that.
We didn't mean that. And oh, poor thing is like hit and off the court.
Yeah.
We were very sweet. They both like immediately like just kind of laughing it off.
But again, something that's different about this ball type is that both teams can run for that middle ball, and it sometimes can turn into a little bit of a tug of war for that ball. And as you saw there, both teams were very aggressive for that middle ball, colliding into each other.
It's exciting, I guess, when you're watching at home, but as an organizer, it just terrifies me. Just watching them both go for that ball scares me. I love it.
Adds a bit of danger.
It adds a bit of danger for sure. But I don't want to see anyone else here taken out in an ambulance today. I don't want to see any injuries. I just want to see dodgeball.
4 players left on the court for France, 3 for Australia. I'm impressed with France's accuracy. These are not easy balls to throw. They are quite large.
I can't even pick it up. So
you only have grip on the sticky part, basically where the logo is on the side of the ball.
Yep.
And where you pump it. So it's a very specific type of grip. So unless you have relatively large hands, it can be quite tricky. I'm very impressed with how accurate these teams are here today.
And that they're able to pick it up and throw it one-handed. I'm like, I can barely pick it up. And especially the France team, I'm twice their size. They're so tiny compared to me.
And a rule with cloth is that you actually have to be accurate or else you are out. You have to throw a ball within a meter of a player. So if it accidentally slips and goes high, you are actually out.
Ooh, that's a rough one too. I've seen a few people pump fake and drop the ball, and dropping it right at their own feet. Clearly a mistake, but still an out as it is a invalid throw.
Bit of a momentum shift here right now. Australia, 3 players.
Oh,
and they make a catch.
Look at this. Australia coming back, tying it up in the first half.
Claire Van Rossen getting that catch, tying it up for these teams.
Van Rossen.
Just over a minute left in the half. Long enough for, another couple of matches points to happen.
I had to step away from my microphone. I was making noises the public does not want to hear. But yes, you said about a minute left.
About a minute left.
Tied 6-6. They will play this to the end of the minute, so it's no longer 3 minutes, and same rules apply. Whoever the most people are on the court, take the point. 90 seconds.
Notice that France didn't go for that middle ball on that one, avoiding the collision. But something else that happened is it looks like one of their French players stepped over the middle line.
Yes. And you
So
cannot,
these lines are lava. You cannot step over on the sidelines, even though there is a neutral zone in the middle for normal play, not during the rush.
Yes, exactly. Whereas in foam, you can run the only time you can cross that middle line in foam is the opening rush. In cloth, you are not there.
So basically the opposite. If you're thinking
Yes.
foam rules, think the antithesis, and then you'll probably be closer for cloth.
Exactly.
Oh, and a nice catch by number 28 from Australia, Lucy Ellsworthy.
All right, Lucy. Lucy's pump faking. She's got like this look on her face. She's determined. They're determined. Australia's determined to take this point, and look at that. It looks like they might just do that with 5 players, or 6, all 6 still on the court, 3 left on the France side. Seconds remaining.
Just about 10 seconds remaining. Australia's just trying to run the clock at this point.
All Australia needs to do right now is run down that clock. And it looks like they did.
And that is time. Got a whistle in the ear as well, unfortunately.
That was rough. That was brutal. Wow. All right.
So
first half.
I know, Australia really made that exciting, coming back and actually taking the lead here at the half.
France was started off really strong, up 6 points right away. Australia figured out their rotation. They figured out their counter strategy and came in very quickly to take the lead. Anything can happen in the second half. What do you think is going to happen?
I think, France is going to have to come out with a lot of energy, come out how they did at the beginning of the game. They came out swinging. They took those first 4 points quite quickly. They didn't really let Australia get a chance to get any momentum.
Yeah.
So Australia was able to collect themselves, bring it back. If France wants to take the lead again, then they're going to have to control the pace of the game here in the second half.
Yep, absolutely. The Australian team walking by commenting on how tiny the French ladies are. They are so tiny. I didn't want to say anything. I wanted to sound like whatever, but no,
petite.
They're small. They're
athletically petite.
But they're killing it.
They are.
They are. Power in such a little package. I love it.
Something to know about the second half as well if you are newly tuned into these games. We will be choosing 2 players from each team and be putting up a poll on Twitch for who you think the player of the match is. So let us know now if you have any fan favorites out there, but we will be putting on the poll about halfway through the second half. Then you will have a chance to vote on who the player of the match is, and we will do a player interview with that individual following this game. They will also get a $10 credit from our sponsor, Beercade. Thank you, Beercade, for sponsoring the player of the match.
Thank you, Beercade. Thank you, anyone who gives us a beer after days and days of long days and lots of dodgeball. I'm not sure what that means. Ratio. In the chat, we've got some people. We're unclear as to what you mean by that. Clear it up. Let us know.
Australia lining up. France taking their time, making sure they have the strategy together here for the second half.
I'm going to get on my Google Translate here. It looks like Australia is keeping a lot of the same lineup. I'm seeing a few changes. including I'm seeing they threw in Samantha. And honestly, Samantha's one of the only ones I recognize right now. But I think Australia's got their strategy kind of down, their counter strategy right now. We'll see how France adapts as well. Starting the second half here. 3 minutes on this clock, 20 minutes to the half.
Australia seems to be wanting to take this game slow, play it a little calmer, more collected, whereas France's game is much quicker, as you can tell. They're much more an aggressive team, wanting to push the line, wanting to push the momentum.
So would you say that maybe Australia is using a little bit of the foam type strategy here, to go a little slower, and France is doing the European style of just going crazy? Not
Perhaps,
crazy, but
perhaps, or just it's also knowing your strengths, what your team's strength is. I think France is a quick team. They're very agile, so they're trying to use that to their advantage. Australia is fantastic catchers. Wouldn't want to put anything past them on that.
I could use some of that, knowing my own strengths as well. One day. You can see it also, thankfully for us, we can see it now, but on the sidelines, every team is holding their iPads up with their own clocks so that their team know. I think that's actually brilliant too. They've got people all over the place holding up clocks, so everyone can it's clear. They can see how to play and adjust quickly.
Number 19 stepping off for Team France. Voting will be up about halfway through this game.
Yeah,
we'll be sure to announce. Oh, big catch by number 29.
Solène. Yes, tell us in the chat who you're thinking, who you like, who you want to see us interview for our Beercade player of the match.
Oh, big catch by number 63.
Amazing catch, Van Rosen there. Van Rossen, sorry. In the air, up close, pretty amazing. France is coming back strong. They have a little bit of a roster switch up for this one, but Australia is still taking the lead in this one for now. 35 seconds left. 30 seconds, sorry. And they've got the numbers. They just have to play for time. Oh, but now it's 2-2.
Nice hit by France. Taking out number 4, Madison Patmore.
And 10 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. And also, honestly, but all of them kind of suck because it's better to get a tie than a loss, so why take that chance, I guess? You get 1 point each. That works.
Keeping this game very exciting, though.
Yeah,
a real nail biter.
Not what I would have done. I would have. I think we're having some difficulties real quick.
We lost. He's gone. He went to go fix it. I don't think they can hear us. It looks like the internet's back. Apologies for the delay at home. Slight technical difficulties, as happens day one of a big tournament.
Yes,
Things happen.
Yes. What did you miss? Oh, so we had came down to a 1v1 tie this last match. I'm not sure exactly when the internet went out, but the last one came out 1v1. France coming back strong. Australia, it's really tight here. Every game is just really tight. We were talking a little bit about how the strategy is better to get that point for a tie than to risk throwing a catch. I play with a different strategy. I do, as the kids say, yeet the ball every chance I get.
What is that, Jake?
It means I don't listen to my teammates and hold, and I make bad decisions.
And a ball coming into the commentator's booth. As much as we want to play, this one's for the players on the court at the moment. All right, 3v2, player advantage, France.
We do have a bit of an awkward camera angle here, so you're getting that close eye view of the refs right now. But so we'll tell you what's happening. It is 2-on-2. Oh, 3-on-2. 1 minute left. There we go. There it is. Now you can see. About a minute left on this side. Minute 5 seconds to be exact. And
was that a catch?
Know. He's calling it a catch and a hit.
A catch and out?
Yep. Catch and an out. So is
and a hit by Pat
honestly,
Moore.
like France, like they weren't prepared. I think they were prepared to just they let their guard down.
Yeah, and Pat Moore closed that out.
They let their guard down. I think they were let the ref call get in their head a little bit and kind of like lost that for themselves. Honestly, not to be too harsh, but the balls were at their feet. They didn't really pick it up. They were very concerned about the ref call being right, and you cannot do that as a player on the court. You need to stay in the game. You let the coaches argue with the refs. You let the coaches discuss and your captains, but you let your guard down and well, you just saw what happens.
And with cloth, that is 2 points. It's not 1 point how we usually see it with not closing out a game or closing out a game. 2 points. That's a big gap, and it would take. It's going to take quite a bit here for France to close this 4-point game again.
We've got 11 Australia, 7 France. I've seen a lot of really, really good players kind of fall in that same trap. Watching what happens, very concerned about the ref call. And we just got to stay in the game. Got 20 seconds left in this timeout. Oh, we're not even going to use the whole 20, thankfully, because I want to see the dodgeball action. Let's go.
Both teams lining up.
So we're about to put in the chat some people for you to vote on to be the Beer Cave player of the match. We are going to get one of them on camera, maybe two if you all vote, if it's close enough.
And we've had a tie with even the player of the match.
Yep.
So it can happen in dodgeball. It can happen with the player of the match.
Oh.
Very close.
Almost. So again, on the score sheet, on your screen it says 9-7, but it's actually 11-7 Australia over France. Currently 11 and a half minutes left on the second half. Anything can happen. We already saw a huge comeback in the first half with the same amount of time left.
And we have put up the Beer Cave player of the set poll on the Twitch channel.
Oh.
Ooh, and a big catch by one of the nominees at the moment, number 12, Pauline Natali from France. So if you would like to have one of your players be nominated, if you'd like to hear from them after this game and win them $10 credit at our after party, do vote for them right now. And apologies if there's some misspellings on this poll. That would be my messy handwriting translating over.
Your handwriting is similar to my actual French pronunciation of their names. Messy. Oh! Player dodges out of the way. Number 2 dodges out of the way, unintentionally getting number 64 behind her out. Oh, again, Pauline with that quick reaction there, taking out. And again, the score should on your screen is incorrect. It's actually 11-7 Australia over France. Anything can happen. 10 minutes left in the half. How do we see? Are we able to see at home how much time is left in the? How much time is left in the game? This match or the game, or do we only see the second half? There we go. For the set. There we go. I see that little
The set clock does need to be reset. Do give us a moment for the viewers at home, but just stay tuned for all the action that's happening right on the court right now. France with 3 players pushing the line.
It wouldn't be a dodgeball game at all without some technical difficulties on the live stream. 3-on-2, France in the current lead. I think about 4-on-2. Oh wow! All right. That was quick. France takes the point.
And France brings it back, so it should be 9-11.
So Australia 11, France 9. So once we're able to update that scorecard, we will for you. But for now, you're just going to have to trust us. Elise and I would never lie to you.
It's out of my hands. It's out of my hands. He does it.
Do keep voting on the Beer Cake Player of the Game. Few minutes left in the poll. We'd love to see some fresh faces as a part of our player interview as well.
Yeah, actually, let's do it. Let's get some people out here to interview. Let's get some questions if you want anything specific for us to ask. For all of you watching in France, on Anglais, s'il vous plaît, because we won't be able to read your comments and your questions.
We may need a translator.
We might need a translator, which is fine. Ooh. Nice little interaction there. Oh, again, Pauline.
Again, for the viewers at home, the score is 9-11 Australia, so it is still a 2-point game. About 12 minutes left in the second half.
France is looking to tie this up. 5 players on the court. 5 players on both sides. Everyone on both sides seems to have slowed down a bit. They're being very deliberate in all their actions right now. Not that they're not normally. Oh, there we go. Ellsworth, number 28 with the catch. Taking it down to 3-on-5. And a minute left in the set. Oh, that's a fun dodge. Some superhero landing style stuff. Number 49 there.
Nice block by France. Australia definitely is just slowing down. They're already ahead, so they are just trying to run the clock at this point.
Exactly. I mean, they kind of have no incentive to play fast. They need to play slow. They need to play smart. They need to make sure that they just don't let France get ahead of them. And exactly what they're doing. But is it working? 10 seconds. 10 seconds in the set. All Australia has to do is survive.
Oh, and a nice catch by France.
Is that? Oh, she was already dead. Already dead. Okay, 49 does the splits a lot, and it makes me very jealous of her flexibility and her youth.
So that does mean the score is 9-13 Australia, but France is definitely putting up a good fight here.
Absolutely. They're making them work for it. Australia is keeping the pace. France keeps trying to change it. Australia is just setting that pace and not letting them take it. 10 minutes roughly on the second half. A lot of back and forth. Again, I think France did what they wanted to do. They just set the pace right there, and Australia kind of fell into that. So there was an exchange, losing some ball control, getting caught out. Oh, really great hit there from number 31 of France.
Australia stepping off on that one, leaving one player left on the court for Team Australia. Number 28, Lucy Ellsworthy.
Lucy holding it down, but one on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 on 5, and then I'm looking to see how much time is left in this set. Lucy's a very smart player, very strong player, very confident. Ooh, that ball was like right at their toes.
Yes, very accurate.
Very accurate. Catch the time. 1 minute, 16 seconds. And Lucy's got to take out 1, 2, 3, 4 of them to tie it up, 5 of them to win.
France is taking their time. They're wanting to make sure this is smart play. They want to get as many balls as possible. They have all the balls right now. 5 balls heading towards Team Australia.
Lucy just has this, like, I think the team was yelling some instructions to Lucy. She looked a little over it in that moment. I think she had to go against what her instinct says. Oh, we got some hecklers. That's why. We've got some Australian hecklers up above.
Australia is known for their boisterous fans.
They may have some ideas, but guess what? They're not on this team, so maybe keep your opinions to yourself. And maybe, guys, don't tell women how to play their dodgeball game.
Yeah.
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 Maybe. I can see Lucy's frustration now. Very valid. Here we go. Back into it. We've got... How much time do we have left? Can you see that clock? A little over 6.5 minutes. Score
Looks like
is
they're messing
being
with the score a little bit.
fixed.
11-13, guys. This is a very exciting game. Still 6 minutes left in this half. France could definitely do this. There's enough time for 2 3-minute matches. And again, each of those matches has 2 points available.
That is wild. I mean, France is just one set away from tying this up. So literally, we had France in the lead, Australia with the comeback, then Australia in the lead, France with the comeback. Pretty exciting game.
And we do have our winner of the Beercade Player of the Match, Soline Abenu. We will find her after the game for an interview. Thank you for everyone for voting at home. About 5 minutes left. 5 players left on for Australia, all 6 for France.
I'm just kind of like in awe. It is just back and forth. It is, everything keeps changing any moment. Oh,
big catch.
right there.
By Pat Moore.
Nice catch in the air. I mean, catches win matches in general, but everything can just get turned around and it's like, oh, that is some great intimidation from number 31 there, Juliette Lachaud. Just putting it on, getting that ball control. Oh.
Nice throw.
Nice. Hit from 28, taking advantage. Lucy taking advantage. I told y'all, Lucy's not having it.
She's a very focused player.
She is very focused. Oh, and Australia takes it 15-11. 15-11. Australia takes out the last 2 players. 3 minutes, 55 seconds. So we have 3-minute matches, 3-minute sets. Would this be the last one, or would they have a 45-second set? Oh my gosh. I just saw in this chat, the France team is like 16, 17, and 18, and they play. Yeah, that's wild.
That is wild. That also explains why they're so petite.
They are so,
they might not be done growing, Jake.
They're not done growing.
Very impressive. That is even more impressive. That means that they're only going to get better. All the world championships to come. Expect a lot from this France team.
Gosh, in all my years. So I've been playing dodgeball longer than most of them have been alive, and they're better than me. So that's great. I'm going to go cry. This is wild. I think someone's asking a Canada game. I can kind of see in the background. It looks like Canada's up 13-9 over
Sweden.
Yeah, I honestly can't see they're playing Sweden. So anyway, back to this game, though.
This exciting game we have in front of us.
So, yes, before I got distracted, would this be the last match, or would they do a match with 45 seconds?
I think they should do the match if they don't finish before the time is up, but it might be up to the team and the ref's discretion. Still a lot of cloth rules that we're learning.
Yeah.
We're all learning together.
We are all learning together. Oh, I just realized that U.S. was playing Great Britain on the third court back there for women's cloth. I'm really bummed I didn't get to watch that, actually. Reportedly, the score was 14-12, Great Britain over U.S. I would have really liked to watch that game. But I'm here with you, and you know what? I'm not mad about it, because this is a really exciting game, too.
And the clock looks like it's still ticking.
They're all arguing. I'm going to find out why, and I will report back.
And this time might update as well. As you can see, the clock is ticking, but the refs are huddling, so potentially might be adding more time to the clock.
I don't think this scoreboard is looking very well.
Well, it looked like a lot of excitement, but it's just they let the teams know there was a catch on both sides. So now we have five Australian players in here, 4 French players, and 1 just went right over the line. 2 minutes left on this set. Oh, wait, maybe not. I'm not sure how the time goes. Oh, they must have paused for that. So ignore the clock on the screen.
Roughly 2 minutes. What?
I don't know what's happening with the clock on the screen. That's fine. That's fine. We're here. Watch the game. Who wants to look at clocks? This is exciting. 3 players left on France, 4 on Australian side. All Australia needs to do is stay alive.
Big catch.
And with a catch, that's the way to do it. Again, catches win matches normally, but in cloth, it really makes a difference because it comes down to the amount of players on the team at the end of the set.
2 players left in for France.
And now, literally all Australia has to do is stand there. But you do have to throw a ball, and you have to throw it at your target within a meter.
Number 18, Angelina Dodgeball, left in.
Since the Americans don't use the metric system, it's about the size of a golden retriever. Okay. Ooh, dangerous block back. Could have been popped. Oh, there we go.
Nice catch by Australia,
There
ending
we
the
go.
match.
Ending the match. Samantha Holcomb. We've got 48 seconds. So there will be another match with 48 seconds. Australia is up 17-11 over France. It's been a very tight game. Can France take at least another point or two in... Oh, wait, 2 minutes, 30 seconds? What is happening with these clocks?
We'll just keep you updated verbally as
Yeah,
we can.
we'll just talk about the game. I'm going to stop trying to tell time. I'm not really good at it anyway. Oh, there we go. Catch. Stacey Keenan.
Just a slight catch there for Team
This
France.
is a fast one. Everyone's just kind of going back and forth, back and forth. Shout out to everyone watching at home, especially the lovely Ali Bustamante, who is one of the best humans I've ever met.
And that did look like a face shot.
Face shot on number 31.
In these competitions, face shots do count, just like hitting any other part of your body.
Except for your fingers in cloth.
Three players left in for France.
Oh, number 4 throwing. I guess it was within a meter. Looked a little, almost just at the edge of that. Again, I don't understand the metric system as well, so the refs did not call it out. 50 seconds. 50 seconds. Australia looking like they're going to take this one with 30 seconds remaining on the clock. Again, ignore that one on your screen.
1 player left in for France.
Oh,
Very
we do have
impressive
Pauline
player,
in there.
I
Pauline has been a... Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to talk over you. Sorry. Pauline has been a beast. It is loud in here, you guys, so I'm glad you can hear us. I can barely hear Elisa. I'm so sorry. Oh, look at that. Fake.
This young lady, as if she is 16, 17, 18 years old, as they are saying, she has a bright future ahead of her in this dodgeball community.
And look at that. I'm sorry. Even Pauline was like, throw at me. Come on.
She wanted it.
She wanted it.
She wanted to end on a high note.
Strategically, Australia was like right to hold it, but
she wanted to end it. So we'll be coming up with the player interview for the player of the match, Soline Abenu from France. We'll do our best to grab her in just a few moments. Please hang tight.
Drag her. I'm going to be repping this game with another rep. Can I Are we on? All right. So the French team, again, like we said, they're very young. Like how old are you?
17.
There we go. You can hear me a little better.
Yeah.
Yeah, 17. How old is like Pauline?
Pauline is 16. No, 17.
17. That is wild. Okay, I've been playing dodgeball for 14 years. So you were 3 years old when I started playing dodgeball, and you're better than I will ever be. Now Pauline's a little shy, and that's okay. And that was a really strong match. I'm gonna let you guys, en français, talk to each other about the match. To everyone watching at home, you have a lot of fans at home watching. So go ahead.
And what we say?
Whatever you want. Talk about the game to each other. We've got about like a minute, and tell everybody about you and who you are and what you're doing and how the game was.
Ok. Bon Jojo, qu'est-ce que tu as pensé un peu de ce retournement de situation là en deuxième mi-temps?
Bah, c'était compliqué. Il y a des matchs qu'on ne devait pas perdre parce qu'on était en supériorité numérique. Donc c'est assez dommage, mais on reste sur une bonne expérience parce que voilà, c'est un autre pays, c'est la première fois qu'on les affronte. Voilà, on sera meilleur.
Et tu penses que ce retournement il est dû à quoi? Au mauvais choix, à la fatigue, peut-être un peu de pression?
Je pense que la fatigue, ça joue beaucoup parce que les matchs ils sont plutôt longs. C'est du 2x20, donc c'est plutôt long et donc ça peut. Sur la deuxième mi-temps, on a vu que c'était plus compliqué parce que la fatigue, ça joue beaucoup. Après.
Bon là on va se préparer pour la mixte.
Ouais.
Contre l'Autriche, ça va être un gros match. T'en penses quoi?
J'en pense pas grand-chose.
Bon, on va aller s'échauffer. À bientôt.
Merci beaucoup, merci beaucoup. J'adore. It was so much fun to watch, and also my French is terrible. So thank you.
France versus Italy.